Hello and a very warm welcome to today's FA National Futsal Series action from the Crystal Palace National Sports Centre. Coming up first, we have Birmingham WLV taking on Bloomsbury. We are just a couple of minutes away from kick-off. Alongside me today then, Matt Hardy. Matt, really looking forward to today. Should be another great day of National Futsal Series action. What are you hoping for? What are your expectations?
More of the same. More of what we've been seeing over the last couple of weeks. High intensity, high octane, and yeah, let's have some close games and loads of goals so people enjoy it at home.
Certainly hope so, and that's what this intense series seems to provide week in, week out. This is the middle of 3 weeks action back to back. We will be at Bolton's host event next week, but today the action comes from the Crystal Palace National Sports Centre, with the first game being Birmingham against Bloomsbury. You can see the 4 fixtures there then. Birmingham Bloomsbury 10 o'clock kickoff, 12:15 is Manchester Worcester, 2:30 Bolton London Helvetia, and then 4:45 Kent United take on Loughborough. And the league table there as well on screen at the moment. Bloomsbury just the 1 point ahead of London Helvetia, but it's still very much all to play for, and with the competition format as well, it keeps everybody involved with the fight for the top 4, if you like, I guess.
Yeah, that's right, yeah, and it's straight away when you look at that league table today, you see almost the importance of a result for these two teams. So Bloomsbury will be looking to bounce back from drop points, which is what they will see against Manchester last week, whereas for Birmingham, it's very much a point to, they're at the point where they need to try and get results on the board, don't they, without that win?
Yeah, most definitely. Birmingham winless so far this season. Their only point was picked up in a 2-2 draw against Bolton. So the team's out onto the court then. I will run you through the 2 team lineups. Birmingham start with David Christian in goal, Doug Reed, Mumik Jagpal, Marius Christian Matai, and making his debut today, Liviu Adrian. Looking forward to seeing him in action for Birmingham. And Bloomsbury start with Johnny Sim in goal, Russell Goldstein the captain, John Curran, Jared Rand and Calvin Dixon. Birmingham substitutes are the captain Dan Guy, Joel Hughes, Ethan Finney, Alex Igarza, who returns to Birmingham today, Fraser Corden, Kirat Jagpal and Eduardo Teherin. They're managed by Ikhlaq Hussain. The Bloomsbury substitutes are Charlie Hyman, Ollie Jones, Richard Ward, Taluya Satonye, Sean Bird, the substitute goalkeeper Ben Lazarus, and they are managed by Juan Tapia Owens. Your match officials are Ollie Rodriguez Ballinger, Harvey Newstead, Peter Georgiou and James Jarrod. So we are just moments away from kick-off. Should be a really lively start to this one. I think both sides will be looking to really get a good first foothold in the game, Matt.
Yeah, that's what I'd be looking to see from them, to be fair. I think Bloomsbury, we know, tend to start well, start bright. We'll look to implement their own game plan on this. And for Birmingham, it's about making sure they start positive. You have to feel that after the start of the season, if they don't start positive, this could be quite a tough one for them. So they'll be looking to get a foothold nice and early and try and build on that.
Yeah, very tough test today for Birmingham, as we mentioned. They've only picked up 1 point so far this season. Bloomsbury are ahead in the league tables. Birmingham did start well against London Helvetia, actually, in week 1. In the games were played at Loughborough, got themselves ahead. Zach Price on the score sheet that day before it all went downhill. They suffered defeat, but a very similar type of test against Bloomsbury.
Yeah, and it's a strange season, isn't it? Because if you look at the Birmingham squad on paper, they're a really competitive group. There's a lot of talent. There's an awful lot of ability in there. Yet we're just not seeing results on the court.
Yeah, we'll turn you down. It might be because we're on the headset. It's probably that. And so we do get underway then, and Marius Christian Matai gets things started for Birmingham. Matai back to his fellow Romanian who starts, Liviu Adrian, wearing 18 for Birmingham today. And it's all the way through to Johnny Sim in the Bloomsbury net. It's loose though. Opportunity for Birmingham to build from here. So those early moments that you mentioned, Matt, and really important to get a foothold early on.
That's right, yeah, and I think that's what Birmingham will look to do. They'll look to keep the ball. They'll look to build build and play their way in. As we say, that's exactly the kind of thing they'll be wanting from these early stages. Doug almost working and buying a foul as such.
Yeah, exactly that. 35 seconds gone on the first foul of the game. It goes against Bloomsbury. That's a good ball for Reed, but his diagonal wasn't in search of a yellow shirt.
Yeah, really clever little link up there, and I think what you've seen even in these early stages is Bloomsbury are going to look to play with a bit of intensity. They're going to look to sort of impose themselves on Birmingham, whereas for Birmingham it's just about playing their way in, building confidence as they go, and that's what they'll be looking to do, and make sure they don't make some of the errors they've been making in recent weeks that have ultimately cost them results.
Yeah, it has been those little errors here and there really for Birmingham. Conceded 3 own goals across 2 games as well, which has been a disappointment. So it has just been those slight tweaks that need adjusting really, but there has definitely been positive signs, and perhaps the performances have merited more than the results. A very tough test today, but it's Birmingham with the early possession.
And I think that's been a theme of the season so far in the NFS. When you look at the fact that the other clubs as well, who have almost had struggling starts, the performances haven't warranted that, have they? And what you're seeing is there's an awful lot of ability. So if you're not quite at the races, you're getting punished, and that's what we're seeing almost week by week. So it's a really tough one to stomach, isn't it, if you're a Birmingham fan or player?
Yeah, really difficult one for Birmingham to take so far, but plenty of games to come, of course. There's an early opportunity for Bloomsbury. Dixon just tries to get to the play down in the left corner. Doug Reed does well to shield it out of play.
There's another look at this, really clever diagonal scoop from John Curran. And yeah, Jared's probably just snatched at that a little bit, but good early signs. They're the kind of things that Bloomsbury like to do, don't they?
Johnny Sim with ball in hand at the moment, but it is a kick-in for Bloomsbury. We're playing to the yellow lines here today. Can be difficult to differentiate between. David Christin, the Birmingham goalkeeper, goes long in search of Adrian, but just overcooks the pass and it runs out of play. Cagey openings.
Yeah, cagey, a little bit of feeling each other out as well, just learning a bit about each other, and I think that's probably testament to what we spoke about earlier, the quality that's in this Birmingham squad, because you'd imagine a team playing top, playing second bottom, normally they'd want to start with intensity and impose themselves an awful lot, but a lot of sort of trust and almost respect towards what Birmingham could do and the damage they could bring to Bloomsbury in this game.
Christy short for Munmeet Jagpal. One of 2 Jagpal brothers in the Birmingham squad today. His younger brother, Kirit, who's impressed on court in the past few games as well. Long ball in search of Munmeet, but it runs through to Johnny Sim. Sim rolls short for Goldstein. This is Rand. Goldstein once more. Birmingham just edging their way up the court in terms of pressing higher.
Yeah, and I think that'll be the theme of the day on this court as well. It's quite a short court where it's quite a nice shape, but also the players in the warm-up were just talking about it's a different surface, so that wooden surface makes it a little bit more slippy than what we've probably been used to over recent weeks, and you might see a little bit more pressure trying to force those mistakes and rush players into almost making them as such.
Yeah, it's a very good point you make, Matt. The surface is slightly different here in Crystal Palace National Sports Centre. Something for the players to adjust to. This is Doug Reed, brilliant turn on his right, well blocked and away by Jared Rand. Important one, that.
Yeah, it's a really textbook pivot play from Doug as well. As he's come into his feet, he's held it up really firmly. He's waited for the defender to commit, and then as he's turned, he's looking to get that shot in on goal, isn't he? Really good recovery in the end from Rand and Bloomsbury to avoid the shot on goal.
So it will be Doug Reed to take the kick in for Birmingham, down in the right corner of the court. Reed back to Matai from range, just off target. Not a bad effort though.
Yeah, Birmingham would be happy with the start, I would say. They're imposing themselves, they're looking to press higher, they're looking to use that ball, and they're using it sensibly as well. Crucially, I think they've started with the experience of Matai, Doug Reed on there, and then the ability of Jagpal has just helped them to play in, hasn't it? That's clever.
Jagpal dispossessed that time. Sliding challenge by Adrian, and the referee penalises.
There's been one or two there, and a couple on Dixon as well. I wonder whether it's part of almost a game plan. We know that Kelvin Dixon likes to have a word with referees, so maybe it's part of Birmingham's game plan just to almost get those challenges in nice and early. You'd be disappointed with that one. That was loose though, wasn't it?
Yeah, reckless challenge from the debutant, Liviu Adrian, making his debut in the English League. And he goes into the book after just 3.5 minutes. Decent position this for Bloomsbury. Ward. I think that's blocked by Reed actually. And Sean Bird's effort was tame. Quick distribution from Kristin, looking for Matai, just too much on it again though, and it runs out of play. Same sort of ideas though for Birmingham, looking to try to start the quick counter.
Yeah, they are, and I think that is probably a little bit of the court not playing into their hands. So anything where you're having to run onto it at the moment, players are still finding their feet on there, so it is running loose. Maybe Matai there would just be asking his goalkeeper to throw 2 feet rather than in front of him and allowing the best chance to play. Birmingham have done well though, they've recovered well to win the ball back in a good area. Set pieces could be crucial.
Adrian to captain Dan Guy, who's on for Birmingham. Adrian in search of Matai. Bloomsbury have it back through Richard Ward now. Ward tries to adventure down this left side, and the last touch does come off a purple Bloomsbury shirt, and it will be a Birmingham kick-in.
Really good cover and defending from Dan Guy there, so you ask for that cover from your spare man and in those 1v1 situations to make sure that we've always got something that if Richard Ward does beat the first player, you're there, and that's what he's got, and he's been rewarded with keeping possession also.
Tiherin. It's given away by Kristin, but a good save. A really important stop. It's given away cheaply. The chance opened up for Bloomsbury. First real opportunity. Kristin makes the save. And
he's reacted really, really well. It's another loose pass from him again. I think his teammates will want that to feet. We'll have another look. And as the players come through, as Ward's come through, he stood up really big. He's just got to maybe just relax a little bit when he gets it to feet and take his time. Interesting, quite high intensity start. It's probably not what I expected from either team, just as I thought they might want to feel themselves out a little bit.
Yeah, it's an interesting opening to this game for sure. Eduardo Tiherin on for Birmingham. He takes the kick in. That's a good pass by Adrian into the feet of Guy. Good tackle to dispossess him. Last touch off Adrian. Kick in for Bloomsbury. Cross court. Brilliant wall pass, and Kristin's out again, and another important save. Bloomsbury just starting to turn the screw a little bit. Sean Bird denied on that time, Matt.
Yeah, there you are seeing the quality of this Bloomsbury team. Lovely change of pace with the pass, like you say, in really nice wall pass, and Bird's really unfortunate. Another really good save from David Kristin. Fantastic play though.
Birmingham kicking over on the near side.
I think what you've seen is since their changes, Bloomsbury have just moved themselves 10 metres higher up the court, so their pressure is starting a little bit higher. They're looking to impose themselves. They're looking to keep the pace of the game to a level that they'll be really comfortable. And you're seeing almost the benefits of it, because they're picking the ball up and forcing errors in really key areas.
As well as Nephew Adrian, who Birmingham have debutising today. Also a word for Alex Igaza, who's been re-signed by Birmingham. He's back on the court for the first time since pre-Covid times after injury troubles. Great to see him back out there. This is Teherin looking for Adrian.
Just something that just a reminder there for Bloomsbury on that turnover and in that transition. They need to be secure. They can't afford to give the players of the quality of this Birmingham team too many opportunities and too many 2v1s, because you will see them exploit that.
Ollie Jones takes the kicking back to Hyman. Into the feet of Jones, who finds himself central. Tries to go down the wide right, and it was a sliding challenge by Adrian. He had to time that perfectly. Already booked. Won the ball that time.
Yeah, really good challenge. Again, on top in those 1v1 situations. That's what Birmingham will need all game. They can't afford to give too many fouls away, but they've also got to impose themselves in those challenges, because you can pay your bottom dollar that Bloomsbury will, won't they? That's the way they like to play. They love a 1v1 battle.
Kristin. Good distribution to Guy. Guy battling hard, but Bloomsbury have possession back.
That's better
play on the near side.
It's better from David Kristin, though, isn't it? So just that ball into feet rather than for the player to run onto. And Guy, John Curran, really, you've got to give some credit to. Really firm, solid defending to keep Dan Guy at bay. And straight away, Birmingham are sort of halfway with the ball back rather than it running out of play. So I think David Kristin's just got to slow it down and just keep that ball moving into feet and look for his pivot's feet rather than somebody to run onto it.
Satonye is on and takes the kick in for Bloomsbury. Dixon. Nice layoff and towards the second post. A really important touch on it from Igaza. Just a glancing header took it wide of the far post.
Yeah, fantastic again. They like to try and play that diag, almost that curtain run from Russell Goldstein is what they're looking for at the second post. Really clever. Really experienced four on court for Bloomsbury now with the 4 England internationals. Nice to see Satonye back as well. He missed last week with an injury in the warm-up, so good to see that it wasn't too much of a problem for him.
Yes, Lulia Satonye back out there for Bloomsbury today. As you say, missing last weekend, but scored a really spectacular goal prior to that. Yeah. He's got a real bit of quality about him. He's one of many Bloomsbury players, I think, that have to be looked after, really, and dealt with throughout the whole game.
That's right. Their squad depth, it runs deep, doesn't it? So he's not just a starting four as such. They run deep throughout the squad, and every player that's coming on, you could make a case for the quality and the impact they could have on a single game. So it's really interesting. Great defending there. You've seen high pressure, not giving Birmingham any sort of outs, and in the end, they forced an error and won the ball back inside the Birmingham 10 metres.
Yeah, really good high press that from Bloomsbury to force the error. Win the ball back via the kick-in. This is Goldstein. Prods it wide.
It's a couple of really clever blocks there from Bloomsbury in that set-piece routine as well, just to free up a little bit of space and give Goldstein that chance to almost get that shot away, and he'd be disappointed with the execution. Quite a frantic start so far. So
yeah, I'd agree. I think coming up to 8 minutes played, it's a cagey affair. Not too many clear-cut opportunities, but both sides really giving each other a test. Bloomsbury certainly know they're in a game here. Doug Reed to Tiherin. Dispossessed. Good position. It's cut across and a brilliant last-ditch challenge from Reed.
Yeah, using all of his experience there just to read what John Curran was looking to do, and there was no way he was allowing that ball across goal. Fantastic defending.
Another set piece then for Bloomsbury. They do go into such depth in their preparation for it, and Goldstein that time playing the false block. The ball goes high up, but evades the roof, and we go on. This is Jones. Goldstein. Birmingham with a very tight-knit defensive four. Dixon breaks through. Dixon on the spin. Reed gets there first and goes to ground. Satonya penalised for the foul. Free kick goes the way of Birmingham.
Really, really clever from Doug Reed. He knew he was getting there first, but he also knew that Satonya was committed. So just moved that ball away with the Maradona turn almost, wasn't it? And just bought the foul. And it's a really crucial foul because it gives his team a breather from what has been, the last couple of minutes, a bit of an onslaught from Bloomsbury, who are starting to turn that screw.
Yeah, I think it's about trying to ride this Bloomsbury storm really for Birmingham and come through the other side. We know that the game will ebb and flow. There will be periods of play in which both sides try to get themselves on top. At the moment, Bloomsbury certainly looking to do that, but it's about trying to really put in place a contingency plan and stop that from really causing too much damage. Again, another good save. John Curran denied by Kristen.
Yeah, it's a fantastic save, but they can't afford to be giving the ball away in those kind of areas. Not against a team of this quality. To be honest, not against a team of any quality at this level, because you will get punished for that. And Curran disappointed in the end with his effort, but he's done everything right. I think it's a fantastic save. Another good block from Reed. Stood firm.
Satonya goes back to Johnny Sim. Hasn't had too much to do in the Bloomsbury goal as yet. His long ball in search of Satonya is too high, and he goes out of play. Matai back onto the court for Birmingham. He takes the place of Alex Igaza. Decent little cameo return though for Alex Igaza. First time in many months he's been back out on the court. This is an effort from range. It really just opened up for Ollie Jones. Birmingham didn't close down, invited the opportunity just wide.
Again, it's similar to what we were saying earlier in the half. Those loose passes are getting picked off, and you're on hiding to nothing as a defender in that situation if you're almost chasing back and recovering, because Ollie Jones is always the favourite to win it, and once he's into that area, it's a really good shooting opportunity, isn't it? So he'll be disappointed not to force us, at least David Christin, to work on that one. You touched on Alex Igaza though. It's nice to see him back on court first of all, but he's another really experienced quality player in this Birmingham ranks, and they'll be hoping that his return can sort of just kickstart their season a little bit, because there's so much quality there, but they almost probably need that little bit of leadership that he will bring as well, because he will just add a little bit of calmness on court at times where they need it. It's interesting that Doug Reed's played a lot of minutes in this half, probably for a similar reason at the moment.
I think it's about getting that balance right between the experience and youth as well, which Birmingham have plenty of, as Adrian goes down. Back to his feet now though. Reed, who has played the majority of this half so far.
It's potentially almost a rolling foul either way in that passage. It'll be interesting to see what the referees decide. I think they've given one against Bloomsbury. Nothing for the Birmingham foul just before, which Bloomsbury might be a little bit unhappy about, but one has sort of led into the other. It is about balance from a Birmingham perspective, and it's about that you could have a team of 12 really quality players, but if they're not going to work together as a unit, you're not going to win games, are you? And I think that's the key thing at the minute. I feel like they're just finding their feet as almost a unit and as a squad. And once that clicks, whoa, we know what damage they could cause. But the difficulty they're going to have is if it doesn't click soon, they could find themselves in real trouble. Which is not what they're going to want, is it, as this season goes on?
Yeah, it's a relentless season with games coming thick and fast. Birmingham will face another stern test when they come head-to-head with Loughborough next week. But 10 minutes played in this one, and still without a goal. Birmingham keeping Bloomsbury at bay at the moment. Bird takes the kick in back to Jones. Ward comes out the other side of Adrian's challenge. This is Jones. Matai now breaks over halfway for Birmingham, looking for Kirit Jagpal. Jagpal! Good save by Sim, denies Jagpal with his feet.
It's really good from Birmingham, this. Okay, fantastic defending. But Birmingham were really happy just with that whole passage there. They've won the ball back well. They've then looked to break and, yeah, got themselves into a really good shooting opportunity and forced a very good save from Johnny Sim.
I think we just saw on the replay there, Kirit Jagpal going on his weaker left foot. Got a strong shot away at goal, though. Happy to go either way. Jagpal. Chance at the other end, though, for Bloomsbury. Creston stands tall and it's only into the side netting. Birmingham look to attack quickly. This is Reed for the second post for Corden, who's just on for Birmingham. And what an impact that would have been if he'd got on the end of that diagonal.
Yeah, fantastic little sort of transition. They're looking to move that ball quickly, but the difference is Christian's throwing the ball into Matai's feet. It's allowing them to build off him. And once he's secured it, they've got the runners in. And it's a really clever pass from Doug Reed. The execution wasn't quite there, though.
Lofted ball for Matai. Matai into Reed. This is better from Birmingham. This is Adrian. Given away though, and it's loose, and it's a real opportunity. And Christian again with the save. Adrian was dispossessed. Birmingham needs to switch on here though. It's blocked again. Couple of opportunities there for Bloomsbury, but again, it's from Birmingham's own wrongdoing.
But how big a save is that from David Christian? That could be massive for how this game goes moving forward. They've given the ball away. Richard Ward 1v1. You'd put your house on him scoring in those situations. A player of that experience and a proven quality in front of goal. But it's a really strong save from Christian again, and he loved it. He loved every minute of it, didn't he?
Yeah, celebrated in style from the Spaniard, David Christian. In goal for Birmingham. Matai tries to nip round the side of John Curran. In doing so, concedes the free kick.
Another look at this Richard Ward chance here. So once he comes through here, you're almost waiting for the net to bulge, but Christian stands firm. And if anything, Richard Ward's probably a little bit disappointed that he's not shot high, because once you decide to shoot low, you're giving the goalkeeper every chance. In those situations, you look to hit those high areas of the goal and make it difficult for him.
3-4 saves now, I think, for David Christian, and I guess that breeds confidence throughout the whole side when you've got a goalkeeper performing so well. Chance here though for Dixon on the spin. Really found himself in close proximity to the goal. Took it onto his left foot and shot wide.
And it's really clever movement from Bloomsbury to open that passing line up into Dixon's feet. And once he's pinned Doug Reed in that pivot position there, it's a great opportunity for him. And again, he's probably going to be disappointed not to have forced something from David Christian there.
Yeah, I think from that sort of range on target, and it takes something spectacular for Christian to deny from there, but on that occasion, just wide. Bloomsbury starting to up the pressure though. Still without a goal. 8 minutes to go until the break in what's game 1 of 4 here today, live from the Crystal Palace National Sports Centre. Goldstein wearing the Bloomsbury armband. Goldstein goes for the parallel, tracked by Guy, who blocks the shot.
So, really clever player, Russ Goldstein. His movement off the ball creates so many opportunities, not just for himself, but his teammates as well. And he adjusted 3 or 4 times to what Birmingham were trying to do defensively there, just in that one small passage of play. You can't teach that. That it can only come with experience, and also with that intelligence as a player to be able to read those situations. I think that is why he is captain of this team, and the leadership that he has. It's fantastic.
Corden in a battle with Satonye. Birmingham win the ball back. Matai over halfway and forward to Guy. Guy asking for the corner. Doesn't get it, but a chance for Birmingham.
Really good chance as well. And again, in that situation, a player of Dan Guy's ability, disappointed not to be hitting the target, especially on his stronger left side as well.
Goldstein. That time looks to provide the parallel for Curran.
Yeah, just not quite on the same sort of wavelength with that one there. It was the right pass, probably went a little bit too early. John Curran just wasn't quite in position.
Into the feet of Matai. Satonye dispossesses him. It's played across to Goldstein, and Kristin with yet another save.
What a save that is as well. We keep saying it, don't we? One of these is going to prove crucial to the result of this fixture, but again, Satonye really strong in the challenge on halfway, and Birmingham can't afford to be giving the ball away in those areas, because every single time it's creating a goal scoring opportunity for Bloomsbury.
Set piece opened up there for Russell Goldstein.
Yeah, again, trying to use that false block move that they have. We've seen them use it 2 or 3 times, and what they're probably almost looking for a second move off the back of that, to if that kind of situation happens where Russell Goldstein misses kick, can the player at the back post, so I think it was Satonye, really get in for a shot almost on the 10-metre mark.
Timeout called here then by Birmingham head coach Iqbal Hussain. 6:44 left on the clock until half time, and still 0-0. Certainly Bloomsbury, who have had the better opportunities. Kristin's saves could prove crucial, but I think there's positives in there for Birmingham.
The scoreline for one, the fact that it's still 0-0, the fact that they're getting a few openings on transition, and the more the game stays like this, the more frustrated Bloomsbury will get. They will know as well, and Doug Reed's doing a lot of talking in that timeout. They will know that almost the Achilles heel of this Bloomsbury team is when things aren't going their way, they can beat themselves up a little bit, and it's something that they're really trying to work hard on. But Birmingham today will be hoping that happens and they can exploit it.
Back to the action then with a Birmingham kick, and it's played back to Matai. Adrian for Ethan Finney. Under pressure, but a clever block in there from Adrian. Just shielded the ball for Finney away from Goldstein. Intelligent play.
Yeah, and Birmingham almost just played themselves into trouble a little bit there. Maybe that's the kind of area against this team you don't want to be having too many touches in your own sort of defensive third. But I think I would be looking to move that ball forward and utilise what has been a strength, and that's get that ball into Matai's feet and get runners off him. It's probably not quite the right 4 to be doing that though.
Another opportunity for Bloomsbury to work one of their many prepared set pieces. It's played back and fired towards goal, just over the top of the bar.
They've almost decoyed what they've been doing, haven't they? They set as though they were going to look for that almost false block, and then just played the ball back into the area where John Curran could get the strike away. And that comes from Birmingham almost trying to read what Bloomsbury have been doing so far, and being a little bit deep in their shape.
It's a double bluff, I guess, if you like,
yeah.
and
it's a game of bluffs, isn't it? We see it all the time, just almost bluffing your way through and creating those opportunities by being outsmarting your opponents. That's what Bloomsbury are looking to do, and it's really clever play.
Hyman. Bloomsbury switched the play over onto the right. Nice position, it's cut back across, and again an opportunity goes begging. You have to wonder how many more times Birmingham will be let off the hook. And that time it was Ollie Jones on his right foot, just wide.
Yeah, really good play from Jared Rand on the right-hand side. And then as this ball comes across from Bird here, again,
chance at the other end for Finney here, perhaps.
Good, solid defending, solid recovery again. But yeah, Jones missed kicks there. Comes off his shin, actually, which, yeah, he'll be disappointed with, because I think any contact in that situation, and it's problematic for the goalkeeper, isn't it?
Yeah, didn't properly connect with the ball, which will be disappointing for him. Hyman from range. Christian tips over.
And what you've seen there from Charlie Hyman is he was almost looking for that diagonal that we've seen them use a couple of times. Birmingham's defensive shape meant that he couldn't quite get that pass off. So as it comes to him here, he just looked for that topo, looking for that top corner, and Christian had to be on his toes. Again, standing firm, the goalkeeper. Probably the standout player on court so far.
Yeah, I'd love to see the stats of how many saves David Christian has actually made in this first half, and Bloomsbury have had plenty of opportunities that they haven't hit the target with as well, so plenty of shots, but at the moment still without a goal for either side. 15 minutes played. Birmingham coming under lots of pressure, but they'll be very pleased with how the scoreboard reads at the moment.
Yeah, really pleased. And what they'll be hoping for is that in this situation like now, where they've got a really experienced four on court, can they take advantage and can they create something and get that opportunity? For Bloomsbury, Tapia Owens, he'll be looking for them just to stay patient. They've had an awful lot of the ball. They're creating chances, which will be the positive. At some stage, they will take one. That's what his message will be. We will take that chance. It will come our way.
Hyman. Good area this for Birmingham to intercept, actually. Teherin got a touch on it, but now this is the opportunity for Bloomsbury to counter.
It's a great challenge. It's a really good challenge from Daniel Guy. Has to get that right, because he can't afford to lunge in. He has to get that right. It's fantastic defending.
Yeah, perfectly timed, and really just let off the pressure that Bloomsbury are again applying here. And that time it goes through to Christian.
He's in. Good recovery from Charlie Hyman, because that was on there and you could see what Christian was looking for.
Bird, good pass. And that brilliant block again by Adrian, who stands up tall again. Not the first time we've seen Adrian really put himself about in terms of defensive blocks today.
No, and I think they've had one or two really good blocks, and then we're almost caught a little bit flat-footed as the ball came out into the second phase of the attack, which has allowed Jared Rand to get a shot in on goal. And we've seen countless times this season, you can't afford to give him that much space on his left foot.
Teherin! I think perhaps he might have just had the chance to take that closer to goal, but opted for the shot from quite far distance.
And that could be lack of confidence, it could be lack of minutes so far. He's not had a lot of time on court.
Chance at the other end for Bloomsbury, who played across, and another important touch in there from Adrian. Birmingham look to counter through his fellow Romanian Matai. Intensity goes up a few notches here as Matai is penalised for a push on Ollie Jones, and I think the referee, Ollie Rodriguez Ballinger, wants a word with Matai as well.
Yeah, a little bit of a needless one, silly one, as we have another look at this block from Adrian there. I don't know how much he knows about it. He's almost just in the right area, isn't he? Which is all you can ask, really, of your defenders. But yeah, then the foul from Matai there probably doesn't need to make it. And it's one of the most infuriating ones as a coach when you see a player in that situation just almost cause that contact and give the referee an opportunity to make a decision.
Yeah, I think there was one not too dissimilar to that actually in the first half as well against Matai, who's now taking a place upon the bench.
And that will probably be his complaint in that situation, is it's happened earlier. But yeah, you just just don't need it. You don't need it as a coach, because Birmingham are playing well and they can't afford to give silly fouls away from a player who is going to cause contact because of the style of player that he is.
Joel Hughes on for Birmingham, wearing 9, playing in the pivot role. Can be an effective focal point of play for Birmingham. Hasn't had many minutes this season, Hughes. But in week 5, he is on for Birmingham. Another option at Ikhlaq Hussein's disposal.
Yeah, it's almost an interesting change of squad choice today from Ikhlaq Hussein. With the 2 pivots on, it's a clear sort of direction of how they're wanting this game to go, isn't it? They're going to look to play off Matai, they're going to look to play off Hume as well, and then in those situations you see in players like Dean Withers, Chris Bright not here today, who you would think in this kind of game would want the minutes and almost be big players, but they're looking to play off that big pivot. Hughes is someone who's always impressed me because of his size, because of his physicality, but also in those areas he really looks to use the ball well and utilise it, and yeah, probably not quite had the minutes or the season that he would be hoping for and Birmingham would be hoping for so far. So they'll be looking for him to really get started today.
2:48 to go until half-time. Bloomsbury with possession on halfway. Goldstein. Good pass to Dixon, who plays it across, but just evaded Richard Ward, who'd taken up position at the second post. It was just slightly behind him. But again, Bloomsbury moving the ball well, just trying to create the opportunities for themselves. Into Hughes, and there we see that hold-up play in the pivot role. Igaza tried to feed Teherin.
It's really good, solid defending from Russell Goldstein. Just tracked Igaza's run, covered the passing line, and as he tried to play the pass, he was on hand just to tow it out of play. There's the experience of an international player there, just reading what the situation was. And again,
yeah, Goldstein wins the ball back well there. Was he fouled? Yes, he was, and it's Igaza, the guilty party. And that takes Birmingham onto 4 fouls.
Really, really clever from Goldstein again. It's a yellow card for Igaza. These are Birmingham won't want too many of the yellow cards to rack up, because as this game goes on, if Bloomsbury keep this sort of tempo up, they're gonna cause more contact, and yeah, you're putting your players in really difficult situations once they're on yellow cards, aren't you? So Russell Goldstein there, everything, the two defensive phases, and in transition, really direct, clever with the pass, and he was brave also, because that contact was always going to come.
Yeah, it was just a wry smile from Alex Igaza, booked on his return. Well, slight controversy here as Bloomsbury have called a timeout. The officials have allowed it. I think what the Birmingham party is saying is that the referee had blown the whistle already, and then they tried to call the timeout. But either way, they do have the timeout here, and I guess, Matt, this will be to try to work something from this set piece.
Yeah. 2 minutes to go in the half, looking to use the timeout to build something from here. It's in a really good area, isn't it? So can they do something different? I think the issue, maybe from the referee's perspective there, is just being a little bit clearer with these signalling. Experienced officials just got to make sure that everybody on court knows what's going on, because yeah, that could cause a difficult situation, especially now if Bloomsbury go and score from this.
John Curran goes for Ward, and again it's blocked by Liviu Adrian, who fires the ball against Ward. Birmingham now on the counter through Teherin, who strides forward over halfway. He's played forward in search of Reed, well intercepted on the recovery.
interested on the free kick first of all, and again that double bluff almost in play. They've moved 2 players from near post to far post in Dixon and Goldstein, and then Curran, as they've moved, has almost, as the defence has shifted, looked to play left and looked to play towards that near post, and they were unfortunate not to get the shot away.
Into the feet of Hughes to Tiherin, and Birmingham smash and grab for all of Bloomsbury's pressure in the first half. It was set up by Hughes, and Tiherin finds the back of the net. Birmingham 1, Bloomsbury 0. Matt?
We've spoke about it, haven't we? You cannot allow players of that quality, you can't switch off. You can't allow them half an inch. And Tiherin here, really clever, seeing a little bit of, maybe a little bit of controversy afterwards, where he seemed to be saying something to Bloomsbury's bench. Again, is that part of their game plan? Now they've got that lead, can they rattle Bloomsbury? Can they make Bloomsbury almost make life difficult for themselves and really build on this? But fantastic, clever bit of play from Tiherin, and then a really good finish as well. Toe poke into that top corner.
And you go back to those saves that David Christin made earlier on in the half, and the base that it's given Birmingham to be able to go on and get that goal. What looks as though it may take them into a half-time lead if they can see this final 90 seconds or so out. So important. Johnny Sim. Intensity levels rise again. It's a great ball across. Good technique on it. Just not quite the right placement. Dixon wasn't quite in at the second post.
And it's interesting there that Manmeet Jagpal went to put pressure on and almost chased the ball. And the message from his teammates, as we look at the goal again, really good from Joel Hughes also. But what a finish from Tiherin. But yeah, the message from Jagpal's teammates was almost, don't. In that situation, don't, because it's almost created half an opportunity where Ward and Dixon, the pass was just slightly off, wasn't it? But it came from him being out of position. Just got to keep their discipline. Do the right things in the right areas. Doug Reed back on court just to see this half out.
Reed toes the ball back to Christin, who looks long with his left foot. Hughes sustains his position. It was great play though from Joel Hughes to lay it off for Tiherin for the goal. I guess from a Bloomsbury perspective, perhaps too easy to be played into the feet of the central pivot.
Yeah, I don't think they were switched on at all. They were almost not alert from the kick in. They didn't realise that Birmingham were ready to play, and it's a really disappointing one. Again, from Tapia Owen's perspective, he'll be really annoyed with his team in that situation. But yeah, as soon as you allow that opportunity, players are going to punish you, especially someone of Tiherin's ability. But we spoke about it, didn't we, with the 2 pivots? That's what Birmingham are looking to do. They're looking to hit them, they're looking to play off them.
Hughes is after it. Goes clattering into the advertising boards. Joel Hughes has to get back to his feet quickly though, because Bloomsbury are in no mood to wait. Hughes. Final 12 seconds. Twisting, turning, Hughes! That would have been spectacular. See the frustration, but a brilliant piece of play to make himself the opportunity.
Yeah, not probably something you'd associate with his game either. Finding it wide on the left, couple of good step overs, turns inside and looks to get the shot in on goal. But yeah, Birmingham have finished this half really, really strongly. They'll be really pleased.
The referee's whistle signals the end of the first half in which Bloomsbury put much pressure on David Christin's goal. He made countless saves, but it's Birmingham who lead at the break. Into the feet of Hughes, a simple layoff for Tiherin, and that's all it took for Birmingham. At half-time, they lead by 1-0. Second half is coming up shortly. Welcome back then for the second half of game one here today at the Crystal Palace National Sports Centre. At half-time, it's Birmingham WLV who lead Bloomsbury by a goal to nil. Matt, I guess half-time gave us a chance to really look back over that first half, and it was one which Bloomsbury created many chances in. For Birmingham, all positives.
Yeah, really positive. We said it, didn't we? While the game stayed 0-0, they'd be happy. They probably needed to just tighten up a little bit defensively, and they'll be hoping that they can do that in this half. But yeah, they've played really well. They've kept themselves in the game, and they've took a really good chance, haven't they? Great save from Sim.
Yeah, good save from Sim there to deny Liviu Adrian, who has seen a lot of court time so far. Has been impressive out there for Birmingham.
Yeah. He has been, yeah, really good debut. You can see his experience and his ability, and also him and his Romanian friend Matai, they're on a really good wavelength, aren't they? And they'll be hoping they can build on that. Silly foul though. A little bit too eager to win the ball, and it's very similar to what we spoke about first half. Don't make that challenge in that situation, because you're always giving the referee a chance to give something against you.
Yeah, less than a minute gone in the second half and already a foul against Birmingham. It's Adrian, who we mentioned, was cautioned in that first half as well, so by no means saying that warranted a yellow, but it has to be careful.
Yeah.
Christian again with another save. Routine really, but had to be made.
Yeah. And he's stood tall, hasn't he? And he's answered every question that's been thrown at him. But for Bloomsbury, they'll just be looking to continue to keep playing their thing. Don't get wound up. Don't lose their cool, and almost play with a little bit of confidence, but also patience as well. Because we know that 1-0 in futsal is not a big lead, and it can very, very quickly turn.
Yeah, still so long to go in this game. I think the players are just trying to draw the attention of the officials. I believe it's Mariah's Christian Matai who has an issue.
It looks like maybe a bit of a nosebleed or something like that, and players seem to be drawing attention to the referees that there was blood on the court, so potentially.
Yeah, Joel Hughes comes on to replace Matai, who I think has just walked away from the arena here. At the moment, he takes his steps down the stairs. Hopefully he'll be back. Joel Hughes is on for Birmingham, was impressive in the first half, set up the Birmingham goal. It's Bloomsbury again. We've seen a lot of Bloomsbury possession in these sort of areas on halfway, trying to create opportunities, but that time it's well headed back by Reed to Christian. Again, intelligent play from the Birmingham number 4. Hughes looking to lay it off to Munmeet Jagpal.
The execution of his layoff just not quite there, and it gave Current the chance to nip in, but fair play to the Bloomsbury defender. He was there and he was stood firm and made sure that he snuffed out the attack. But you can see again, Birmingham have had joy with that. They're going to look to continue to use it, aren't they? Here we go again.
Into the feet of Hughes, and that's a foul.
Fantastic hold-up play, because he stood strong and he's causing contact. And just off the ball and probably out of shot just before that, he's given John Curran a little bit of a nudge just to let him know he's there, and almost causes that next challenge to happen. Really clever pivot play.
Effective is the word I'd use to describe Joel Hughes so far, and that one is wayward from Adrian. Resets things for Bloomsbury, who will build from the back again. Short for Russell Goldstein. To Jared Rand. Rand, Goldstein makes the run over on the far side. Gets it off Rand. Goldstein towards the second post.
There's a split second there where I thought he'd palmed it away, and Rand's eyes will have lit up, but it's an issue for Liviu Adrian, who's down holding his
back, I think. Just a high foot in there, perhaps, as we take a look on the replay. What actually happened to Adrian there? Slight contact into the back, perhaps, from Calvin Dixon. The referee hesitated to blow the whistle, but in the end awards Birmingham the free kick. That's 2 fouls against Bloomsbury now early on in this second half. Jagpal leaves it for Reed. Oh, wasn't too far away, you know.
No, and my viewing position was right behind that shot there, and it was inches wide. Really good strike, really good clean strike.
Yeah, I think the replay camera angle will pick this up beautifully as well. Doug Reed was saying there was a slight touch on it. Don't think there was. It wasn't too far wide at all. A whisker past the far post. Hughes is after it. Good position. Hughes just got the ball stuck under his feet. And now Bloomsbury go down the other end. It's Rand. Off the fingertips of Christian against the post. And fortunately for Birmingham, back to the goalkeeper.
I think David Christian is living a charmed life there. An interesting save, didn't know a lot about the save, and then as it comes back off the post as well, it almost dropped back straight back to him. That could have gone anywhere, and yeah, he'll be relieved, as will Birmingham, with that. But again, we see the quality of Jared Rand when he cuts in on that left foot. You can't afford to give him any sort of space there.
Currently, look on the replay here, Matt, as the shot comes in. Yeah, very fortunate for Christian.
Interesting battle emerging between Hughes and Curran here, where I think Curran's just got to keep his cool. There's going to be a lot of contact because of the kind of player that Hughes is, and yeah, what Bloomsbury won't want is one of their main men to almost play his way out of this game by getting involved in a personal battle.
Jagpal, brilliant individual 1v1 play. Jagpal, it's 2 for Birmingham, who put distance between themselves and the league leaders Bloomsbury. A brilliant individual goal by Manmeet Jagpal.
The first goal was really clever futsal. This was all about individual ability. Fantastic from Jagpal, first to roll his defender on halfway, and then to have the composure to dink that ball over Johnny Sims as he came forward. Brilliant strike from the England international.
Well, now Bloomsbury find themselves in a bit of an unprecedented position. Second bottom Birmingham. League leaders Bloomsbury by 2-0. And that's the spread of quality that we've talked about throughout this league. And things have gone the way of Birmingham so far. They've had their fair share of fortune, but they have taken their opportunities. And that's the reason why they find themselves 2 goals ahead. Birmingham asking for the handball. It's not forthcoming the way of the officials. This is Hughes, 2v1 perhaps for Birmingham. Hughes tries to be creative, and in the end, maybe the pass was just on for Jagpal.
Yeah, he almost took one too many touches. You could see what he was trying to do, and it was really clever feet, but his touch almost let him down a little bit with that. So Birmingham will be happy though. Again, won the ball back in a good area, getting those opportunities in transition now, and what you're going to see is from this position, Bloomsbury have to up the tempo with this game.
Jones, Hughes back defending. Reed. Back to Adrian. Just resets things long. I think Bloomsbury really applying the high pressure there, and an experienced decision, if you like, to play that long.
Yeah. Just almost takes a moment. It's almost as good as the ball being out of play in that situation. Gives your team a breather, gives yourself a moment to just rethink. We have another look at the goal. Fantastic individual skill to get round Goldstein, and then in this situation, he let Johnny Sim commit first. What a finish!
Yeah, Jagpal skipped past Goldstein like he wasn't there, and down the left side to have the composure in front of goal as well. Just prodded it past the onrushing Johnny Sim to double Birmingham's lead.
Been impressed with him today. He's a young man who plays with composure and almost beyond his years, and yeah, he's using every ounce of experience that he learned on the international scene to help his team out in what has been a real difficult start, but what a performance so far.
Corner for Bloomsbury as they look to find a way back into this contest. And it's set up nicely for the volley. There's no pressure on the ball. It's a free shot, if you like, and Richard Ward couldn't hit the target.
Yeah, he made really good contact as well. So it's a really good execution of the scoop corner from Ollie Jones, and then Richard Ward's volley was nice execution, but he almost hit it too well in a way because he hit it too true.
Satonye. We know the creativity rather that he has tried to skip past Dan Guy and got the shot away towards goal. Perhaps that's the piece of individual spark that Bloomsbury may turn to try to get back into this game. Yeah,
I was just about to mention that myself. I think the nature of how the game's going, they may need to look for just a moment of brilliance from the likes of Satonye, Jared Rand, those players who 1v1 are individually very, very strong, that could get them into this, or it's going to be a strike from nothing, isn't it? Which we know they have in their squad. There is a lot of quality, but I think at the moment, the futsal and then the way they want to play, though they're playing quite well, Birmingham are defending it and happy to defend it out.
One thing I would say, Matt, is that the next goal in this one is going to be so crucial.
Yes.
I think if Bloomsbury get it, they've got themselves right back into the game and got Birmingham under the cosh, but if Birmingham could get themselves 3 ahead with the clock running down, they really would be in dreamland there. But really important moments in the game. Dan Guy, strong challenge.
And again, Kristin there, taking no chances. Probably unsure whether he could pick that up or not, so just scoops the ball forward, gives Birmingham a chance to almost take a breather and reset.
Bird for Satonye. Satonye twisting, turning, but coming back towards his own goal, and the last touch off Tiherin. It goes out for a kick in on the near side. This tight touchline we have here at Crystal Palace National Sports Centre. Game 1, Birmingham lead 2-0. Still plenty of time to go in this contest though. Satonye up against Tiherin, lays it back for Jones. Nice play, but intelligent defending. Adrian was right place, right time, as he just runs away from Alex Agaza.
That's one where Alex Agaza doesn't want to be seeing that pass. 8 minutes into his second half of futsal in the season, does he? He wants them to feed. He doesn't want to be chasing anything, just playing his way in. And yeah, I think you saw that with his reaction.
Satonye. Foul again by Adrian.
He's going to have to be careful because they're totting up now, aren't they?
I think that's a sensible switch there as well from the Birmingham coach, just to replace Adrian in these heated moments and get the experienced head of Doug Reid back onto the court.
Yeah, experienced, calm head of Doug Reid. And what's quite interesting is Bloomsbury went with a line change there as well to bring Goldstein, Hyman, Rand and Dixon onto court. So the big pivot option, but also a couple of 1v1.
Dixon. Good save by Kristin.
Yeah, a couple of really good 1v1 options as well. I think that's what they're going to have to look for.
Towards Dixon, last touch off a yellow shirt. It goes behind for take 2 on the corner. Birmingham really creeping there, I think, on that corner. Whether they were the required distance, I'm not sure, but certainly closing down all angles for Bloomsbury, it looked.
Yeah, so the referee seemed to be happy with it, but what Tiherin's looking to do is close down that false block, but at the same time, not allow that pass out to Jared Rand, sort of 12, 13 metres from goal, which is this one, which is what Bloomsbury were trying to open up. And in the end, what's ended up happening is he's taking his shot from a distance away. We have another look at Dixon's free kick earlier. It's a really good save again, isn't it, from Kristin?
Yeah, Kristin set low and early, I think, which helped. The Birmingham goalkeeper was prepared, anticipated that effort. Goldstein breaks for Hyman. Hyman blocked by Tiherin. Now Guy. Feeds it through to Tiherin, and Birmingham are in, and the whistle's gone, and Birmingham score, much to the frustration and controversy here. Well, Birmingham were in there, and that really should be 3. The whistle went from Ollie Rodriguez-Ballinger. And you can understand Birmingham's frustrations, I think, Matt, because Tiharin was in.
He was, and he took it so well as well. Interestingly, Johnny Sim doesn't stop, so I think it's a great finish. Rodriguez-Ballinger, maybe a little bit quick on his whistle, got a little bit carried away in the moment, but what a let-off for Bloomsbury that is. What a let-off. Big moment in the game. We have another look at it. Clever from Guy, buys the foul, and Tiharin, he knew before he'd actually finished. Really disappointing for Birmingham.
Hugely controversial. And if Birmingham don't win this game from this position now, you go back to that moment.
Almost a token yellow card, I think, in that situation as well, because of what we've seen go on.
Birmingham really wasteful from the set piece as well. Perhaps should be 3, but it is still 2.
Good block, good block. As that opened up there, you just had visions of Jared Rance.
Performance and scoreline as well.
Yeah, and it's those key moments, isn't it? As a coach and as a team, I'm sure after last week they'll have been really disappointed to lose the derby, and I'm sure they'd have had a conversation this week and had a look at what they can really improve on. And today you've seen a really spirited performance, first of all, in a game that, look, it's a little bit of I don't want to say it's a free hit, because Birmingham will say they'll work more than capable, as we've seen, of winning these games, but coming into it is a little bit of a free hit. Nobody would be expecting them to be in this position with 10 minutes to go in this game. Excellent from Curran.
Curran does extremely well, and a great challenge to match by Reid, who feels the kicking should go his way.
It's fantastic from Doug Reid down in the bottom corner as well, isn't it? There, he's sliding in, he's committed, but he's also really controlled in the way he's defending that.
Into the final quarter. Still 2 goals separate the sides. Satonye from range. Deflection on it, will be a corner.
It's a really good side of Adrian's game defensively there. He stood strong, he's firm. Bloomsbury just misfiring, aren't they, at the moment? They're creating chances, but not really doing much from it. Birmingham will be happy.
Christian drops the ball short for Adrian. Reed, Birmingham under pressure, but I think there you see what Goldstein was saying before about letting Birmingham play short and then trying to step up the pressure onto them in those sorts of areas. Well won back by Fraser Corden. This is Adrian. Goes to ground himself that time.
Good from Ollie Jones. But yeah, you're right. It's almost trap defence, isn't it? They're forcing Birmingham to go and play in an area where they want to defend. And they know that they can apply pressure and almost force errors. They're looking to win the ball back as high up the court as possible.
Good area again this for Bloomsbury as they look to build here. Neat pass to Satonye. Opened up momentarily, but he's brought it back. Satonye.
Yeah, he almost took one too many touch. Good, really good from Bloomsbury. They're just looking to isolate people, and crucially, Adrian 1v1. Every time he is the man closest to the ball, they're looking to attack 1v1.
Yeah, it's a very good point you make there, Matt. Adrian, of course, on a yellow card. Still on the court, though, for that experience for Birmingham. Under pressure. Something to keep an eye on.
Yeah. Rich Ward there just trying to pull that ball to the second post. Maybe as he takes his touch, has to be looking to have a shot at goal, I would say. But how much of that is David Christian's performance playing on his mind as he turns into that? Because I'm sure a player of his ability would normally be looking to do that.
That there wasn't too dissimilar to the first Birmingham goal, you know. The ball straight into the feet of the pivot. Really close range to goal. I guess Birmingham just thwarted Bloomsbury away from goal, but...
Yeah, it's almost like your first two lines of defence weren't switched on, allowing that ball through, but then...
Exactly.
But Adrian was, fortunately for the turn, another strong save. Some of these, I don't even think he knows that much about them. He's just a big frame and he's there and he makes it. But when he makes the save, he makes everybody know he's made the save. And that just adds to that belief from Birmingham that they're going to see this result out. Reed quite rightly, I think, asking for a free kick there. There was contact and a little bit rash from Curran and lucky to get away with one.
Yeah, right on the really tight near side touchline, but it did look as though Reed was foul.
And both teams had 3 fouls with sort of 7.5 minutes left. The next few you can't afford to give away, can you?
Dixon for Rand on his right into the side netting. Birmingham look to restart quickly.
Again, Adrian sliding in there.
And that time, the free kick does go the way of Birmingham.
I don't quite know what's happened there, but there seems to be some form of contact. Doug Reed's gone down.
Yeah, I think Doug Reed is the man who's won the free kick, and then there was contact on Finney, who ended up on the deck afterwards as well.
It's clever from Doug Reed because he's gone down, he's stayed down, just using that experience. He's took everything out of this game, and Birmingham have had a long breather. It's as good as a timeout for them, isn't it? Just to reset and catch that breath, because it has been frantic the last couple of minutes.
Game management just totally going to play such a key role here. As brilliant play from Adrian. Good save. And Finney was lurking around the second post.
Fantastic from Adrian. We've seen the good and bad of his game, haven't we? A little bit lapse, maybe concentration-wise defensively, but when he has the ball, he makes things happen. Looks a really good acquisition for Rick, like you're saying, in Birmingham.
Yeah, heavily involved in the game. I think, as you rightly mentioned, we've seen the good and bad side of his game so far. His debut in England, but very much involved and putting himself around the court for sure. Adrian has it now. Wins the free kick. Clever play. It's a yellow card for Kelvin Dixon as well there.
And he's 5 fouls as well, and now the pressure's on Bloomsbury, and this is a real pressure zone for them, and an area of their game that they'll be hoping that they can show some improvements in today. I felt it really let them down against Manchester last week, that when their backs were against a wall, they lost their cool. Today they'll be hoping that now in this situation they can keep that, because otherwise they're going to be really up against it, trying to get back into this.
Yeah, third official, Peter Georgiou, just signalling those 5 fouls, and with 6:43 left to play, still a significant amount of time. Frustration mounts for this Bloomsbury side, who were held to a draw last week against Manchester, and today, so far, and key to emphasise so far, it's gone even worse for them.
And it'll be interesting to see as this game ticks by, so as the minutes tick by, the pressure starts to build even more, and that's where they've got to try and keep their cool, because if they don't, they're going to make life really hard for themselves.
Breaks nicely for Charlie Hyman.
And we've seen they've had a lot of the ball. They're creating a lot of chances, so it's not like they're playing that badly. They just find themselves 2-0 down and haven't really, when they have created chances, haven't done enough probably to take them. If there was one area they're really disappointed in, it would be in front of goal, wouldn't it?
For sure, and I think they've controlled the majority of the game, really, Bloomsbury. There's no doubting that, but it's Birmingham's rock-solid defence and goalkeeper as well, and David Christian, who's made countless saves. And they've got 6 or so minutes to see out of on-court playing time. This is an effort, and it's saved by Christian as Birmingham continue to ride their luck, but a brilliant reaction from David Christian.
He is charmed. I am sure he's charmed. Really similar to one a few moments ago where it's almost hit him, and as it spun off, he's reacted so well. What a save that is. But that's better from Bloomsbury. And again, trapping Birmingham in their final third. Birmingham don't want to be playing a yard from their own goal line, do they? Here, they want to be looking to use that pivot and play high. And Bloomsbury really trapping them in with the way that they're setting up from those goal throws.
Dixon for Hyman. Hyman down the right. Well defended by the big, tall, strong figure of Matai. Jones. Dixon. Efforts over the bar from the number 17, who's Eduardo Amorim, on for Bloomsbury. They look to try to change things up. Jones. Amorim to his left. Goes right to Dixon. Twisting, turning. Just seemed to trip over the ball in actual fact in the end.
Yeah, got the ball stuck under his feet, and as you could see what he was looking to do. He was looking to shape onto that left foot. We have another look at that save. It's this one here. What a big hand that is, and reacted really well.
Like a lion's claw to stop the ball crossing the line. Brilliant fake there by Tiherin, who comes inside and feeds Joel Hughes, who he stood up well, and good defending by Bloomsbury, who now look to start the counter. Dixon for Jones, just behind him. Still there, though, for Bloomsbury. Good position. Hyman, Dixon.
It's good from Hughes, didn't commit. Dixon trying to cause contact almost in that situation. And Birmingham were just very patient, very mature about the way they defended. And again,
Timeout here called by Bloomsbury. Matt, will they look for the fly goalkeeper, do you think?
Yeah, that's what it looks like. Richard Ward's got the goalkeeping shirt on by the looks of things, so they're going to look to go fly, I'd imagine. Really keep that ball in play. They've been doing it for the last couple of minutes anyway, working hard to keep the ball in play, keep that pressure on. So I think with the fly, they'll look to try and get a goal back. The downside of it is if you don't get that strike in and you don't get that goal quickly, you can before long run this clock down playing fly goalkeeper, and they're fast running out of minutes now, aren't they?
Yeah, 4 minutes and 14 seconds the clock reads for Bloomsbury to try to get themselves back into the game, to try to find a spark from somewhere. And one thing I think it is worth noting as well is the size of this court, and playing fly goalkeeper perhaps may make it, if you like, more easily accessible for Birmingham to take advantage. If Bloomsbury lose the ball, they're obviously leaving the net wide open, and something that we saw Birmingham fall foul to last weekend, and Worcester really took the game away from Birmingham.
Yeah, it's that risk and reward element of it, isn't it? And what Bloomsbury will be hoping for is, like I say, the last couple of minutes, they've really tried to work hard to keep the ball in play as much as possible. And that's what they'll look to utilise it for. I would imagine they'll try and get a goal back with it, build a bit of pressure on Birmingham, and then see where they can take it. You may see a change of tact if they were to score.
Yeah, so Johnny Sim stepping off and Bloomsbury playing fly. Ward wearing the keeper shirt. Back to him again. Nice block on that to stop Reid from cutting the line.
Yeah, a couple of really good three-in lines in that move. One down the line from Ward and then into Ward himself. That's the chance, isn't it? That's
huge frustration. Huge frustration for Dixon as Reid brings the ball down superbly, twisting, turning onto his left. Still there for Tiherin, and Igaza wasn't quite on his toes at the far post.
Yeah, rustiness from Igaza. Didn't gamble, did he? Didn't see the pass was on. And really clever from Tiherin, but good from Reid also. Yeah, that was the chance for me for Bloomsbury. That's the one. They utilised the fly well to find Dixon at the second post. Just didn't have it.
Cleared away high and up into our commentary position up on the gantry there. But there we see on the replay, Calvin Dixon squanders the golden chance at the second post.
It's a good job your touch wasn't on camera there.
The less said, the better, man. Ward.
Again, looking for this three-in line.
Dixon. Side netting.
He's had two good chances. There.
Forward for Reid. Just seemed a bit offset there, Bloomsbury. They weren't sure whether to switch or not.
Yeah, I think it's happening too quickly. The size of the court may be working against them. That they're not. The ball's in play, isn't it? Straight away, it's at David Christin's feet, and they can play.
Rand.
Well
intercepted by Igaza. Reid. It is over the near sideline. Just evades our camera's view.
Sloppy from Jared Rand on the kick in there. Bloomsbury not set, and he's played it, and that's the kind of thing that could kill the game if you're not happy. So you can see what Bloomsbury are trying to do. Every single time they're looking for that three-in line. They're looking to almost find the man in the corner. At the moment it's Goldstein, and they'll switch it now to the opposite side, and Goldstein's into the other corner.
Rand, as the clock, of course, continues to tick down. 2:30 left to play. Tiherin steps high, and Reid got a touch to it. Just off balance.
It's fantastic defending, but he'll be so disappointed that he's not managed to get more on that, because if he could have brought that in under his spell, he's got the whole goal. He's got the whole half to himself, hasn't he? But it's clever from Bloomsbury. They're looking to utilise the three-in line almost vertically, and then when it doesn't come, they move somebody off and try to use a horizontal three-in line to create a shooting opportunity for Richard Ward, almost wide on this right-hand side.
Here is Ward. Goldstein. Tiherin pressing high as Birmingham look to move up the court, but Bloomsbury break through. This is Rand, another save by Christin.
Fantastic save. I mean, Russell Goldstein's almost asking Jared Rand to look for the pass there, but with 6 metres from goal, you're going to shoot, aren't you? And terribly unlucky. Really good save from David Christin again.
Rand just runs away from John Currant there as the kicking's taken illegally. Ball wasn't stopped on the line, and it's overturned in what's a good position actually for Bloomsbury.
I think Tiherin picked the wrong line. He was almost placed it on the orange line rather than the yellow one. Disappointing one for him. Bloomsbury keep this pressure on.
goes back for Ward, who can't control again in his own half, so he gives a real...
Yeah, he almost realised too late that he was too deep, didn't he?
Certainly seemed that way, and it gives an opportunity for Birmingham to relieve all pressure. Adrian. Reed. Skips by Goldstein. Does just cross the near sideline. Don't think you can quite see on from the camera's position, but with a minute left to play, it looks as though Birmingham might well see this one out, 2 goals up.
It's going to have to be a big effort and a big turnaround from this, isn't it? And yeah, I mean, it's been a spirited performance from them, no less than they deserve. But they just got to stand firm.
Dixon, now or never really for Bloomsbury. Looking for Goldstein.
Oh, he's given it.
He's given a penalty.
Oh, wow.
Well, referee Oli Rodriguez-Ballinger, who denied Tijerin making it 3 when he blew the whistle to deny Birmingham's advantage, has now added further pain to the Birmingham camp and awarded a penalty against that same man, Eduardo Tijerin.
It's a brave, big decision from the referee. We've got 42 seconds left on this clock. You have to feel if Richard Ward converts this, Bloomsbury will see an opportunity. They're going to look to put the pressure on. It's a lifeline, isn't it?
Huge call from the referee. Brave decision, as you say, as well, Matt, in the circumstances. And here it's going to be goalkeeper against goalkeeper. Richard Ward playing as the fly. Of course, an outfielder by trade. Will step up against David Christin, who's made so many saves in this match. Can he make one more crucial one? No, it's in. And Richard Ward converts. And with 41 seconds left, cries of calm down from the Birmingham head coach. Intense, Matt.
Really intense. It's a great penalty under pressure. You have to feel for Christin, don't you? His performance deserved a clean sheet today. And he'll be disappointed to concede, but there's not a lot you can do from 6 metres. You can hear the message from Birmingham is keep the ball, keep possession. They're going to look to run this clock down if they can.
Garza gives it away. Opportunity for Bloomsbury. It's played across, and what a miss. Squandered again. Birmingham really let off the hook, but now you look at the time, and there's ages left. 35 seconds. All the time in the world now, it seems, for Bloomsbury.
They've given it away again. They can't afford to keep doing this.
Wave after wave of Bloomsbury attack as Birmingham look to try to see out this final moments. Satonye, 18 seconds left. Dixon, Satonye, still Satonye, across to Reed with the empty net.
It's missed.
And he's just wide, and that would have killed the game. And with 8 seconds left, there's still time in this for Bloomsbury if they can get it forward quickly. Satonye, Bloomsbury need to be fast, 4 seconds. They go long, looking for Ward, and you feel that should be that now for Birmingham. And gives me an opportunity, Matt, to ask for your man of the match in what looks like it's going to be a first 3 points of the season for Birmingham WLV against the league leaders Bloomsbury.
I said a short while ago he'd have been disappointed to concede. My man of the match as the final whistle goes is David Christin. I think he's been exceptional and has earned his team a result with the sheer amount of saves that he's made. Real top quality goalkeeping performance.
You can see the emphatic celebration from the man of the match there, David Christin. So many saves, particularly throughout that first half, to give Birmingham the base to go and build from. Birmingham got themselves 2 ahead. A late penalty converted by Richard Ward gave Bloomsbury hope, but Birmingham held on, and it's their first win of the new campaign. In emphatic style, they have beaten Bloomsbury. Here at the Crystal Palace National Sports Centre, they win by 2 goals to 1. Such an exciting first game. And more action to come today as well. Up next, Manchester will face Worcester. Don't go anywhere. You can join us for that one. And welcome back then to the Crystal Palace National Sports Centre ahead of Game 2 here today in the FA National Futsal Series 1, where Manchester face Worcester up next. Earlier today, Matt, we saw Birmingham pick up their first 3 points of the season against league leaders Bloomsbury. It really livens things up in the league table, doesn't it, as we can see on the graphic now?
It does, yeah, and crucially for Birmingham, we were just talking off air, weren't we? What it does do is it gives them a little bit of a lifeline, and it keeps them in touch with sort of third, fourth fifth place Manchester, Worcester, Loughborough, doesn't it? Whereas if they hadn't have got a result today, you could just see that gap starting to emerge, especially with this one, with the two teams playing each other now, towards crucially that top 4 and that playoff spot.
Yeah, exactly that. It's a big fight for the top 4 spaces come the playoffs out the end of the campaign, which is for sure all still to play for. And this one is promising to be another exciting encounter. Manchester in 3rd place take on 4th placed Worcester. As the teams come out onto the court, then we will run you through the 2 team lineups then. We'll start with Manchester in their blue strip, Worcester in white. Manchester, they start with Kai Bone in goal, Roberto Carabalese, Danny Stapleton, Jordan Edge and Samuel Richardson as their starting 5. Their substitutes are the substitute goalkeeper Jans Krumis, Harry Tozer, Jeff Adubafor, Scott Thompson, Giles Collier, Mateus Luna and Sam Gow. They're managed by Sam Richardson, who also has the player's shirt on today. And then for Worcester, we'll take a look at their lineup. Worcester start with Dylan Malpass, who's been so impressive so far this season. For Worcester in goal, Andrew Lanham, who scored a worldie against Birmingham last week. Sam Kerwin, the captain, Jack Morgan, Dale Richards make up the starting 5. And the substitutes are Paul McHugh, Pete Valance, Jordan Ford, Ollie Desborough, Lewis Morrissey, Alex Parry, Callum Watt, and the manager is Alex Cheel. Your match officials for this one are Peter Georgiou and James Jarrod. The 3rd official is Matt Bruffel, and the timekeeper is Harvey Newstead. Matt, a lot to live up to really after that first game, but 3rd against 4th in the league. Really 2 well-matched teams. Worcester much improved since their summer showdown campaign. What are you expecting from this one?
More of the same. I think this will be a really hard-working, close encounter. You're going to have 2 teams who are really going to not want to lose this game, but equally want to take 3 points from it, because they'll see this as a massive opportunity to put themselves in a really strong position 5 games into the season. Crucially, I think Manchester will be buoyed by the second half performance, especially against Bloomsbury last week. And then for Worcester, it's just a case of building on what they've done so far this season. What might prove vital to them is, I noticed when you were reading out the teams there, is the pivot option that they've had over the last few weeks. Jack Tyson, he's missing today. So that could prove quite a big blow for them. It'll be interesting to find out why he's missing. Yeah, Jack Tyson, who's been at the forefront of many good things that Worcester have done so far this season. You feel, will be a big miss for them today. As we prepare for kick-off then, Manchester, it's been an impressive opening really. In their first 4 matches, it sees them lie 3rd in the table. They come into this game off the back of a splendid second half comeback to earn a point against Bloomsbury last weekend. So they've certainly got their tails up and I guess looking to really kick-start their season from here. And of course, seeing Bloomsbury lose earlier may give them an opportunity to really go and grasp this game today. Well, for either of these 2 teams, at least maybe they might be temporarily, it could be altogether, but there's an opportunity to go top. A win in this game could send them top, either on goal difference or joint top, depending on how you want to look at it. But it's a massive opportunity for them to really stake a claim for those playoff spots, and also to really build on what's been really impressive starts from both of them. I think what I really like is the fact that Worcester have gone in, they've gone through that hard work, they've had a difficult first season in the COVID hit year. They've then had a season where during the summer they struggled for results. but they've just continued to build on it. And what you're seeing now is a team that are more than capable of competing at this level. This will be a really good test for them, though, because Manchester are on a high. Don't see it very often. I just noticed then as I looked up that the teams have been turned at the start as well, so whoever won the toss opted to change ends, kick with the wind. You don't get that often.
Yeah, an eagle-eyed spot there, Matt. Yeah, the sides switched round from the way that they warmed up and prepared for this game, but it's Worcester who get us underway.
A little bit of gamesmanship, maybe from whoever it was who won the toss.
Worcester in their white kit, kicking from left to right. There's a long ball in search of Sam Kerwin, the captain. Just too heavy.
And that would be something they look to utilise a lot. So Richards there, just looking to scoop one over. Got a little bit too much on it, but Kerwin is he's their main option. He's their main threat and their outlet. And he plays almost that false pivot position, though defensively lines up as a winger. When they're in attack, they do look to play through him. It's quite interesting, their style. Unique almost as well.
Yeah, and without Jack Tyson today, I guess. Well, an opening goal there. It's gone in for Manchester. It's an own goal. It's been turned home. I think the last touch has come off Jack Morgan. Unfortunate for Worcester, but Manchester inside the first minute take an early lead. As we see on the replay, Adubafor fired the ball across, and yes, the last touch off of Jack Morgan. It's 1-0 to Manchester.
Desperately unfortunate, but also look at it from the positive side from Manchester. Jeff Adubafor has got himself into a really good area, and in those situations, as a coach, all you'd ask for, all Sam Richardson will want him to do there, is fire that ball into an area where he can cause chaos. That's what he's done. For Jack Morgan, unfortunate, he has to make contact with that ball with a Manchester player lurking, but yeah, there's always that risk that he's going to end up where it did. Really good start for Manchester now, and they'll want to build. They'll want to build on this.
Yeah, a perfect start to the game for Manchester, but a nightmare one for Worcester, who find themselves behind in the first 2 minutes. This is Kerwin. Kerwin, who leads the goal-scoring charts actually in Tier 1 this season. Has 7 goals in 4 games, the Welsh international.
And he's always scored goals, even the first couple of years of the NFS, where Worcester have been a team that traditionally have struggled. He's scored goals and he's been a threat. He's a Welsh international, so he's got good pedigree. But what you're seeing now is, in a side that is more competitive, he's getting himself into a situation where he's getting more chances, and that's why you're seeing him lead those scoring charts.
Interesting here, Worcester opting to use the fly goalkeeper option. It's been so effective for them in previous weeks. Dylan Malpass stepping into the opposition half.
Yeah, it's something they'll look to use over and over as well. When you have a goalkeeper of Dylan's ability in possession as well as his shot-stopping ability, it makes sense to use it, because he's a real quick out of pressure moment, isn't it? You come in and you basically go 5v4 straight away. So it forces Manchester to have a rethink about how they're wanting to defend.
Dylan Malpass was awarded man of the match actually last week. He more than played his part in their 4-2 win over Birmingham on their own stomping ground.
It's actually a really interesting weekend last week, where I think 3 of the 4 man of the matches were goalkeepers, and then today our first man of the match was a goalkeeper. Really shows the quality of goalkeeping at this level, and how it's such an important position, but how all of the teams have almost built a squad in front of a really solid last line of defence.
Kerwin tries to skip past Scott Thompson. Gets the kick in over on the far side. Again, Dylan Malpass takes the position just off camera on the near side, so leaving the net unguarded, but a risk worth taking, Worcester feel.
Yeah, and it's quite interesting how they've changed even that option. It was something they tried to use in the summer a lot, and perhaps didn't have the experience with it, or the know-how, or even the trust, I suppose, in what they were being asked to do. And at times it was quite easy to break it down. So I know they played against Derby in the summer, and we were able to cut off half the court quite easily and stop Dillon and stop the overload, and almost create an overload of our own defensively. Whereas now they find that pass more often than not.
A do before. Looks back for Collier. And he goes behind for a Worcester restart. Now pass again to Cohen. Manchester just happy for Worcester to have possession in those sort of areas at the moment. Manchester lead by 1-0. It was a fortunate goal, but one which they will very much take with open arms. A do before. For Sam Richardson. This is Giles Collier. Cutting ball through the middle of the Worcester defence. Really probing past that.
Yeah, really interesting. Manchester slight change of pace in the way they're playing. So Edge, Richardson and Carabalese have come onto court. And what you've seen is straight away they're looking to just change their style, use their experience. Danny Stapleton now in as well, and this was the four that had an awful lot of joy against Bloomsbury last week. Almost instantaneously though, Alex Chill and Pete Valence have made the decision to bring the experience of Valence onto court as well, probably to try and counteract Richardson. And you've almost got the two head coaches on court. You don't see that often.
Yeah, it's a very good point you make. Both sides with a player coach and on court at the moment, so very much leading by example. This is Danny Stapleton.
I think what you'll see from Manchester with Sam Richardson in is they will look to use the ball quick, and he will look to create the space for the likes of Stapleton and Edge to really cause damage with clever movement. He's one of the cleverest movers that's played the game in this country, and that's what he'll be looking to do. That's what he did so well last week, and he was duly rewarded with a couple of goals and very, very close to the man of the match performance also.
Yeah, Sam Richardson, really impressive on court in the past few weeks. Also grabbed a goal against Birmingham a fortnight ago back now. Stapleton, well blocked by Cohen.
That one will have hurt as well, because there is some strike in those feet.
Here is Richardson. Skips by, and a good save by Malpass, who was out really quickly to thwart any danger. Lanham looking for Valence.
Perhaps just that court there, learning the court. We spoke about in the first game the surface being slightly different to what they've been used to, and I think that's what you saw with that pass there. Unfortunate from Lanham, it was just too far ahead of Valence.
Stapleton. Edge goes for the parallel. What a goal that would have been. Really clever movement. Connected really well with the ball.
Yeah, really nice play. And yeah, Edge will be disappointed that he's not managed to keep the strike down.
Collier for Edge. Kicking's overturned there on the near side. Just frustration, I think, there for Worcester, because it's a lacklustre piece of play. Just unforced errors that build pressure back on your own side. This is Pete Valence.
Yeah, they're the kind of things that you don't want to see. It's so easy to do, especially on a court like this where there's a lot of lines. Just that lapse in concentration. But yeah, as a team there, they'll be disappointed you're just giving away possession cheaply. It's not something you want to see happening.
Cohen to take the kick in. Manchester lead by 1-0. It came inside the first minute. An own goal from Jack Morgan. Cohen. Stapleton from range as Malpas was back in position, perhaps offset a little, and that's what Stapleton sought.
Yeah, more of a snapshot from Danny Stapleton there, but what he did do was, in the first instance, he defended really well and didn't allow that ball to go out to Malpas, which is what Worcester were looking for, and then gets the opportunity, or the half an opportunity, as the ball breaks free. Collier
For Richardson, and Stapleton on the left side, onto his left foot, and that's a good save by Malpas. It was a cross quickly, because that was sneaking in at the near post.
Yeah, really good save, and that's the other side to Dylan's game that we've seen so many times. Really good, experienced shot stopper, low to his right, and just palms it away, takes no chances.
And again, a good palm to it by Malpas.
Interesting that there's a shout from Malpas in goal as to the system that he's watching Manchester play, which probably shows they do switch, especially when Sam Richardson's on court, between a 3-1 and a 4-0, and try to almost utilise a false pivot movement. And I think Worcester are trying to adjust defensively. It's probably a really good sign of the work that goes in behind the scenes to the way Worcester are playing, and the amount of time that they're putting into trying to improve their game each and every week.
Edge skips inside. Sam Kerwin comes over halfway with it, but breaks for a do before, and now Stapleton, brilliant goalkeeping, back for a do before. Great double save by Malpas.
I don't know which one's better. I think the second one maybe. It's a fantastic split save. So as the ball breaks here, you see a Dubufor does really well. Stapleton thinks he has more time, I think, than he actually did. That's an excellent save, but this one is exceptional. Outside his area and gets a really firm right foot on it.
Collier. Referee Peter Georgiou gives it the way of Worcester, who got to utilise Dylan Malpas over on the right side again. That time the ball is just too far ahead of Jordan Ford.
I think there's a slight confusion over the lines over that side there from Giles Collier, and that's why they were looking at almost a little bit of a complaint towards the referee, but he's just reminding them which court we're actually playing to.
Yes, so many lines on this court here today. It's very understandable. The confusion is the yellow lines for viewers just joining us, which can be difficult to differentiate between. Worcester in possession. Malpas. Handball given there. Will be a free kick for Worcester.
Yeah, probably was just about. He's leaning in a little bit, isn't it? And you can see what Worcester were trying to do. They were trying to almost get very similar to what we saw from Bloomsbury in the first game. They were looking to utilise almost an offset three-in line, and then almost a setback for Malpas. Free kick in a really good area here.
Yeah, good area this for Worcester, but it's against the one-man wall, which will be disappointing. Not sure Bone was too confident of where that was ending up. In the end, just wide of the far post.
Yeah, he had to watch it, didn't he? And he made a dive down. Really good strike from Richards, and sort of made up for a disappointing free kick.
Good ball across to the far side. Just too much on it on the return, but a good initial diagonal. Manchester looking to open up the Worcester defence.
Yeah, it's a really clever ball from Scott Thompson, and what you've seen is, I think, Collier was almost caught between two minds. I think in that situation there, this stage in the game, get your shot in on goal, make the goalkeeper work, and what he was almost looking for was that run to the second post, but the nearest support was the man who played the ball. So unfortunate one for him.
Malpaz. Again, the Worcester keeper takes a position over on the right side. Richards controlling things at the back for Worcester. Nice ball forward, well controlled. Back to Dale Richards. Now Kerwin. Worcester, you sense, working their way into this game. Ford.
Yeah, I think we knew that they wouldn't give it Manchester easy, didn't we? And while they would be disappointed to have conceded, it's been very, very cagey and quite even since then. And yeah, they'll feel that they've got more than enough quality to play their way back into this as they go back into that fly again, looking to utilise that overload.
Yeah, Malpaz this time over on the left, and that's a very neat pass across to Sam Kerwin. Kerwin under pressure from Adubafor. Kerwin tries to spin away. Well tackled though by Collier. And Adubafor has it back. And Manchester retain possession through the goalkeeper Bone.
A really strong defending from Adubafor there. First in the 1v1 with Kerwin, but also when Jordan Ford came in to almost put a block in place to try and help his teammate. Just pauses. Manchester were in for a second there, but yeah, as Jordan Ford came in to almost put a block on his teammate, you had a situation where he still stood really strong and was giving them nothing. Excellent defending.
Kicking for Manchester from the left side. Adubafor toes it back to Collier. Collier inside the centre circle. Just wayward of Adubafor, who did well to control. Manchester kicking.
Yeah. Another kick in overturned on this near side there, just slightly out of our view. But yeah, sloppy one. Similar to what we saw from Worcester earlier, they've almost got one back from it now, so both teams be hoping there's not too many of them.
Malpaz. Good pass to Kerwin. Malpaz across to Richards. Malpaz lets it run. Clever. Back to Malpaz though. And it's given as an indirect free kick. Malpaz. I think Worcester was saying he hadn't touched it in his own half before, but between the officials they've awarded the indirect free kick.
And I think from Dylan's point of view there, it was a case of, I think Dylan probably knew he had. It was more a case of, do I allow the loose pass and put pressure on my teammate, or do I just play it and allow us to reset, knowing we'll surrender possession? And I think he's probably an experienced choice to make and a good decision.
Edge.
It's clever from Carabalesi there. The lovely little ball around the pivot.
Edge back to the captain and player coach Richardson. This is Stapleton. Loves to go down this left side and across towards the second post. It was a enticing ball across. It was there to be attacked. And just trickled wide of the far post.
Yeah, you can see what they're trying to do. Lovely three in line to free up the room for Stapleton to get that shot in, and he strikes the ball so well with either foot. Just too slow in almost supporting. Oh.
Stapleton with a brilliant effort there on his right. And a great diving save by Malpaz.
It almost highlights what we were just saying, doesn't it? Lovely swivel and turn here. So again, loose pass. Carabalesi cuts it out. Clever one in, and Stapleton again. He has got some strike, just out of shot there. He's had another one from the corner, just go inches wide, and he looks almost the biggest threat on court to scoring again in this half so far.
Yeah, Danny Stapleton with 6 goals in 4 games already so far this season for his side, Manchester, behind only Sam Kerwin on the opposition side.
Good, strong defending from Jordan Edge there. But yeah, you see Edge, Stapleton, Richardson, they're the 3 main goal threats in this Manchester side.
Edge, brilliant play, cuts it back for Stapleton, tries to loft it. It's come across to Carabalese, and in the end, just run out of court. As the timeout's called by Worcester, it gives them a chance to reset things, called by Pete Vallance and Alex Chill. But so far, since conceding that first goal, I think Worcester will be relatively pleased with how things have gone and work themselves back into the game.
They will be, yeah. What they'll probably be looking for here and asking for is a little bit more control when they've got it. A little bit more patience. Yes, they're 1-0 down, but we've still got a long, long time to go, both in this half and the game as a whole. And they'll probably just want them to give themselves that little bit longer to settle, to build, and to continue. As we just have another look at the Stapleton shot that was almost, as we were showing a replay earlier, again, really close, 2 or 3, one after the other. And that's something else they'll want to avoid giving away too many of them, because there's players in this Manchester side who will punish you. And the message from Sam Richardson and to his Manchester team will be, keep doing what you're doing. Well in sort of the game. The game's in the balance, isn't it? But they have that lead, and they know that they have goal threats, especially in this 4 that are on court at the moment. There are a lot of goal threats in this team.
Yeah, there certainly are. They've actually had 11 different scorers in their first 4 matches, which is the most of any team in the Tier 1 this season. As Kai Bone's troubled, it's come against the crossbar, and on the follow-up it's poked wide. Wow. Direct and against the crossbar, and it'll let off for Manchester.
We spoke about Sam Kerwin's keen eye for goal earlier. I'm not sure he scored many from inside his own D, but yeah, really clever thinking. Saw Kai Bone wasn't alert and was desperately unlucky. He's a really firm strike against the bar.
On the follow-up as well, I think it was Andrew Lanham who found himself in the position, just prodded it wide. If we take a look at the replay from such a long range, it beat Kai Bone, but not the crossbar. Desperately unfortunate.
Yeah, really unfortunate. Even on the follow-up, it's a good effort, and he's almost sat Kai Bone down and looked to find that bottom right-hand corner.
Played across, well worked. What a brilliant goal that is for Manchester as they double their lead, and it's Jordan Edge who scored it, and Manchester make it 2 with 7 to go until the break.
So I think it's going to be a theme of the day. Goals from set pieces. Worcester not quite switched on, allowed the space, and they've worked the ball round the clock and found Edge inside the box. Really good finish, but an excellent passage of play from Manchester. They'll be really pleased with that, and that puts them firmly in control of this one. A little bit of an inquest going in between Malpass and Kerwin as to exactly what's gone wrong there. But again, Worcester just need to settle. Don't panic. Yes, you're 2-0 down, but don't panic too much. Keep trying to do what you were doing, because they've had a couple of opportunities. It's not as though they're playing badly, but what they can't do is create too many problems for themselves that are going to put this game out of sight.
You think of the chance that they had on the follow-up to that Sam Kerwin effort after hitting the crossbar, and then just a minute or so later find themselves 2 down. Real key turning point in the game, perhaps.
Yeah, that's right, and how Worcester react to this now will be crucial for how the rest of the game this pans out. If they can settle down, they can keep doing what they're doing, you might see the game continue in the vein we've seen. Worcester having a lot of the ball, Manchester prepared to allow them and play almost in transition. This is good from Worcester.
Yeah, across to Lanham.
It's a corner ball, I think, off the deflection. Really good play. Use of the fly goalkeeper. Broke through almost the first 2 lines of the defence, and then have created a lovely crossfield ball where Lanham could get a shot away. It was good defending from Danny Stapleton.
Yeah, just took a nick off Stapleton on the way through for the corner, and It's been taken with Malpas in possession, and a breaks here for Kerwin, blocked by Edge.
That's a move they like to use. That is it really similar to Kerwin's goal last week, where they looked to almost work the corner right around the court and then set almost like a diagonal three in line back to Kerwin, who's coming onto it.
Edge from range. Just over the top of the crossbar, agonisingly close to making it 3, Matt.
Really unlucky, and yeah, that's the downside. That's that risk of using that fly goalkeeper. And they're the kind of things that Pete Valance won't want to see his team taking too many of those risks, where they're going to give the ball away and almost surrender in possession, where this game could be out of sight, couldn't it?
Nice flick forward for Richards. Richards, who turns well. Good defending, though, by Roberto Carabalese.
He's been a really impressive find for Manchester, and just adds a little bit of experience alongside his manager Sam Richardson into a really young squad. And what you're seeing is, it's an excellent save, Kai Bone.
Yeah, brilliant save from Bone to deny Kerwin on that attempt, but
yeah, Carabalese's experience is quite crucial to them, because he plays an awful lot of minutes, but he plays a really clear role in this team where he just settles them down. He looks to keep that ball, and he looks to defensively be really solid and almost a leader.
Lanham closes down Stapleton's effort from...
Yeah, he had to as well, because Malpas was out of goal, and you could see what Danny Stapleton was looking to do. He had one thing on his mind. He was going for goal.
Just under 5 minutes to go until half-time. Manchester lead by 2-0. Just one apiece on the foul count. So that's unlikely to become an issue. Into Adubafor. Adubafor, option to the right. Instead plays back. Thompson. Well, closed down by Richards as Worcester look to spring a counter. McHugh. Great defending by Adubafor, really strong. Took control of what could have been a difficult situation. Composure at the back to do that.
Composure and bravery. I don't think if I was Kai Bone, I'd be too happy about him doing it. But yeah, excellent feet and really good awareness. Game, Worcester haven't had an awful lot of the ball, but they keep causing themselves problems with silly errors like that one. Almost as you were speaking, Richards just sloppily playing the ball out and not fully being aware of where his teammates are.
Yeah, right on cue, that one from Dale Richards, the loose pass, which has given the ball back to Manchester. From the kick-in, they keep possession well. Adubafor, Collier.
It's unfortunate. He got himself into a really good position, and they were looking for that nice little wall pass and just got maybe a little bit loose with the touch. I don't think he quite expected it to be as fierce a pass as what he was. Great touchdown. He's won a corner as well, Richards. It was a great ball forward, though, by Malpas to pick him out. Yeah, lovely diagonal pass from Malpas, sort of corner to corner, and Richards' eyes will have just been sort of lighting up as that ball dropped. Excellent defending from Manchester again. They've been really, really good in these defensive phases.
Malpas. Kerwin. Richards. In search of Malpas, and Adubafor. The ball had just crossed the line on the near side.
What's really interesting is speaking to Sam Richardson after last week's game. They were really disappointed in the way that they started the game. Felt that they weren't starting games well, whereas today I think they've started really strongly, and they're a team that feel they finish games better as well. So that bodes well for them. Worcester have got to sort of keep themselves in this game for as long as possible, I feel.
Yeah, an excellent insight from Matt Hardy alongside me, Isaac Barrington, taking you through today's action here at the Crystal Palace National Sports Centre. Risky one. Malpas plays forward, just too much on it for Kerwin.
Just not quite there, is it? It's not quite working for them. They're not quite at the races. Don't seem quite as fluid as what he did against Birmingham last week. And yeah, they're almost causing their own problems at the moment.
I'd agree with everything, but also add that they do really seem to be missing Jack Tyson, and not having that focal point of attack is such a key feature of their many successes this season, as it could so easily have been 3 there for Manchester, perhaps should have been at the far post.
Yeah, it's a really good opportunity that for Scott Thompson. It's interesting, isn't it, how much of an impact one player can have, but Tyson is such an outlet for them, a really strong pivot, somebody they can play through and play off throughout the game, and they just don't have that outlet today, and it's pretty crucial that you can see in the moments where they're up against it, they don't have a press break of using that pivot.
Worcester kick it near side to our commentary position. Andrew Lanham takes the kick in back to Richards. Malpaz is over on the far side. Hasn't quite had the success that he had against Birmingham last week, Malpaz, but Worcester still persisting about their ways and trying to create opportunities. That was a risky one. It goes out though for a Worcester kick.
I think that just highlights again maybe that they're not quite. It's not quite flowing. They're not quite gelling in the way that we've seen over the last couple of weeks. And those little loose ones there, it's giving Manchester opportunities. The passing isn't as crisp as what we've probably seen. And Manchester are quite happy to let Worcester have it and just defend. And when they've got it in transition, almost pick them off. Interested in making the changes. Looks like they're going to try and finish the half, Manchester, with their strong 4, their first 4, as you might say. Richardson and Stapleton looking to come into court as well.
Yeah, Collier edge. Carabalese onto the court with a do before. Carabalese, nice pass to Edge. Across, and it could have been finished, perhaps should have been finished. And Manchester keep getting opportunities. They're just not quite taking them at the moment, though, and it stays 2-0.
Yeah, what a goal that would have been as well. You saw everything in the Manchester attack there. Really good movement and calm passing on the halfway line, and then a real good change of pace from Carabalese to find Edge, and a lovely ball to the second post. And yeah, Manchester will be disappointed not to have finished that chance there, because that would have been some goal. Almost one straight off the training ground.
Edge into Carabalese. Stapleton deflects behind for a corner. Take a look at the replay of that opportunity there for Manchester as Edge played the ball across. It was on a plate really for Collier. He'll be disappointed to put that wide, just to scuff the effort.
Yeah, he snatched at it a little bit, didn't he? Probably almost thought about it too much.
Hit by Collier, bounces for Stapleton. As Worcester look to counter quickly in the final seconds, 15 to go. A brilliant slide and save.
Yeah, fantastic from Kai Bone, great awareness. Not had a lot to do, but he was reliable when called upon there. But Collier really unfortunate at the other end as well. I think it was Edge blocked his shot. Caught the shot really well from the volley from the corner, and yeah, again Manchester unlucky.
Final 7 seconds until the break then. Can Worcester nick one now? It really change the way things are seen at half-time, change those half-time team talks. Richards. Wasteful.
Yeah, and Manchester will be happy now. They'll just let the clock roll, get into half-time, and the message surely will just be, keep doing what you're doing. Be happy. Let Worcester have the ball. Wow.
Wow, well, that is time, and we don't have a buzzer here, so it's signalled from the referee's whistle, who was right on point, but had that have gone in, there would have been some complaints for sure. And it's half-time and 2-0 to Manchester. We see on the replay I think you can just see the clock on 0.0 there, so it was just over the whistle, but certainly another opportunity for Manchester and a let-off again for Worcester. But at the break, it is Manchester who lead by 2-0. An own goal from Jack Morgan, unfortunate, inside the first minute, and then Jordan Edge doubled the lead. At half-time, Manchester 2, Worcester 0. Welcome back for the second half of game 2. And at half-time, it's Manchester 2, Worcester 0. Matt, a solid first half for Manchester, really. Worcester had their moments, didn't take them, didn't get that goal, and in the end, perhaps fortunate that it wasn't more.
Yeah, really fortunate. I think right on the buzzer we saw a really good opportunity for Carabalese. One just before that from Collier that was blocked by his teammate. And yeah, Manchester will just be wanting more of the same, won't they? Quite happy to let Worcester have the ball, pick them off in areas where they can go and win it, and then in transition look really, really strong. Complete polar opposite to the first half we saw from them against Bloomsbury, really. And now, as they, like I said, first half, Richardson says they're a second half team, so it bodes well for the rest of this game. They'll be hoping.
Yeah, it certainly does. Here's Kerwin for Worcester. Nice flick back and gets the return ball as well. Sam Kerwin up against Edge.
Yeah, it's good recovering defending from Jordan Edge there, because Kerwin and McHugh had created a really nice overload 2v1.
The referee's given the kick in the way of Manchester. I think he did initially to begin with.
I think he's given a turnover again, which Worcester weren't happy about. Strange that had a couple. Don't know whether he's struggling with the markings himself, but we've had more than a few on this side, haven't we? That
yeah, throughout the first half, I think we had a few in the previous game as well. Prior to this, Birmingham beating Bloomsbury. If you've just joined us, Birmingham with their first 3 points of the new season.
It's a lovely ball.
Manchester coming forward here through Stapleton. And Malpass denies him with his feet.
That's
good ball forward for McHugh. Bone had to get there, and he's done superbly well, the Manchester goalkeeper.
Really good from Bone, because for a moment there it looked like it was opening up for McHugh, and yeah, he stood firm, and then he also was up quickly to deny any chance of a second opportunity.
Richardson with the empty net, well blocked by Malpass. Made the decision to close the ball down. It started the attack as well for Worcester.
Yeah, really good recovery from Malpass. They were sloppy again in possession. They can't afford to do that. Richardson sort of took his time with it, which allowed Malpass to get in, but you could see why he was taking his time. He was just looking to sort of angle that shot.
Stapleton now has a go, and it's blocked by Kerwin. But again, Worcester giving the ball away when trying to use Malpass as the fly goalkeeper and leaving the net unguarded. It's a risky game to play.
Yeah, they're creating their own problems again, aren't they? Where in these situations they've just got to use that ball better, use that ball smarter, and far too many times they're almost giving Manchester free possession, and you can't, especially when your goal's empty, you don't want to be doing that.
Stapleton. Loose goes out for Worcester kicking. Short for Richards. Didn't get the weight of that diagonal quite right, and it's here for Richardson, and what a goal that would have been. Good save to anticipate it and deny Danny Stapleton.
Really good adjustment from Stapleton as well, because the pass through from Richardson took a deflection. But yeah, really clever and a really good adjustment from Malpass to make the save.
This is Edge. Manchester trying to pile on the pressure as they look for a third, but that's loose from player coach Richardson.
It's more of a, I don't really know, I think that was what he intended, but I think he was just happy to put the ball out from a loose touch rather than give it away. Manchester reset, quite happy. They'll let Worcester have it. We've seen that. They've almost been happy to box off all game, haven't they?
Nice play there. Important touch, though, because for a moment it looked as though Richards, well, he was bearing down on goal. Important defending. This is Kerwin. Malpass. McHugh. Forced wide, and it goes behind for what will be a Manchester kicking right down in the corner, will it? No, he's going to restart with the goalkeeper, Kai Bone.
interesting. See what he was attempting. Maybe just caught Malpass.
Richardson, still Richardson, good save.
Manchester looking far more likely, aren't they, at the moment, really, when they've got it, really looking to make things happen and are clearly trying to kill this game as early as possible.
Yeah, 2-0 Manchester lead. It's how we were at half-time. 16 minutes still to play.
It's clever again from Edge.
Edge lines it up on his left. Straight behind.
Both experienced players either side of him there, Richardson and Carabalesi. Wanted to see that extra pass, and Carabalesi had made a really good run to the second post.
Good pass forward, but equally good defending by Jordan Edge. Anticipated the cut back and met the ball well. Good tackle.
Yeah, really good, solid defending. Probably makes up for a slightly poor decision at the other end. Should be looking, I think, to make that extra pass, whereas sort of he's looked to take the shot. But then when you've got a goal and you're in the form he's in front of goal, you can equally understand why he's taking that shot, can't you? Manchester looking really solid though.
A do before. Back for Edge. Edge from range. Makes Malpass work. Puts it behind. Will be a corner.
Real good, clean strike from Edge. And Malpass had to be stand firm to that and palmed it away with a really strong hand.
Edge. Over the bar.
He's looking likely though, isn't he? He's clearly the one that they're looking to get on. I think he'll be off the court for a breather in a second. But yeah, at this moment in time, he's looking really likely to get a goal.
3 and 3 for Jordan Edge so far this season. Did miss the one game, but very much a key part of this Manchester squad. As you say now, yes, just taking a break over on the far side, but a good start to this second half for him individually and Manchester as a team. They're looking to take control, and at the moment it certainly looks as though that's the way this game's going. They do before.
Real different style to this 4 that's on court now for Manchester as well. They're much more fluid in the way that they play, much more sort of individual. So they'll look to get players like Jeff do before in situations where he's 1v1, and probably not your traditional sort of futsal movements, but what they do is play very effective stuff. A really, really nice sort of balance to the 2 different 4s that they have, just to change a game up.
Yeah, just while you were talking there, Matt, Jack Morgan penalised for a foul as it's deflected there, the shot from Scott Thompson.
Really awkward deflection as well, because Malpass is almost set to dive to his right, and then the deflection takes it to his left. He's done so well to adjust.
Yeah, the ball spun back violently. And Malpass did very well. He's keeping his side in the game at the moment.
Yeah, Worcester haven't started, have they, since half-time? See a much more urgency in the way they're playing, but they're sloppy with it.
Kerwin, cross court. Might open up here though, and Bone's forced to make the save. It just broke kindly, but Bone was really alert. Good save.
Yeah, Collier's got to be stronger in that challenge there. Was too easily brushed aside, and Richards saw the opening came, and Richards was in, and Bone did really well, just showing his teammate what he probably should have done in the first exchange.
Kerwin looking for the diagonal. Thompson. Worcester sitting half court. A do before. Collier switches the play over onto the left side. A do before. Thompson, nice pass. Back to Thompson again. Great rotation that from Manchester, really causing Worcester issues. Runners all over the court to offer different angles of options.
And I think that's like what we were just saying, is it's not traditional what you would see. Like, it's not a set movement that you see so many times, looking to exploit the middle, looking to exploit the parallels and the line. What they do is just make movements, but because it's quite different and new, it causes problems, and it's so different to the other four as well.
Yeah, it really does pose a different problem for Worcester to defend against. Really switch things up and be able to be so fluid between the two fours. Adubaford does well. Retains possession as well for Manchester through the goalkeeper Bone.
It's good defending from Richards there. He had to step across, covered really well.
Yeah, Richards just stepped across, got his body in between the player and the ball. Very good defending.
Another loose touch from Kerwin there. We've seen 3 or 4 already this half. Probably just a little bit of urgency. And
this is Desborough, young Ollie Desborough for Worcester. Desborough!
That's a strike, that is.
Well, Worcester back into the game through the youngster, Ollie Desborough, who's on the score sheet for Worcester. Delighted for him. And this game is back on. It's 2-1.
And it's a game. Giles Colley will be disappointed in himself defensively. It was his error, his lapse in concentration that allowed Desborough to get in. And as soon as he did get there, he made no mistake with the finish. Kai Bone, not a lot he could do, but he'll be disappointed to concede through his legs.
Yeah, Ollie Desborough just on for Worcester, and what an instant impact.
It's crazy, isn't it, that we were just saying that Sam Kerwin is maybe a little bit frantic, a little bit sort of rushing and nervous about the way he was playing, and then a young lad like Ollie Desborough has come onto court, completely not affected by that, just come on to play his way, and you've seen 2 or 3 nice touches and then a goal to go with it. Fantastic. Now it's game on.
Yeah, it's really set this game up nicely. To see which way the pendulum swings from here.
Yeah, Manchester got this strong 4, let's say, their first 4 back onto court, and they'll be looking to... These had a lot of joy in the early stages of this half that they'll be hoping for again.
This is Kerwin. Desborough's over at the far post.
Important touch from Edge.
Kerwin again. Lays it back. Worcester kicking. They've just put the foot on the gas a little bit in the past few minutes, Worcester. And they've got the goal to show for it, but in terms of the general play as well,
I think they've tried to play quicker all half, and what you've seen is they've been playing quicker, but they've been making mistakes, and then what the goal's done is sort of settled them down again, because they're now back in, there's a little bit more flow and rhythm to the way they're trying to play. Futsal's about being patient in these situations where you're up against it, and don't try and force things. If you 9 times out of 10, if you're a side in Worcester's position here and you try and force it, you'll end up 3-0 down. Whereas actually what's happened is they've got a lucky break, they've kept doing what they were doing, and now they've got a real foothold in this game.
Stapleton. Morgan slipped as he tried to turn. Just prior to that as well, Jack Morgan, who found himself in the left corner of the court. Malpass went for the return pass, it just went past him, but again another good opening for Worcester.
Yeah, sets this game up nicely with 10 minutes to go, doesn't it? Worcester really found their feet in this one now. Stapleton just running out of room a little bit there. Let's see what he was trying to do, looking to sort of shift onto that right foot and unleash that cannon.
Across to Malpass.
Oh,
good pass forward. This is Desborough again. tried to cut it across, and it's been prodded home.
Wow.
And Jordan Ford equalises for Worcester. A goal and an assist for young Ollie Desborough. It's put home by Ford. It's 2-2. Matt.
What an impact this young man has had. In a really good position, he was calm, collected, his decision making was bang on, and his ball across wasn't dealt with by Manchester, and Jordan Ford was on hand to prod in the loose ball. Excellent from Worcester, and they thoroughly deserve to get back into this game, having reacted the way they have.
But at the other end, Richardson.
Strong from Melpat again. Really good save.
Back to Edge. Over the bar. Manchester now, really, surely ruining those missed opportunities to make it 3. Right back in the first half, when they look to take control of things, and even in the first 5 or so minutes of this second period, but it wasn't to be for them. And Worcester have really taken advantage. Back level on the scoreline. The game is set up perfectly.
Yeah, really, really nice balance to the game as well. Hard to pick, especially from here, as to who's gonna run away with this one. But yeah, I would imagine the next sort of 3-4 minutes will be quite crucial. Both teams will look to get that foothold again. Can one team seize control? And then that last 5 minutes could be interesting if it stays this way.
Kerwin. Manchester in possession, over on halfway. Edge. Edge gets it back off a do before. Brilliant cross-court pass across with the diagonal, and Sam Richardson tried to return it to the second post, but the initial pass from Edge was perfect.
It's a great ball by Edge. He's picked that out, and yet Sam Richardson will be really disappointed. His first touch let him down. It meant he had to just delay his pass, and it meant Worcester could snuff out the attack.
Worcester get out with Melpaz on the left side. Kerwin. Cutting pass, and a good save from Bone. It's still there though. Important save to deny Andrew Lanham.
Worcester timeout as well. I think, yeah, they'll be really happy with the response they've had. Do you know, since Ollie Desborough's goal, what a save this is from Bone. That's so close for Andrew Lanham. But yeah, Worcester, you're now seeing the way they're playing. They're utilising that fly. They're moving that ball quickly, crisply. The passes are working, and it's everything that you didn't see first half or in the first 5 minutes of this half, where there was a lot of lapses of concentration. Completely different game.
I think it's what you mentioned before, Matt. It just wasn't quite clicking for them, for Worcester, and now it certainly is. And they're, well, with 8 minutes left to play, certainly got their tails up. And the first goal has bred a little bit of confidence in them, hasn't it? And it's given them a sort of platform on which they could build. And now you're seeing their shoulders are up, their heads are up. Little things where they've gone a little bit quiet, they're loud, they're really just wanting to impose themselves on the game. On the flip side, I was just about to say to you before that last chance, Manchester's bench looks very, very flat, and it's something we've not seen from them all game. They maybe just got to find a way of lifting themselves. So we return to the action then with a Worcester kick in. That timeout was called by Worcester, but may have come as a period of respite for Manchester, having been under intense pressure in the minutes prior to that timeout.
Slight change in their fours as well here. So you've got Edge and Carabalese on court, but now playing with Adu before and Giles Collier. So a slight change in strategy from Manchester, let's say. Worcester now looking quite happy to sort of sit and defend.
Adu before over the bar.
They won't be happy to be letting those chances happen though. Really fierce strike from Jeff Adu before his left foot. Almost too much room. One thing, it's a fine balance between sitting in at a halfway mark and sitting too deep. Worcester will want to make sure they keep the pressure on when Manchester are in their half.
This is Carabalese to Edge. A do before. Oh, nice skill. Carabalese made that look so easy. Two Manchester players just not quite on the same wavelength there, though. Good ball into the feet of Ford, the man who got the Worcester equaliser. Edge across to Carabalese. This is a do before. Edge has it once more. To Carabalese as Manchester look to turn the screw and regain the lead.
Yeah, really interesting how patient Manchester were there. They were really just trying to look at Worcester's lines of defence out, flatten them through and create that space in behind. Worcester defending with a lot of cover. Lanham and Kerwin doing an awful lot of work off the ball to cover the front two, and Manchester just trying to create spaces where they couldn't do that.
Thompson with an effort there, just wide of the near post, with two Manchester players coming in at the far post. Just didn't quite wrap his foot around the ball perhaps, and off target. But
and equally, I think from a defensive point of view, Worcester will be quite happy with him shooting from that position. They know they've got a really good goalkeeper, and they know they won't be happy with that.
It's given away cheaply.
Recovered well.
Wants to get away with it.
Yeah, a little bit of naivety from Ollie Desborough there, just trying to force something in that situation. A little bit under pressure, just put the ball out of play. Put the ball out, be willing to reset.
A do before. Edge. As it's shot, and it's in, and Manchester regain the lead. There may have been a touch on it from Edge.
I think it's Scott Thompson, isn't it, at the second post, who's got the last touch. But fantastic edge wide. And then as that ball's fired in, Scott Thompson taps home. Really good play from Manchester, really good goal, and they grab the lead back.
Yes, Scott Thompson, the man with the vital nick at the far post.
Oh, it's a lovely ball.
Good ball forward to Kerwin. End-to-end stuff here. Manchester back in the lead, but Worcester looking to reply instantly.
Well, this game is living up to all the pre-match hype, isn't it? We looked at it earlier in the day as being one that could be a highlight, as we just have another look at that pass. Kerwin desperately unlucky. It almost didn't run for him, and he's had to sort of prod at it with his left foot.
Richards. Over to Melpas, near side. Given away, and the effort from range is just off target.
Really good defensive work from Manchester, just protecting the key areas, stopping that ball getting through to Worcester's two high players on the fly goalkeeper. And when they're cutting those passes off, they're looking to exploit an early shot nice and quickly. Manchester
now then back in the driving seats, having led 2-0 at the break. They were pegged back to 2-2, but back in the lead here, and across for Scott Thompson. He just couldn't connect with the ball. If he had, you'd think it would have been 4.
Yeah, really clever play again, and not too dissimilar to the goal that they've just scored, was it? Ball out to the left-hand side, and yeah, Thompson really close to making it 4. Now Manchester just looking to slow the game down. They'll look to be patient, keep possession, make Worcester work hard, and then when they can, exploit those opportunities to go and really put a strong hold on this game.
Thompson. Good ball forward. Just runs away though. He goes out for a Worcester kick in. They've got 4 minutes and change left to go in this one to try to find another equaliser. As we take a look The open goal effort just wide. It's a risk that Worcester continue to rightly take as they try to find an equaliser.
Yeah, and it's something we say every week, isn't it? To our eye and the eye of the people watching at home, that would look like a really good opportunity and quite an easy opportunity, but in the game it's quite difficult to convert. These goals aren't very big at all, and it's a small target when you've only got a split second to react. Lovely ball.
Cohen!
What a save by Kai Bone.
Yeah, brilliant save. Stood up well to deny Kerwin.
Now he's come alive, Sam Kerwin. He had a really poor start to this half by his own standards. He's been exceptional so the last 5 minutes. Looks really likely. If Worcester are going to go back in, it looks like it'll come through him.
Purdue before in possession for Manchester. Can't go back to Bone, who leaves it and it runs behind for the corner. Manchester need to set up quickly. Flykeeper again for Worcester. Richards.
Oh. Paul McHugh just missed his touch, almost missed his set, didn't he? I think that was a good opportunity there. Manchester just didn't quite have their defensive balance right. Again, back to this strong four: Carabalese, Richardson, Edge, Stapleton. At a key moment in the game, Manchester have gone back to their really experienced group.
Yeah, similar to what we saw with Birmingham in the first game, really utilising the experienced players in the important moments. Birmingham did see out that game, survived a scare to win 2-1. Will Manchester do the same? Here they lead 3-2 against Worcester at the moment. This is Danny Stapleton, the number 5 for Manchester. Edge. Good ball forward to Stapleton. Option over, instead goes for a goal. And a good split save by Malpass.
Really clever from Manchester as well. Really good spot. So what had happened with Worcester's defensive shape is Sam Kerwin's almost defending. They're almost trying to defend a 2-1-1, and Sam Kerwin at like the centre of that, and he'd become very flat, and it had almost become a 2-2 shape, which allowed Manchester that gap that they looked to exploit, and Stapleton very close to making them pay.
Opportunity there on the overload for Manchester as play goes on. Worcester think it was a foul. In the end, it goes against Worcester for the lash out. I think it was number 10, Paul McHugh. Thought he was fouled initially.
It's a really good save from Malpass again. Stood big, and then as this breaks, you can see it's not foul.
Yeah, he's won the ball.
It's really good from Sam Richardson, and then a little bit petulant, a little bit of frustration with the kick out, and he'll be lucky. Yeah, yellow card. I was going to say he'd be lucky to escape it here. But good opportunity this. We've seen Edge and Stapleton in particular very dangerous in these situations. Let's see what Manchester got up their sleeve.
Yeah, Paul McHugh into the referee's notebook for that rash challenge.
Just over 2 minutes left in this game. A goal here would be massive for Manchester.
Stapleton lays it for Edge.
It's a really good save. Again, Dylan Malpass. Clever from Manchester. And the goalkeeper was switched on and stood tall. His hands will be stinging after a couple of these.
Back to Stapleton. Strong block. Forward for Stapleton.
Yeah, Dylan Malpass not entirely happy with his wall there. So a couple of messages coming to them on court. He wanted them together first of all when they were separate, and then he was asking them to read that run that Stapleton was making, and they were just a little bit flat-footed. A little bit of frustration creeping in for Worcester.
Forward to Malpass between the lines. It's nice play, and this is a chance for Worcester, and it's gone in. It seemed to evade Bone, but Worcester won't care. And it's 3-3 with 1:45 left to play.
Wow. That is why you shouldn't get frustrated. You see the ball break, and it's the deflection off Jordan Edge, isn't it? He's desperately lunging to try and block, and you think he's made a really good defensive block, and all it's done is took it past his goalkeeper. Fair play, Worcester. They keep coming, don't they? They're not giving this up.
Jack Morgan on the score sheet at the right end. It seems like a long time ago since he diverted the ball past his own goalkeeper to give Manchester the lead. But an equaliser there, and that's got to be a yellow as a cynical foul on Jordan Edge.
Yeah, it's one from Richards, though, that I don't think his team in that transition, and as Manchester flood forward, will be too disappointed in him making. It stopped Jordan Edge making that crucial pass, and it's allowed them, one, to get back in, and also to get reset.
Yeah, professional foul.
In every sense of the word. But again, it's a huge opportunity with the two players we see stood over this.
Edge and Stapleton are those two players. Stapleton leaves it. Edge will take. Down to Stapleton. And I think that's similar to what Malpass was asking of his wall, or alerting to his wall on the previous play as well. And that run down the line, if you like, looking for the ball down the line, and the wall needing to offset to follow that. It didn't happen there, and the chance came for Manchester. Stapleton would have been emphatic.
That's what they're looking for, aren't they? But yeah, exactly, you're right. It's exactly what they're looking for, what Malpass is wanting from his wall. And the crucial thing is the players that were in there were different players this time, and we're seeing them probably much happier, players who are much more used to being on court, happier doing what the goalkeeper's asking of them.
So all square then, with just over a minute left to play. Kerwin, big save, Bone. Stapleton as Manchester look to come down the other end. Clever block in there as well from Carabalesi. Opens up the attack for Manchester. Thompson.
It's really good from Sam Kerwin. Strong, determined defending. And just before that as well, we saw a really good passage where he had no option, so he just decided to go 1v1. Now it's Manchester with the sloppy passes at a time where they won't want to have it. They've just given Worcester the ball back with 45 seconds, 48 seconds left on the clock. Not a time to be sloppy in possession.
Yeah, it was a fatigued pass. And Danny Stapleton recovering well there, though, because the kicking was direct to Sam Kerwin. 44 seconds to play. Kerwin goes back for Richards. It's blocked by Edge, who had a look up just to see where Dylan Malpass was.
I think he was more expecting Dylan Malpass to be out, but yeah, I can't see the goalkeeper being out in this situation now. Good from Kai Bone there, really composed goalkeeping.
Yeah, sensible decision to help his side retain possession as the clock continues to tick down into the final stages. Edge. Would be cruel for Worcester to lose it here.
It'd be weird, and it's about for both teams now, can we have the last attack? At 3-3 here, you don't want to be losing the game, but with that last attack, you've got every chance of winning it. Here we go.
Strong challenge, and an important to him, because Carabalesi seems to have a purpose about him as he tried to skip inside the defender. 4 seconds across to Thompson. Now or never, big challenge from Kerwin. And the final whistle goes. So that will be that as we call to a close the proceedings. A really great watch, a really entertaining contest. Manchester led 2-0 at half-time. It could have been more going into the break, in all honesty, but Worcester did superbly well in the second half. They got themselves back level. Manchester back ahead, but a final equaliser means here it finishes. Manchester 3, Worcester 3. A very warm welcome back. Two brilliant games have gone before us. Birmingham WLV defeating Bloomsbury 2-1 and Manchester Worcester finishing 3-3 in this Super Sunday of FA National Futsal Series action. Here now, Bolton take on London Helvetia, and the teams are out onto the court. And we will run through the two team lineups. So Bolton first then. Bolton start with Joe Payne in goal, Connor Woodworth, Rafe Barber, Mikey Bulmer and Ollie Whaley make up the rest of the starting five. The substitutes are named as Reece Crowther, Jordan Deere, Rob Harper, Oscar Lucas, Stuart Cook, who's back in the squad for Bolton, having served his 3-match ban for the red card he picked up in week 1 in Loughborough, Adam Dawson and Lucas Schofield, managed by Joe Ryan. For London Helvetia then, it's an opportunity for them to move top of the table. They start with Mark Croft in goal, Uriel Araujo, Ivan Chu, Liam Palfreman and Camilo Restrepo. Substitutes are Dimar Lahoz, Claudio Ribeiro, Weigel Cesar da Silva, Evander Alicio de Brito Lopez, Lucas Costa, Jason Moore and Vinicius Sampao. They're managed by Enrique Guillen. Matt, two really exciting, really great watches of games that have been before us today. This one, Bolton, London Helvetia, it promises to be another great contest.
It does, yeah. I think Bolton will be a little bit depleted. So you touched on the fact that their squad was named as having a couple of people that aren't here. So there's no Jordan Deere, no Adam Dawson, which is a bit of a blow to them ahead of kick-off. But they're still really strong. And when you've got a player of the calibre of Stuart Cook in your ranks, you're always in with a shout, aren't you? For Helvetia, we know what they bring. We know what to expect. Their experience, the wealth of incredible talent that's in that squad, they're going to be looking for one thing, and that's to capitalise on that Bloomsbury defeat earlier in today and take top spot back. We'll have to wait and see how it goes. I think it's going to be another exciting one though, and yeah, a bit too hard to call at this moment.
Yeah, London Helvetia undeniably one of the strongest forces in the league this season, with real depth and quality throughout their squad. They suffered that narrow defeat to Bloomsbury, but have bounced back since with 2 wins from their last 2 games. And they'll be looking to continue that momentum here today. Captains are into the centre of the court. Ivan Ju wearing the armband for London Helvetia, having taken over the role from Rayoli Medina following his retirement. The match officials for this game are Paul Waitley, Matt Bruffel, Andrew Thompson and Peter Nurse.
Be interesting for Bolton, I think, to make sure that they get a good start in this one. They obviously had a really good win, an important win for them last week. In this today, I think they'll look to build on that. Can we go as a team? The message will be: can we go? Can we make a good start? Can we put some pressure on Helvetia at a time where we still feel Helvetia in that little bit of transition almost this season after Rayoni's retirement? A couple more changes in their squad. There's a few of the players missing, and they're trying to bring these young players through and almost regroup, aren't they? But yeah, it's an opportunity for Bolton, but at the same time, a massive, massive ask.
Just a little false start there on the kickoff as the referees waiting for everyone to be in position, which they now are, and we are underway with London Helvetia getting things started. Uriel Araujo wearing 4 for Helvetia, immediately trying to start the attack. London Helvetia in the blue and white kit, kicking from right to left as we look at it from our commentary position. Woodworth, near side for Mikey Bulmer. Bulmer spreads the play out over to the left. It's a good challenge by Araujo, who's got an option to the left, instead goes for goal, and it's straight at Joe Payne, who gathers comfortably. A good opening though for London Helvetia.
Yeah, it's something you see a lot from Rafe Barber and Mikey Bulmer in particular. They like to go 1v1. They like to try and get themselves into situations where they can isolate players. And against this team, it's sometimes risky, but they're in here.
Brilliant skill by Barber, right on cue there to come out of that situation deep inside his own half.
He did really well, and in the end, it's a really important foot in that has stopped them from. There was a 3v1 breakaway at one stage, and the foot in has meant that they couldn't quite get there. Good opportunity for Bolton to build something here, though.
Fired across the face of goal.
It was almost a double false block there from Woodworth and Barber, almost dummying almost that they were going to look for that shot for Whaley's left foot. Perhaps get to see it again. There was the first one, there's the second one. He just fires it across and looking to almost put a toe on it.
Yeah, great replay of that there. Exactly what you highlight, Matt. And Liam Pelfreman on the attack for London Helvetia. Again, it's straight at Joe Payne. Barber lays the ball back for Ollie Whaley. Woodworth, Barber to his left. Now here is Rafe Barber, retains possession through Whaley. Bolton come out the other side with Bulmer. Decent start this for Bolton.
Yeah, they'll be really pleased with the start. They're moving the ball quickly, having a lot of the ball and getting into some nice areas. The importance of players like Woodworth and Stuart Cook today, when you've got these young lads who want to play 1v1, it's going to be massive. Again, really good from Woodworth there. Clever movement, looking for that wall pass, and they've got a nice early free kick. Players won't want to be isolated 1v1 with Bulmer and Barber because of the pace. The way, it's not just the fact that they will go 1v1, it's the pace at which they do it.
Good pass into the feet of Whaley. Ball just runs away from him though.
Yeah, I think he got caught in two minds there. He was looking for the almost diagonal into Woodworth, and then he almost got stuck between playing that and trying to go himself, and in the end probably just overhit his touch.
Pelfreman. Back to Liam Pelfreman. Forward to Restrepo, who picks up a good position. Restrepo for Ribeiro. Now Jew. Restrepo.
Good Whaley. Good defending from Ollie Whaley there. Recovered really well because Helvetia built that nicely. That almost all started from a little bit of naivety from Mikey Bulmer. He stayed high on the fly goalkeeper. It just meant Bolton were a little bit offset. Here we see again, really important right-footed touch from Whaley.
Restrepo goes down, penalty.
Oh.
Clear as day for the officials. Stone wall spot kick. And an opportunity for London Helvetia to take the lead inside 3 minutes.
Yeah, disappointing one as well, isn't it? It's a bright start from Bolton. It's just a little bit of a rash challenge, lunging in, wrong side. And we spoke about it earlier in the day. They're ones you don't want to see made as a coach. We have another look at it there. He doesn't really need to make that touch. Restrepo's going away from goal, and he's given him a really good chance to open the scoring now.
We saw Richard Ward convert a 6-metre spot kick against Birmingham's David Christin for a consolation earlier on. This one in very much different circumstances. It is the man who won the penalty, Camilo Restrepo, to take. Restrepo, big save! Big save from Joe Payne. Keeps things level.
Wow, what a save that is. He stood big. I mean, we spoke about the quality of goalkeepers in this division. Arguably in this game here, you've got the two best. What a big save that is. A strong right arm from Joe Payne. It's a massive moment for Bolton.
Cannot be underestimated how big a save that is from 6 metres out to deny Restrepo with the power on the ball. Such a difficult task, but one that Joe Payne has stood up strong to. Croft. Mark Croft again for Helvetia. Toying with the Bolton defence. This is Pelfreman looking for Ribeiro. Runs out of play and behind.
Yeah, the
Bolton restart.
I think it's with Mark Croft in those situations, he is a fifth outfield player, isn't he? He's so comfortable on the ball. You can't overcommit at all. Again, you can see what Bolton are looking to do. They're going to try and isolate someone 1v1. At the moment, it's Mikey Bulmer isolating Ivan Dew, which is a strange one, but it's something they've obviously worked on. And Bulmer will be an outlet for as long as he can be on court.
Dew dispossessed, and this is an opportunity for Bolton. Cook back onto the court. Oh. Kicking for Bolton. They've responded well since that penalty save.
They've started well, haven't they? They've started the brighter of the two teams, and the penalty almost sort of probably epitomised how best you start to it. It was a little bit, it was well struck, but it wasn't a great penalty, was it? As good as the save was, good effort. That's a good save. That's a really good save.
Yeah, a testing shot from Ollie Whaley from the simple set and smash kicking, if you like, and forcing Mark Croft into action.
Those...
It's left for Cook and into the hands of Mark Croft. This is Palfreman for Helvetia. Wins the kick in on the near side.
We said it, we spoke about it earlier, just going back to that kick in, the set and the smash, sometimes they're as good as anything. Just go and cause a little bit of chaos with the strike, cause the defending team a problem and see what comes from it. We've seen a goal in the last game from a very similar sort of area, and yeah, not the worst thing, you can overcomplicate them, can't you? It's a good ball.
Great ball across to Ribeiro, Scoss's lines. Brilliant diagonal to pick him out, and he knows he doesn't need telling. So really, that was a golden opportunity.
Yeah, really clever pass from Araju there, and Bolton will be disappointed they switched off. I think it was Stuart Cook actually. He knows better than that. Perhaps a little bit of rustiness after not playing much this season, but yeah, he'll need to be alert because Claudio Ribeiro is a bundle of energy and a box of tricks, and you can bet your bottom dollar he'll be on his toes.
Croft.
Good a game from Bolton.
This is Palfreman for Ribeiro on the left side. Trying to pick out Araujo. Misplaced pass runs through to the goalkeeper and star of the show so far, Joe Payne.
Oh, it's a lovely ball.
Great parallel pass, and that's a heavy challenge from Croft, who wipes out Rob Harper.
It's a big challenge. It's one that he's got to time well as we have another look at it. It's a really clever pass. Lovely parallel ball. As you see here, yeah, he does just get some of it, doesn't he? Really firm challenge. He had to win it. He has to get there. It's good from Bolton.
Palfreman forward to Ribeiro. Through the legs of Cook, but straight through to Joe Payne, shepherded back to him by Cook. Harper. Risky off Araujo, behind for the clearance.
You can hear the shout as soon as Mikey Bulmer gets the ball with a yard of space almost. It's go 1v1, go 1v1. That's what they're wanting from him, from their number 17. It's already proven that it's creating opportunities for them.
Araujo. Strong challenge from Cook. He's had plenty of dispute with the match officials in recent weeks, and he's penalised there for the foul.
Yeah, he'll feel harshed done by here because I think it is a block, but also Araujo's turning into him, and from Cook's point of view, he'll be saying, I've got every right to stand my ground, but yeah, he comes across the front of him, doesn't he? You can see why the referee would give the foul.
It's the second foul against Bolton. Ribeiro. Araujo. Cleared away in the last touch off Rob Harper, I believe. And goes out for a restart for London Helvetia. Ribeiro, nice first touch as ever.
It's interesting to look at Helveti's starting shapes. They're starting with Ribeiro in that pivot position, and he's not a natural pivot, but I think what they're trying to do is move Stuart Cook into areas he doesn't want to play. So it's quite interesting then that he passed off rather than following Ribeiro as Ribeiro dropped deep, because he won't want to go and play in those areas and be 1v1 with someone with Claudio Ribeiro's pace. Quite clever from Helvetia to just try and do that.
Yeah, interesting tactical matchup as Helvetia come forwards. It's behind once again for Bolton to restart through Joe Payne.
Oh, it's a great ball.
Cook, brilliantly done. Rushed effort perhaps from Lucas?
Yeah, probably panicked a little bit, so knew he was under pressure. For me, can take a touch in there, but it's easy for us to say up here, isn't it? That's harsh, that's not a foul. I don't believe that's a foul. They'll be disappointed with that one. And I think they're the ones where he can be most disappointing as a player or a coach when a referee gives the free kick there. You can see why he's given it, but just have a little bit of understanding of the game, because that's now 3 fouls.
Brilliant skill from Ribeiro.
It's a situation where with 13 minutes to go in this half, you've got you're a couple of fouls away from giving away penalties, aren't you? It's a good ball. It's a really good ball. What a touch as well.
Lovely touch to match. And good defending from a defensive point of view as well from Rob Harper.
Yeah, everything about that. The ball forward, the touch from Jason Moore, and then Rob Harper's recovery and tackle was exceptional. Really good passage of play.
Brilliant control to bring the ball down initially from Jason Moore.
The touch was almost too good, which gave him the chance, wasn't it?
Ribeiro knocks it short. Araujo to the feet of Ribeiro, just couldn't quite take it on the spin. And that time, his first touch let him down.
Again, you've seen that clever little bit of movement for him. He's almost bouncing onto Cook, and then as Cook has to step through, nobody else has filled that space. So something Bolton will need to be aware of. He was wide open if he could sort his touch out, wasn't he?
Nice control, and this is an opportunity for Bolton. Good defending though by Araujo as he shepherds Barber towards the corner.
Solid follow-up challenge from Woodruff as well. Knowing him, he will enjoy that challenge.
Croft, the option on the near side. Great pass across, cutting through the first line of Bolton defence.
Good from Cook.
Yeah, great from Cook to win the ball back. I think already in the first 8 minutes of the game you can see the experience and quality on call that he brings to this Bolton team and what they've lacked in the time that he's had to sit out.
Yeah, and you saw it a little bit in the game last week that they won against Kent with Woodworth and Deer back. It really helped them just to have that little bit more control and that patience. But it's a whole new level, isn't it, when you've got a player of Stuart Cook's calibre as much as anything else coming into your team. It just lifts the squad completely. And they've got some really exciting young players in this squad as well. The likes of Barber, Whaley, Bulmer, who we've mentioned before, Oscar Lucas. Exciting young players.
Ribeiro.
Good from Ollie Whaley.
Yeah, high press.
Yeah, and they've forced it back to the goalkeeper. Really, really good play from Bolton.
Yeah, I think Helvetia are unhappy there. They feel that Ollie Whaley got a touch on the ball when pressing high. Referee, if he didn't see it. And the ball back to Mark Croft. He's still complaining, Croft.
I think you could, at the end of the day, they obviously weren't sure. So from Bolton's point of view, they've got to appeal for it. And yeah, they've got free kick in a really good area. Let's see what they've worked on. Two goalkeepers having words here. Joe Payne enjoying this one, I think. It's really hard to tell, as we just saw on that replay. I don't know whether he got a touch or not.
Yeah, Enrique Guillen certainly believes he did, and that's the point he's making to Paul Waitley over on the far side, because it's conceded what's a very good position here. Of course, indirect, but gives a very good opportunity to work something from this. Might see a block in there as well to try to open up the shooting opportunity.
Yeah, some good players clever players on court to try and exploit this as well. Cook, no less than Cook over the ball.
Cook, the instigator, to Woodworth, and back to Cook, deflected wide.
Clever, and really good from Claudio Ribeiro, doing his defensive duties at the other end. And we'll take another look at it.
Yeah, it's the double shift of the momentum of the ball, just... And it's trickled in, and Bolton have a lead early on, as we were looking at that replay there. And Bolton, from the resulting corner, have got themselves ahead through Ollie Whaley.
Yeah, I have to take another look at it. Like you say, we were looking at that replay. Here we go. So very similar to what we saw earlier. Clever from Cook, and Whaley just drifted in. And Mark Croft will be disappointed with it, but Bolton will be ecstatic. They deserve that after their start. Really good start to this game, and they're here again.
Barber!
Oh, I tell you what, he's not far away, is he there? Wow. Helvetia's struggling to deal with Bolton's intensity so far. So we take another look. He wins the 1v1, and then you're not catching him in these situations. If anything, he'll just be disappointed that he's not hit the target. Another good opportunity here from this set piece.
From the same side that they've just exploited and scored from. This time it's really loose. Ribeiro on the counter-attack for Helvetia. Ribeiro travelling towards goal, but shepherded well. And it's good defending. And they win the kicking as well and retain possession back.
It's really good work from Bolton, isn't it? They've come back 30 metres at pace, make sure they were on top in the transition. And then, yeah, it's a really important touch from Rafe Barber, whose mistake it was to give the ball away on the corner in the first place. Real loose connection.
Due for Restrepo.
Good again by Woodworth.
Solid.
Yeah, and they have been, and it's been the theme of their defensive shape, hasn't it? Set out by the two here, Woodworth and Cook.
Mark Croft over on the far right side. He receives the ball now from Palfreman, just over the yellow line though. And is a kick in for Bolton.
It is confusing on that far side, those two lines being quite close together, isn't it? And yeah, he's caught a couple of players out through the day, so.
Woodworth across to Payne. Back to Cook. Calmly into Whaley. And across to Woodworth. And towards the far stick. Lucas Schofield was coming in.
Yeah, it's really clever, wasn't it? They've worked the ball well. They've got Cook into a really good area on the edge of his own D, and you know a player with his quality is picking up things. Really good pass from Whaley, and this is unfortunate. Just too far ahead of Schofield.
It's totally the right ball to the second post.
Good again from Cook and from Whaley. Excellent challenges, both of them. Been a theme of Bolton's performance, hasn't it? Defending with heart, defending with passion and intensity. And so far, Helvetia aren't getting much from this.
Opens up for Dew. Big save from Payne.
They just got caught. Whaley got caught between two minds. He wasn't sure whether to go to the ball or stay with the man and cover the passing line. And it gave Dew that half a yard almost. It's a good save from Joe Payne.
Ribeiro. Two men on him.
Boxer tricks, trying to draw fouls, trying to draw challenges. Cook and Woodworth, too experienced for him. Loose one.
Straight to Cook that time.
Yeah, loose one. Uncharacteristic of Mark Croft, isn't it? It's a good ball.
Ribeiro goes for the spectacular. Woodworth. Keeper's not an option, goes long instead, good pass.
It's a really good ball out as well, you know, because it was a loose pass from Whaley that put him on the back foot, and Woodworth did really well to find that pass out. And yeah, again, really good from Lucas Schofield, and they deserve the extra yards that they found themselves in.
Timeout here for Bolton, called by Joe Ryan and Nick Parrish.
Yeah, I don't actually think Joe's here. I think he's another one that's missing, isn't he? So it's just Mick on the bench at the moment. So very much so, it'll be Stuart Cook who's in charge of this, and Mick sort of helping from the bench. But they'll be happy with this. It'll be a case of making sure they settle. They'll have a game plan for they're obviously looking to split the game this half, especially, and almost in half, looking at the timing of this timeout. So they'll have a game plan. So far they've got the lead. It'll be, how do we build on this? For Helvetia, I think it's a case of, well, they've got to find another level, haven't they? Because at this moment in time, they're struggling with Bolton.
Yeah, they certainly are. And since that penalty save to deny Helvetia from the spot, big save from Joe Payne, Bolton have got themselves ahead, and they're well worth the lead at the moment.
They look more likely to go and get a goal, don't they, as well? I hope that's not us putting commentators' curse on them after this performance so far, but yes, certainly from what I've seen, they look the more likely to go and do something else. Other than the save Joe Payne's just had to make from Ivan Dew, there's not been a lot from Helvetia. But when called upon, he has made them.
The big games come thick and fast for Bolton. They'll play Manchester next Sunday when Bolton host the series, so if they can win this today, it would be a huge 3 points. So far left to go in this contest.
Yeah, it will be massive for them. They've had they've struggled. They've arguably played quite well at the start of the season and weren't getting results. They got a result last week. It's something they'll want to build on. And then, yeah, next week's a huge game for their season, isn't it? Against not just their local rivals, but their rivals for the top 4 spot as well. And they'll be looking to really push on now they've got some points on the board.
Dew. Just over 9 minutes to go until the break. Restrepo, the man who saw his penalty saved by Payne early on. Back to Croft. This is the number 14, Evander Lopez, and Restrepo off target.
Interesting there. I think Schofield made a small error. He tried to pass on in the defence that allowed this space, and Cook was almost recovering against Restrepo when he can't go and make a challenge.
Whaley. Here's Cook. Loose. And on hand was Evander Lopez. A big touch on it. Takes it behind for a corner.
Yeah, he recovered well, didn't he? Because it was Cook's uncharacteristic loose pass. Left Barber with no chance, really, other than to try and get something on it. And yet, Lopez with a really good opportunity. Good defending.
Croft skews that one. It's gone out for a kick in over on the far side, I think.
Yeah, Joe Payne enjoyed that one, didn't he?
A joke shared between the two goalkeepers, Joe Payne and Mark Croft. Restrepo for Dew. Shifts the ball really well. Lopez into the feet of Dew, who lays it back to Lopez.
Oh, it's lovely.
Lopez. Good pass to Pelfreman. Up against Cook. Pelfreman tries to come inside. Cook with a good touch on it, good defending.
Yeah, really good touch. And interesting with the three that he's on court with here in Barber, Bulmer and Lucas. I think Cook will almost look to play a quarterback type role.
Croft's up and Croft on target, but
He's got another chance.
denied by Payne. Due from range. Driven shot wide of target.
Yeah, really good here. So just switched to Oscar Lucas, switched off a little bit. It's a really firm block. I don't know if it's Payne or Cook himself actually who make it. Just a little bit scrappy at the moment for Bolton, and Helvetia will sense that and look to take full advantage. Here we go again.
Lopez.
It's good from Cook.
Decision goes the way of Bolton, and perhaps slightly off camera there. I think Liam Palfreman's going to pick up a yellow card for dissent towards the referee. And a yellow card as well.
Yeah, two for dissent, I think there. One for unsporting behaviour from Liam Palfreman for throwing the ball away, and also one for one of the Bolton players, potentially Mikey Bulmer, by the looks of it,
Bulmer,
for signalling that there should be a yellow card. So don't think either team will be too happy with to receive bookings in that situation, but a little bit of stupidity from both players. Again, it's almost giving officials that opportunity to make that decision.
Lucas. Cook across. Runs out of play for a Helvetia kick in. 7 minutes and change left to go. Bolton winning. Bolton lead by 1-0. Jew. Forward to Restrepo. Across to Croft, who's done excellently to keep it in. Croft fires a shot against the post.
Wow, what a strike that was, and he enjoyed that one. A little bit of words with Joe Payne again, a theme of what we've seen, a little bit going on between the two keepers. But yeah, interesting. Bolton are trying to almost press on the fly goalkeeper to put pressure on the other two and stop the ball coming through to Croft, and what they do is leave a gap that it does create that almost instant shooting opportunity for him when he receives it.
Kicking goes the way of Bolton, much to the frustration of the Helvetia bench.
Yeah, all happens that quickly, but it's right in front of the bench, isn't it? They weren't happy. You got to go with the referee's call there. It made more sense given where the ball was going. You could see why he'd make that call, but
Cook in possession. Given away, and this is an opportunity for Araujo, and on the follow-up it's prodded wide, and Joe Payne again celebrating the save, and it stays 1-0 to Bolton.
It's a huge save as well, a really, really big moment. When he's been called upon, he's been so dependable and reliable, Joe Payne. But yeah, Bolton almost architects their own downfall, where Lucas, Barber, Bulmer, they're looking every time they get it to try and turn and play forwards, and sometimes you just need to enjoy possession of the ball a little bit more and keep that ball.
Jew fouled inside his own half. That's going to be a free kick for Helvetia and moves Bolton onto 4 fouls. Palfreman. Araujo. Good challenge. Palfreman for Helvetia. To Croft. Croft fires the ball back at Palfreman, who's done well to control. Forward and flicked, and a good save by Payne. He would have seen that late.
It took a huge deflection now. What an adjustment that is. Big save from the Bolton keeper. Just take another look at it. You can see Palfreman nothing really on, so just fires one through, and you can see why. That's the kind of thing that can happen.
Saw a similar situation when Dew saw his effort saved earlier on.
Challenge.
Yeah, good tackle as Bolton come forward on the counter. Through Harper. Cynical.
Yeah, it was clever as well from Rob Harper. He drew the challenge, nutmeg Restrepo, and yeah, there was always going to be a foul there, and I think Restrepo will be lucky to get away with a card here. He has, though.
Yeah, I'd be inclined to agree there, but it does look as though Restrepo has escaped without any further punishment.
Both teams on 4 fouls. Interesting last 5 minutes. Again, really well worked from Bolton. You can see what they're trying to do, can't you? Just fizz that ball across goal, and it's almost in those situations hoping that somebody gets a touch towards goal. But it's really clever but simple free kicks.
It's left for Cook.
Clever. Really disguised well.
Cook down the line, looking for the return ball. Instead it goes back to Rob Harper. Bolton retaining possession.
Yeah,
5 to play until the break.
Really good.
Lovely one-touch play. And down the line as well as they appeal for a free kick. Just slight contact between Palfreman and Bolton's Rafe Barber, but not too much in that one.
Yeah. What you've got here, what Bolton have done quite well is, with the 3 experienced guys, Harper, Woodworth and Cook on court, they're now looking to retain that possession a little bit more. They're just looking to keep it, looking to play, looking to try and make things happen like this.
Harper's in here for Bolton. Brilliant challenge. Crucial. Lucas Costa, with a sliding challenge for London Helvetia, only just on. And what a vital challenge.
Last ditch defending. Harper had been so good in front of goal and scored so many goals this season already, and what you've seen there is a really good last ditch block to stop him. Here we go.
Cook,
Good
big save.
Croft. Really big save.
On the follow-up, another good save from Croft. And the distribution is quick, looking for Ribeiro. Bolton have it back. And Cook resets things.
Yeah, just giving themselves a moment. They're a little bit out of shape, things like that. Just give themselves time to reset, almost rest, take a breath. They'll be really happy with how this half's gone, won't they? They've played so well.
Ribeiro. Dew. Araujo. Back for Ivan Dew. Costa. Give it away to Harper. Brilliant skill from Harper. And again, a good challenge from Lucas Costa on the same player, Rob Harper, who he denied a minute or so ago, and Rob Harper has stayed down.
Yeah, there was a little bit of afters in the challenge here, so you see the lovely little nutmegs on Claudio Ribeiro. Not something he's used to giving them out, not receiving them. And then as this ball comes through, I think they just collide off camera, him and Ivan Dew, which has causes maybe a little bit winded there. So Bolton looking to make a quick change, I think. Rafe Barber coming back in.
Barber steps back onto court for this Bolton side. Ollie Whaley in possession. Helvetia have it back, promising position. Araujo. Costa, Araujo goes down. Costa tries the Rabona.
Superb again from Joe Payne.
Costa goes thundering to the ground. Ribeiro, back to Costa. It's all got a bit scrappy last few moments.
It's good from Bolton, just to win that ball back. Determined from Mikey Bulmer. Oh, just for a second there, I thought it opened up for the diagonal to Rafe Barber.
Near side official Matt Bruffel.
Not sure which way he was giving that one, was he?
Slight confusion as to which way he initially pointed, but I think got the decision right in the end, which is, I suppose, what matters most. Joe Payne was charging out of net and clears away. And in doing so, wins the free kick. It's a foul conceded by Evander Lopez.
It's really good from Joe Payne. Experienced play there. He knows the contact's coming. He's just brave in the challenge. Clears the ball first and foremost. And down he went. 5 fouls, Helvetia.
It's a yellow card there as well for Lopez to add further punishment to the pain endured by London Helvetia so far in this game. And they move on to 5 fouls, as you rightly say, with 3 minutes left to go. Whaley, good ball forwards and a nice touch as well. Unfortunately, just trickled away from Mikey Bulmer.
See what they were trying to do though, couldn't you? They were trying to isolate somebody on that run with one of the two really quick players, and Bulmer and Barber are such a threat in those situations. Bolton just got to be strong defensively here. Almost wait in this last 2.5 minutes of this half. They need to wait for their opportunity.
Croft, ball in hand. And Lopez. Lopez comes through the challenge well. Ribeiro.
It's good covering from Rafe Barber.
Yeah, great challenge from Barber, who now looks to start the attack for himself all alone. Would have been some goal. Won the ball back initially, then went on the attack. Would have been some finish.
Yeah, what a save again. Both goalkeepers here we've seen make countless saves. But Helvetia are in a situation where they can't make a challenge on him here now. So he's in a position where he's going to get the shot away. He's almost found that bottom corner, hasn't he? Another good opportunity here, and no surprise, 2.5 left in this half. 5 fouls. Stuart Cook back on court himself.
Croft keen to start the counter quickly, does so through to Jew. Ivan Jew lets it run. Jew equalises. Bolton 1, Helvetia 1. Just before the break, Helvetia are back on level terms.
Really, really good goal, isn't it? Great distribution from Mark Croft. Clever first touch from Ivan Jew, and then as Cook comes in, he just dummies the strike, lets the ball run and puts it in the bottom corner. Big goal from Helvetia's captain.
Jew read perfectly, because Croft really, Cook rather, for Bolton, really committed himself for the initial effort, which was faked by Jew. And now, immediately after, Ribeiro. Still there for Claudio Ribeiro, goes across and into the side netting from Lopez.
Both teams just a little bit loose, aren't they, with possession now, and running the risk of giving that ball away in really good areas.
Lopez, well won back by Whaley. Jew comes and asserts his dominance on the situation though. Whaley, well, felt he was fouled, or certainly the rest of his teammates did.
I think they're the ones that really frustrate players, because earlier in the game that kind of thing was being given as a foul. Now, because Helvetia are on 5 fouls, you feel like it won't be given because they don't want to give the 6th foul on something that is quite minor. But it's maybe that little bit of inconsistency that we...
And I guess if Whaley goes down there, that might change the official's decision as well, which is...
Agreed, but is that the right thing to be?
Totally not. Yeah. Totally not.
It's good from Bulmer.
Chance here. Good save.
Wow. Well, both goalkeepers, we've said it before, haven't we, have been exceptional. But that save from Mark Kraft is as good as they come. As we have another look at it here, the ball breaks, Barber's in, Sousa can't make a challenge. And it's a really good save. This is dangerous. Whaley's got a weapon of a left foot. And that is commentator's curse.
Right on cue, that one, Matt. Just over a minute left to play until half-time in game 3 here today.
I've been really impressed with Bolton in this half. The way they've approached it, they've not played with any fear. They've not sat off. They've tried to impose themselves on the game, and they've got rewards from it, haven't they? They're unfortunate to be going in level, to be honest, because they deserve to be leading the game.
Let's see what Bolton can work from this position then. Cook dispossessed, and a pull back on the shirt of Araujo. It's spotted by the official, and then a little bit of afters between the two players as well. Liam Pelframan's asking for the rolling foul against Cook as it all gets a little bit heated here. There's 5 fouls against Bolton.
I can't. Just a little bit in this game, isn't there? So I think what he's actually giving is 2 fouls.
I believe he's given 2 fouls.
Yeah.
Well, that's certainly what Liam Pelframan's asking, and there's a confrontation here between Pelframan and Payne. What the officials are discussing, so Bolton are on 4 fouls. There then seem to be 2 fouls committed in quick succession, so the rolling foul given against Cook, and then Cook with a foul again. And now are the officials going to award that as 2 fouls and give a 10-metre spot kick for Helvetia, or will they see it as 1 foul in the first instance and bring it back for just the free kick? Stuart Cook is frustrated. The referees are still in conversation. Matt Broffel, it looks as though we'll bring it back for the free kick.
So I think what they've done is come back for the first foul because there was no advantage from it, so they will be on 5 fouls. There you see the first one, and then this is the second one, which is the contentious one where...
I think there's a pull on the shirt of Cook as well, to be fair.
Yeah, and he doesn't really do a lot, does he? He's just strong. So, but no doubt there was a foul on the first one.
Yeah, from first looking, I thought there was a pull of the shirt from Stuart Cook, and then the second one was a pull on the shirt of Cook. So I think they've come to the right decision in the end. I think there's a yellow card for Cook as well for the initial foul. And I think it is the right decision in the end, although there's still a disagreement between the officials and players. And is the referee now taking this to the 10-metre spot, Matt?
I haven't got a clue what's going on. I was looking to my right to the timekeeper to see what... But, yeah, it looks as though he's done what we thought initially. He's given the 2 fouls and turned this into a 6th foul. Stuart Cook got a book in and a chance for Helvetia to lead at half-time.
Well, controversy to say the least, because on the replay as we looked at it, we thought they'd given the initial right decision and given the free kick.
which you could understand. If they're pulling it back for the first foul, you could understand, because he has tugged him back, and I'm sure he'd be happy with that and the booking, because he knows what he's done there. He's completely wrong side. The afters, yeah.
Well, Payne saved from 6 metres. Can he save from 10? It's Pelfreyman who strokes it home, and London Helvetia celebrate. It looks as though they'll take a lead into the break in controversial style. But London Helvetia, the scoreline reads, it's 2-1 to them.
It's incredibly harsh on Bolton, isn't it? And they'll look to build. They're going straight into the fly by the looks of it here, but yeah, incredibly disappointing for them, and you can see they're still disappointed. Mick Parrish remonstrating with Paul Waitley on the far side, but there's nothing can be done now. The decision's been made, so Bolton have to build again here and see what they can do with this last 45 seconds.
Cruel on Bolton.
Yeah, I think that's the right word for it, isn't it?
Now they have to bounce back. They have to respond in a way that they can channel frustrations onto the court. And they've got half-time to reset as well, which I guess will calm the intensity of the game down somewhat, with both teams on 5 fouls still, and it might become a factor here as Stuart Cook does extremely well to skip past 2. He plays it across to the left, and the finish totally lets Connor Woodworth down.
Yeah, right-footed on his left-hand side. He's just almost took a swing at it. But what about that from Stuart Cook? Completely tying Helvetia in knots. He took 3 players out the game with 1 turn.
Jew, great control. Forward to Restrepo. Restrepo!
Oh, what a strike.
Well, the clock reads 0. The clock reads 0. And that's what Bolton are saying. Now, this is controversial. As if there hasn't been enough controversy in this game already. Now, Joe Payne's been shown a yellow card. Camilo Restrepo's put the ball in the net. But we don't have a buzzer here. We do not have a buzzer. It's for the referees to blow the whistle. When did that clock go down to 0? Helvetia celebrate. They try to get on with things. They're back in their own half and looking to restart. There's no time left to restart. It's half time.
Wow.
Goal scored is what Paul Waitley's just said. Goal scored.
Well, Bolton could quite easily have gone in at 1-1 and suddenly find themselves 3-1 down in this. It's incredibly disappointing for them, and they'll feel so aggrieved.
Half time, 3-1 to Helvetia. Well. Controversy in abundance. We've had it all in this first half, Matt. We really have. Bolton can feel so hard done by to be 3-1 down at the break. You feel it's totally unjust. Well, there's still 20 minutes of futsal left to play. The break is called for.
And Bolton are going to need this break as well, just to calm themselves back down, aren't they?
I think the officials will need the break as well, to be honest. But at half-time then, after a crazy first half, it's Bolton 1, London Helvetia 3. Second half coming up shortly. And breathe then. Welcome back for the second half. Meet Isaac Barrington alongside Matt Hardy. As the second half starts, a first half that had it all really. Penalty save, a penalty scored, and controversial refereeing decisions, not least the goal on the buzzer right at the very end, which was disputed to the death really by Bolton. But either way, it's so harsh that they're 3-1 down at the moment. But they have to move forward from here. They have to try to get themselves back into the game. They are only 2 goals down. They've played really well in the first half.
Yeah.
There's plenty of positives. They've just got to try to reset and go again from here.
Yeah, take a breath, reset, just think about everything that went right rather than what went wrong, and really keep their cool and just play their way back into this half and almost treat the game as though it's 0-0 again from the start and see what they can get from it. They were excellent for a large part of that first half and don't deserve to be losing this game. So the 10 metre, I still don't believe that everything that happens after that stems from that moment for me. And
agreed.
You're in a situation where Bolton find themselves 3-1 down through things that were avoidable. So they just got to look to reset in this and keep their cool, and hopefully they can continue playing with that sort of intensity that they played with for the large part of the first half.
And it was the majority of the first half. I believe on 17 minutes they were 1 goal to the good and then conceded 3 after that.
Yeah, and the equaliser, I mean, it's a fantastic goal, isn't it? And we said that, and it's one where they've as unfortunately as it was, we've seen Dew with a little bit of quality, and yeah, that's what he brings, and we know it's a captain's goal from him. But then, yeah, everything from that, it's just disappointing for the game as much as anything, because it's the 2 teams were scrapping it out really well, weren't they? And the game was in the balance.
A goal for Bolton would do this game wonders.
Yeah,
really would, to just even things back up slightly and really put the game back in the balance with a cushion between the teams at the moment. Helvetia, you feel, that can try to take control of the game in this second half, but Bolton will certainly have other ideas. There was a yellow card for Joe Payne just right at the end of the first half as well for his complaints. So a yellow card for Payne. This is Ribeiro. Pushed.
Yeah, frustration from Mikey Bulmer, and they're the kind of things that I'm saying from the message from Bolton needs to be, let's not get silly, let's not let this game get away from us, let's stay in it, and they're up against a very, very good side. Let's make them play as well as we know they can to win this game rather than giving it to them. It's a good opportunity this for Palfreyman, and we know his quality over this ball.
Dew's an option wide left. He's got Araujo to the right. Liam Palfreyman steps up to the ball, goes to Araujo. Payne equal to the effort. Bolton on the attack down the other end. It's stopped by Croft, but not held. It was parried away, and defenders were there to clean up any resulting danger.
Yeah, and really good covering from Ivan Dew afterwards as well. But good positive play from Schofield. He was in a situation where he's bearing down on goal. Take the early shot. Why not? We've seen already, things can happen, can't they?
Woodward's to take the corner. It's back to Payne. Across to Whaley.
Almost got his touch stuck, I think, there.
Payne has just crossed the near sideline. It's gone out of play. Kicking for London Helvetia. Dew.
Yeah.
Big diagonal in search of Palfreyman.
Really good from Bolton. Recovered well to play out. It's interesting, Palfreyman got wrong side of Lucas Schofield for a short while on that last attack, and Bolton were almost recovering, and they can't afford to switch off because there's some very, very clever players that will punish them and take this game away from them. Helvetia will smell blood a little bit here.
Cross giving the ball away on halfway. It's a really difficult position to lose the ball. Dangerous. And Helvetia do well to win it back, because that
a good challenge.
Really was a moment. It looks as though the opportunity was there, and that's certainly a free kick. No disputing that call.
You have another look at this one. Firm challenge from Bulmer, and then really clever from Whaley. Sees the contact coming, skips inside. You can see what he's trying to do. Yeah, Palfreyman knows what he's doing.
Yeah, Liam Palfreyman, who has already been booked in that first half. So we saw it earlier with Birmingham's debutant walking a bit of a tightrope throughout the second half, and with many players on yellow card cautions in this game. It does have the type of intensity of games in the past that we've seen players dismissed. Cook. Barber. Helvetia rigid in defence. Fails for the free kick, play goes on, and Barber scored! And there's the goal that Bolton were looking for. From range, as we take a look at the replay, it was brilliant skill by Rafe Barber. The free kick wasn't given, they didn't need it, and the deflection has just taken it back Mark Croft. It's 3-2.
Again, it's what we say in those situations: get those shots in on goal, cause that carnage, because you can see with a little bit of a touch, it left Mark Croft with absolutely nothing. Game on. Brilliant start to the half for Bolton. And Helvetia are they know they're in a game still, don't they?
100%. Cause the carnage, such a great phrase that we've seen used regularly throughout this FA National Futsal Series. So fitting for the way the game is, and brilliant example of it there.
It's almost one we've almost coined in, kept it as our own, haven't we, as a sport? But it's so true for so many things. The game's so fast, it's so end to end, that in those situations, just sometimes the right thing is the simple thing. Take the shot.
Across to the second post, squandered.
Wow, how this game has turned. Really quickly now, you're seeing Helvetia arguing a little bit between themselves. Really clever movement here. Excellent from Cook. And Oscar Lucas has to score. He has to score at the second post.
You can see from his reaction, he knows that should be 3-3, and a hand of apology to his teammates. Great play from Cook, though, to set up the opportunity. More of the same for Bolton. It's causing issues for London Helvetia.
Yeah, and Claudio Ribeiro there just tried to almost carry them, or give themselves a bit of a breather and get themselves 10 metres higher than they've played for the majority of this half so far.
Due. Bolton have it back, and it's laid back. Cook, controlling. Lucas into Harper for Cook again. Brilliant play. Nice skill. Stuart Cook, good save. Harper on the follow-up, keeps the ball in. And now it's gone out over on the far side. Disappointing, but Stuart Cook rolling back the gears and showing his quality.
That is his quality, isn't it? Right foot, left foot, you see the roll. That almost trademarked Stuart Cook's style roll. Creates the chance, and it's a really good save from Croft. Harper probably should have let that run for a corner there, keep the pressure on. But you can see what he was trying to do as well.
Croft, great first touch. Mark Croft, good save, Payne. Keeper to keeper.
Yeah, another really good save from Joe Payne. Much quieter since that yellow card. It's one positive of him being yellowed, I suppose.
Yeah, it's 5 players cautioned in that first half. 3 for Bolton and 2 for Helvetia.
Helvetia just need to grab back control of this game, don't they? They're just letting Bolton play their way a little bit too much, I feel. Not playing with enough quality almost. Again,
Cook goes to ground.
Really clever. Cook had no nose in that situation there. As we just take another look at it, I feel Cook has no way of playing out with this here, but he just puts his body in the way, takes the contact, takes the free kick. Really clever, experienced play.
Yellow card for Ivan Ju takes us to 6 names in the referee's notebook. Referee, I think they're indicating that one given for persistent fouling. Payne, back to Cook, patient. Forward to Harper, he's managed to keep it in, and Payne's left the net empty.
Yeah.
Helvetia couldn't work the shooting chance.
Also lunged in on a yellow card as well in desperation. Fortunate. Harper's struggling a little bit last couple of minutes. Just
Ju.
line change from Bolton. Just freshening things up.
Yeah, change of the quartet for Bolton. Fresh 4 onto the court.
I think that's probably important for them. Keep it fresh, keep the tempo high. For Helvetia, it's all about just grabbing back control of this game, isn't it?
Payne. Whaley. Fulmer. Bolton ball. Bolton flying again. It's lofted back and the touch off Pelfreman. Payne lofts it forward. This is an opportunity. Ju was positioned perfectly.
Really well read by Ivan Ju and a really powerful run forward.
Ju stayed down here, but the game goes on momentarily at least. Bolton still attacking. 4v3, good save Croft. And Ju still down.
Yeah, it's a really powerful run through, and Mikey Bulmer was solid, wasn't he, with his challenge. And then once he get into this situation here, Whaley on his weaker side, nice step over, finds himself half a yard. Really good firm strike, and another great save from Mark Croft.
Yeah, I think Ivan Ju's issue is just on the landing. Seems to be clutching his left wrist. And physio Davi Pereira is on to attend to the Helvetia skipper.
Not sure if it's his wrist or his hip, Isaac, but one or the other. He's obviously in a little bit of discomfort, and he's a big lad. I'm not sure he'd stay down easily, but
yeah, I think they are looking at the right side of Ju, so possibly his hip or that sort of area on the landing on this firm court.
yeah, he says it as he's landed, isn't it? It's a heavy landing, and they come keen.
It's a timeout that's not, though, isn't it, really, Matt? The teams are...
Yeah, good opportunity for them just to reset. Probably more crucial for Helvetia than for Bolton at this time. Just going to have a look at Rafe Barber's goal again. A really good strike, and Ju so unlucky. It's really good bit of skill to get past Ribeiro.
And the applause is for Ivan Ju, who's back to his feet and looks okay to continue, which is always good to see. So, break in play, but very much back to the action. With 13 intense minutes left to play. Bolton again set up in the fly goalkeeper setup. Jude does have to leave the court, so is replaced by Restrepo. Whaley for Bulmer. Payne back to Bulmer. Ribeiro was over him like a rash.
He's so good defensively in those situations, Claudio Ribeiro, because he covers ground so quickly. You've seen it there.
The referee's got the card out again. I think just a delaying of the restart. Try to stop Helvetia taking that kick quickly. And it's Connor Woodworth, who is also shown a yellow card.
It's a fair few now, isn't it, for Bolton?
4 for Bolton, 3 for Helvetia.
Which probably sums up the game so far, and a lot of them are for little things like that as well, where...
Totally. Just under 13 minutes remain in this contest. And what a contest it's been as well. Bolton took the lead, that seems like a long time ago. Ribeiro, great skill. Turns inside onto his right. Deflected behind, corner.
He looks the most likely, doesn't he, for Helvetia? Every time he gets the ball, Claudio Ribeiro's making something happen. Again here, we see a really nice little bit of skill to go past Whaley. Whaley's still going the other way to begin with, and then he recovers well to get the block in on the shot. But Ribeiro's the one player I feel that when he gets it, he's trying to make things happen. Helvetia not quite at the races other than him at the moment. Here he is again.
Ribeiro. Forward to Araujo, prods it wide.
Really clever, really clever.
Take a look on the replay. It was the flick round the corner from Claudio Ribeiro. Feeds it through to Araujo. Agonisingly close to a 4th for Helvetia. Harper into Cook. Tries to return it to Harper. Cook across swiftly. Deals with the danger.
Yeah, he swept that well, didn't he? And game just feels like it's in the balance, doesn't he? The whole atmosphere of it changed after that Bolton second goal, and now you feel that we're just almost waiting for something to happen. Will it be a Helvetia 4th, which surely would seal it, or can Bolton find that equaliser, which really makes these last 10 minutes or so interesting?
Cook for Barber. Cook with a cutting pass through to Lucas. I think the Helvetia first line tried to anticipate the pass over to the right.
And the
experience of Cook really read the situation well and broke through that line of defence.
I think that's it. Never anticipate anything with Stuart Cook. He will pick out any kind of error, as he did there. And again there, I think Bolton just looking maybe for Lucas to be a bit more positive in his thinking.
Cook for Lucas. Good first time pass. Scuffed across.
Payne doesn't look as comfortable on the far side as he does on the near side. So when he can play and receive the ball on his right hand side and can play down the line or come back, he's much more comfortable than when he's on that side, where he's probably more natural to have a left footed playing. And
Croft.
It's a good save. Really good save.
Did well to push that away because there was a player following up for a potential rebound there.
And it's interesting, in the position where Mark Croft is so strong is the one where it doesn't work as well for Bolton with Joe Payne, does it? But that's a really good save. That bounced right in front of him as well. Again, important touch from the kick in.
Yeah, corner kick now for Helvetia. Just over a quarter of this game is left to play. Kent United, Loughborough follows. For the moment, it's all eyes on this one as Pelfreman lines up the shot. Prodded wide. Cook over the far side touchline.
A little bit of fun between two very good friends there, and referee deciding to have a word, but I think they're just messing around, to be fair.
On we go. Liam Pelfreman. Deepest Helvetia player. To Croft. Cuts back inside. Restrepo. Had Ribeiro as the option. Cook might shoot. We know he can score from those sort of distances. That time, off balance.
Off balance, and his aim wasn't there, was it? I think he's put that one in the swimming pool on the far side as opposed to the goal.
Araujo. Into Ribeiro. Lucas was lurking. Still is. Restrepo, nice turn. Quick play. Unlucky.
Yeah, desperately unfortunate. Really good play, and it's all started from Claudio Ribeiro again. A really good turn as he comes into Restrepo here. He's round Cook, and as it opens up, it's a good effort, strikes the bottom of the post. Unfortunate. As close as Helvetia have come this half, isn't it?
Harper. Araujo. For Restrepo. Restrepo again skipping by the Bolton defender, but that time it ran away comfortably through to Payne. Bolton on the attack. Harper. Important challenge from Pelfreman.
Yeah, really big challenge, and you saw the celebration. He knows the importance of that. He's played at a level that he understands that. And it's Harper, just his touch out of his feet here, second touch, maybe not quite what he would be wanting in that situation. Gave Pelfreman that chance to get back.
Cook for Barber.
So again, Bolton here just trying to set up that almost 3-in-line fly that we've seen from Bloomsbury earlier in the day. Here we go, missing Barber into Lucas, back to Cook.
It's become such a feature of a few of the teams throughout this new campaign, this 3-in-a-line in the fly goalkeeper set up as Cook takes it upon himself to shoot.
Yeah.
Talk about a game of bluffs.
Yeah, I think for Bolton here, they're almost just trying to look to get somebody to almost commit to a challenge, and that's what they're looking to do. And Cook's trying to get himself into a situation where he can find a little bit of room, and there, they're asking for a corner there. I don't think it is, but yeah, who knows? The way this game's gone, ask for it.
It's very true. If you've just joined us in this second half, the first was extremely lively. Bolton took the lead. Helvetia 3 goals in the final 3 minutes in controversial style. They were awarded a 10-metre spot kick when 2 fouls were adjudged to have been committed in very quick succession. That was converted by Pelfreman, and then a goal right on the buzzer and literally on 0.1 or 0.0. It's a whole different story. It feels like such a long time ago now, but it's so relevant in this game. And with 8 minutes left, it's 3-2 to Helvetia. This is Restrepo.
it's easy to forget that he missed a penalty as well, isn't it? So early on when the game was still 0-0, and seemed to be at that time, oh, it's unfortunate, really clever from Cook, but he seemed to be at that time that everything was going Bolton's way, and he very quickly turned on his head, and they've almost had this half playing catch up. Helvetio's experience starting to tell now, not panicking, just keeping that ball, waiting for those chances. It's really clever from Palfreyman. Ribeiro. Now they've got to come back the other way though. Bolton very deep.
And there was a great duality between Ribeiro and Palfreyman.
And really good from Liam as well, just to wait. He almost waited for the opportunity to arise rather than trying to force it. And so many players in that situation, sort of 4 meters from their own goal, would panic and try and force that ball through and give it away. We've seen it across the day already. And what you've got with the experience of Palfreyman there, he just put his foot on the ball, waited for the chance and played the ball out, and nearly got the rewards from it.
Whaley. Back to Ollie Whaley again, and forward looking for Schofield.
He's done well there. Just I thought Ivan Dew was winning it, so he's done well just to make sure he didn't win it clean. And Bolton straight back into this fly, first chance they get.
Whaley, lofted ball. She was always the favourite. Croft keeps it in. Less than 7 to play. Only 1 goal to split the teams. We saw Bloomsbury lose their position at the top of the league earlier today after their loss to Birmingham. And then Manchester capitalised with a win as well. And this is an opportunity for, as it stands, Helvetia will be moving to the top of the tree. But far from over as Bolton apply more pressure. Empty net though for Mark Croft. Mark Croft from range. Off target. So close.
Very close. And of all the goalkeepers, when that falls to him, you almost expect Mark Croft to hit the target there. But I suppose it just highlights again just how hard a technique it is to, almost with that drop kick, to put that ball between the posts.
Bolton let off the hook after conceding possession cheaply in the fly. Ribeiro. Bulmer cuts inside.
It's good from Ribeiro again, isn't it?
Yeah, great challenge.
It's fantastic work to come back in. He realised as soon as Bulmer was working, as soon as Bulmer received that ball, he realised Bulmer was going to look to isolate someone 1v1, and he worked really hard to get back in and help out his defenders. A couple of times there that Lucas Schofield, the ball's coming into his feet and he's trying flicks off around the corners, and we've had a couple of calls from the Bolton bench just asking him maybe to be a little bit braver, hold that ball up if he can. It's a tough task on a young lad, but it's all part of his learning, all part of his development, and it's what they really need in these moments, just to get hold of that ball and build from it.
Whaley. Well tackled. Clever from Lopez. This is Jew. Palfreyman. Cross to Lopez. Over the yellow line. Correct decision.
Again, Ribeiro, really clever nutmeg there, and you just felt that they're only inches away, aren't they, from a really good opening.
Bulmer. Whaley. Woodworth. This is Schofield. For Woodworth. Good area this for Bolton. Intercepted though by Jew. So good at anticipating those passes, Ivan Ju. Always seems to be in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, really important interception from the captain there, and again, very much a captain's performance for him. He got that goal, didn't he? And then you've seen good moments like that where he's just in the right place at the right time. Real solid display. It's what you come to expect from him, to be honest.
Palfreman has the ball for Helvetia as they look to use Croft as the fly again. He's over on the near side. Ju. Croft now makes his way back between the sticks. Lopez. Switches the play. Across to Ribeiro. Palfreman. Into Lopez. Lopez just held up momentarily. This is Palfreman, goes down the left and ran out of court.
Yeah, line change from Bolton. That four had an awful long time on court, didn't they? And you've now last five, you see Cook coming back in, and interested to see whether he tries to finish the game with this four, whether there'll be any more changes from Bolton's perspective. I think him being on court is their best opportunity of getting a goal back.
Cook lofts it through, and there was a call of keepers from Mark Croft. It was a brave call because Restrepo left it with Rob Harper lurking.
It's a really, really brave call as well, because he called it early, Restrepo left it, and Harper's very nearly nipped in, hasn't he? Would have been a disaster for Mark Croft and Helvetia. Don't know how hurt he actually is here, or how much of this is the Joe Payne school of play acting.
Game management. Ribeiro. Save that had to be made.
With a really, really good save, isn't it? Smart stop, stood up well. Again, it's Ribeiro, isn't it? Ribeiro looks the most likely to finish this game off. Really clever running, isolating Stuart Cook again. Been really impressed with Ribeiro's work rate, to be honest. He's in and out of possession. He's popping up here, there, and everywhere, isn't he?
Yeah, an outstanding performance so far. The Helvetia number 11. Timeout called here, so with 3 minutes 47 left. It's on a knife edge. Helvetia 1 goal to the good. Bolton applying pressure. And very much still in with a shot.
Yeah, important conversation this. Just as much as there's only 3 minutes, three and a half minutes left on this clock. For Bolton, it'll be very much, we've still got time. We've still got time. Keep doing what you're doing. Keep almost moving that ball. Keep working those opportunities. Don't panic yet, and really trying to make sure that the players keep focused on what their ultimate job is. For Helvetia, it'll be more of the same, won't it? Can we defend? Can we just lift our level a little bit? Can we go and kill this game? Because a fourth goal here kills Bolton's hopes for me, and that's what they'll look to do as soon as possible, and then it makes the last few minutes of this game really comfortable for them. Interestingly, after the first half, we've had a very disciplined second half, only 3 fouls in it.
Yeah, it's a very good point. Quite the polar opposite to the first period. Harper. Croft with the empty net, will try again. Mark Croft from range. It's wide, and I think Cook was there on the cover anyway.
Yeah, he was back in position well, wasn't he? But you can see what Crofty was looking for there.
The second attempt that Mark Croft has had with that drop kick towards the empty net. Yeah, it was shepherded wide by the experienced header Stuart Cook, who sensed the danger. Barber. Free kick, Bolton.
Again, Bolton disappointed, bit eager to whistle that Paul Whately, I think, and they felt there was a break on. They could quite easily pull it back for that one. No real need to stop the flow of the game. Fouls build. Payne in a little bit of trouble there, does well.
Empty net again, Pelfreman for Araujo. Still breaks in Araujo. From halfway, again it's off target. It's the third time now that Bolton have been let off the hook with that sort of effort.
That's the risk, isn't it, of what they've got to do. But at this stage in a game, they'll quite happily take it because they're going with nothing anyway. That's a clever ball, isn't it?
Opportunity this for Harper. Big save. Mark Croft was out quickly, got his angles perfect.
It's a really good save from Rob Harper. Rob Harper's shot. Whaley coming on, left-footed option maybe, a little bit more balance to how they want to play.
2:40 to go. Cook. Payne. Back to Cook, who's under pressure from Ribeiro.
It's a poor pass from Joe Payne, wasn't it? And Cook's done well to win anything, to be honest.
Payne's giving it away. Fortunately for him, it just rebounds back off Liam Pelfreman. Referee Whately wants a word with Claudio Ribeiro. He's not one of the 4 players on a yellow card, just a talking to. Probably for something he said off the ball. Slows the game down though.
Yeah, which suits Helvetia, doesn't it?
Cook.
And Ribeiro doing so much work, almost covering the extra man and Cook here, with one eye on Cook all the time.
Will Croft try again? Whaley was quick to close down the Helvetia keeper. It's played across to Ribeiro. Off Cook and behind for a corner.
Really clever decision making from Pelfreman there. It drew a couple of players in. A lovely ball inside to Ribeiro. I'm going to get a chance of it here. Here's the reverse pass. Then as he comes across, great first touch, and yeah, Cook stood firm, didn't he? But Helvetia will be happy to have the relief almost of a corner and a chance of another breather. Not for long though.
Yeah, not for long indeed, as it's a chance for Bolton to reset things. They have 1:55 to try to find an equaliser and pile the pressure on London Helvetia. All risk now, will they find the reward? Cook. Croft disappointed with his own distribution. Cook. Nice touch off Pelfreman. Payne. Pelfreman with an opportunity. This time it's high over the bar.
Again, and Claudio Ribeiro almost asking Liam there why he's not passed. He was in a really good position, probably 5 metres ahead of him. A little bit rash from a player who probably knows better. Just giving Bolton possession back in a key moment.
Cook. 1 minute remains. Helvetia have ridden the storm so far as it's gone over the line. Payne has to get back quickly, although it looks as though this time Helvetia are in no rush to get things restarted. So final minute of this game, Matt, then gives me an opportunity to ask who's been the outstanding performer for you. Who do you feel has been the player of the match?
Yeah, I think the real standout is probably just in terms of work rate and his sort of attitude and the discipline that he's shown on court. It's Claudio Ribeiro. From a Helvetia point of view, he's been their standout player, other than the saves that Mark Crofts had to make. And he's probably a little bit harsh on both goalkeepers, but yeah, Ribeiro's work rate has been crucial to the way Helvetia have approached this game, so I will give it him. He's had a real difficult task today against Stuart Cook, hasn't he? And an important one.
100%. He's been an outstanding performer for this London Helvetia side today, and well worthy of the Man of the Match award. 26 seconds. That's all that's left for this Bolton side. Croft. Long, great pass. Pelfreman. Touch on it from Payne.
Wow. Excellent ball. Great technique from Pelfreman as well. And a really good save from Joe Payne. Determined not to be outdone by Croft at the other end. The number of saves these two have made in this has been fantastic. We'll just take another look. Real strong right hand.
It's lofty back for Jewers. Helvetia look to run down the clock. 15 left. How fitting would it be if Bolton were to score right on the buzzer? Bulmer. Cook. 3 seconds, and that's going to be that. And that truly is the end of the half, and it brings to an end an enthralling contest between these two sides. Bolton got the opening goal. They led for the majority of the first half. 3 goals in the last 3 minutes of the first half really swung the game on its head. Then the momentum was with Helvetia. Bolton with the only goal of the second half. But in the end, it was just too little too late. They couldn't quite find the equaliser. 3 games down and 1 still to come. This one finishes Bolton 2, London Helvetia 3. So welcome back then for the final game here on match day 5 of the FA National Futsal Series here at the Crystal Palace National Sports Centre. And the final game of the day, Kent United face Loughborough Students. As the teams make their way out onto the court, we will run you through the two team squads then. Kent start with the impressive Daniel Paul in goal. The results haven't matched his performances. Aaron Reid, Harry Sikiwai, Josh Flint and Charlie Dast. The substitutes are Bruno Seratori, Ashvin Lahon, Egid Aydin, Michael Bayona, Najim Oriola, Trevor Biney and Jason Nimbang. They are managed by Nuno Teixeira. And for Loughborough, they start with Alec Reid in goal, who's making his debut this campaign. Darius Rui, Joe Huxter, Ruben Santos and Joseph Hall make up the rest of the starting 5. Joe Bickerstaff takes a place on the bench as the regular goalkeeper for this one. Jan Myval, Lawson McCarthy, Marshall Hale, Neil Morgan, Tiago Santos and Jan Myveld are the rest of the substitutes. So Matt, the last game to bring live today, we've had 3 really great games, 3 really close games so far. This one, Kent struggling at the moment, find themselves rock bottom of the table. They've got a full squad here today. They've got a chance to try to build something against this Loughborough side. It's going to be an interesting watch, a difficult task you feel for Kent, and one that Loughborough will certainly be hoping to get 3 points from.
Yeah, it's almost a home game for Kent, isn't it? They've got a crowd in watching them, so there's going to be a lot of vocal support. But at the same time, we know that for them, it's about learning. It's a learning year, isn't it? They've got to look to take things from each game. We saw that last week, even in the defeat to Bolton. There were so many positives they could take. That's what they'll be looking for here today. Up against a really tough test in this Loughborough team that can go second with a win, and that they'll have one eye on that. But at the same time, for them, it gives them an opportunity, like we've seen with the goalkeepers, to just give people that maybe haven't had the minutes that they would want to have had so far a chance to experience this environment and get some crucial game time.
Yeah, Loughborough will go second with a win, or can go second with a win, and Bloomsbury, who started the day in pole position, can drop all the way down to 4th. So it's been an exciting day of FA National Futsal Series action as we are underway in this one. Kent in the red and black and Loughborough in their famous purple stripes. This is Huxter. I feel it's really important for Kent to start well in this game. Don't concede early.
Yeah.
Get a real good basis to try to build from there.
Yeah, that's it. Similar to what they did last week in a way. Start well, build your way in, take the positives what you can, and who knows? Like we say, it's a home game for them. There's a crowd in watching, supporting. You know, if they can get their backs up and something can run for them, who knows what comes next? It's a tough ask for them, but yeah, they've just got to keep learning from every experience, and we know they've got a very good goalkeeper from which to build.
Yeah, Daniel Paul, the man between the sticks for Kent, has been very impressive despite the scorelines that his side have suffered. Made a number of impressive saves. We spoke earlier about that breeding confidence throughout the rest of the team, having that goalkeeper of quality behind. So important.
Yeah, I think one of the big things for them is they're a young side, so having him with the experience that he brings, he's a voice. His leadership skills are exemplary as well, and he's somebody who they can depend on, isn't they? And what you've seen over the last couple of weeks, it's enabled them to bring a number of new players in to try and bolster their ranks and just get them a little bit closer to the other teams in the competition, which they're getting there slowly but surely. It's a tough learning environment, isn't it?
Loughborough in possession through Huxter. This is Santos. Huxter shows and receives on the near side. Ruben Santos, one of two Santos brothers in Loughborough's ranks. His brother Tiago starts on the bench today.
Almost a home game for them too as well, having come through London Genesis ranks and obviously played an awful lot of their futsal in their early days around here before going to university. Both incredibly talented players. So there'll be people here who've been looking forward to watching them for a while, I'd imagine.
Loughborough kicking. Still inside the first 2 minutes. It's left for Rui. Fired against his opposite number, Scott Hurd. Huxter back to Reed. Ruben Santos. Huxter again, does well. Santos. Pushed over. Near side official Andrew Thompson. And the Wolves the free kick the way of Loughborough.
Yeah, easy first decision to make for Thompson there, I think, wasn't it? Just a little bit over exuberant, similarly with that one as well. Pete Nurse having none of it on that one, very experienced official. Similar to what we said in the last game, though, those little niggly ones, they build up if you're not careful, and I think in that situation there, it's not doing any damage to Loughborough's game, so why give it? A little bit good game management.
Good position this then for Kent. Over on the left side, it's set back for Sikiwai, who's been one of a few bright sparks in the Kent side in the first 4 weeks. Aaron Reed for Sikiwai. Huxter's just ran the ball over the yellow line on the near side. Decent position again for the kick in for Kent. Aaron Reed is deflected. And Alec Reed in the Loughborough goal had to be alert.
It's one of them, isn't it? We've seen them already today. They can go anywhere, and he's had to be alert to it. He's had to be ready, and yeah, good early. Call it an effort on goal, can't we, for Kent? They'll be pleased with that. Again, some positive signs.
Hurd dispossessed. Opportunity this for Loughborough. Good recovery defending by Reed.
Yeah, he looks bright, Reed. He's up and down that court. He's looking to make things happen. He's got big presence. And looking to try and influence the game that way. Line change for Loughborough.
Corner for Loughborough. From the far side. Sikiwai. Into the feet of the pivot. Goalkeeper Reed just lining up the two-man wall from this kick in. Aaron Reed's there, and there's a powerful effort, just not quite the direction on it, but certainly a weapon of attack for Kent.
Yeah, it's something they can look to utilise, isn't it? If he can find the right direction, he's got a good strike, a clean strike on him there.
Down the other end is played across, and a great save by Paul. Wonderful stop. He was across so quickly. Sikiwai.
It's a fantastic save from Daniel Paul, isn't it? And that's what we say about that dependable last line of defence. And again, he shows his quality.
Hurd. Sikiwai returns it back for Dast.
Well,
nice build-up play, created the opportunity well.
And you hear the roar of approval from the supporters here. Really bright start from Ken.
Just take a look at the replay there. That was a brilliant save by the Kent shot stopper. Loose pass from Myveld. Also McCarthy couldn't keep it in.
It's a couple from Jan Myveld as he started the game. Uncharacteristic of him. Things that he would hope that he would do better, but there's two or three loose passes and just surrendering possession each time. And Kent look like they've been working on some things in these situations. They work really hard on a couple of them to get some opportunities. Let's see what they've got here.
There's an opportunity for Loughborough to counter. Great play by Myveld. He feels he was fouled, but got the shot away at goal, and referees between them let play go on.
Again,
why he wins the corner.
Again, I think a good referee, and he's got the shot in. Yeah, maybe there's a little bit of contact, but is it impeding him? No. Has he stopped him getting the shot away? No. So, for me, let the game flow.
Contact with consequences, I think the phrase that the referee's looking for now, and I think that's definitely a good way of looking at things and assessing situations like that.
So Sikawari and Reed, really interesting, their positioning here, very close together, a bit more separate this time, but looking almost for one to block and one to move, and quite a clever little pairing. And it's probably a sign of the work that's going on at Kent United, that a couple of players now starting to think about these things that maybe hadn't come earlier on in the season.
Five minutes played then, and still goalless. Sikiwai. Ball goes long. It's well controlled and dealt with in a composed way. It's broken for Myveld, big stop. The second big save that Daniel Paul's had to make.
Wow, another really, really strong start. His teammates almost played their way into trouble there, didn't they? And he stood firm again. Keeps that clean sheet intact. He'll be really pleased with that. So we have another look at it. Ball breaks. Myveld so can do no more than toe punt it towards goal. And Daniel Paul stood really firm. Challenge.
Marshall Hale, good challenge to take the ball away from him. Charlie Dast came away with it. This is Hurd. Back to Dast and looking for the return pass to Hurd, and it's put wide by Neil Morgan, and a bit of a lack of communication between him and Alec Reeve. Perhaps it went past the goalkeeper, and in the end Morgan sensed the danger and just poked the ball wide.
Have another look at it here, because I don't... Yeah, ooh. He's not a million miles away from his bottom corner, is he there? It would have been a calamitous own goal if it had gone in. In the end, really calm defending, let's say.
Sikiwai. There's a narrow angle for the shot, but he really wrapped his left foot around the ball.
It's Kent asking the questions, isn't it? Probably not what we expected, but full credit to them. They started this game really, really well.
Kent kicking. Michael Bayona takes the kick in for Scott Hurd. Sikiwai. Nice turn by Dast, but he's Lost possession and opportunity here, and it's finished off. And it is Loughborough who take the lead. And Kent lose out on the transition.
It's a really good finish from Marshall Hale. Fantastic transition goal. Textbook. You see him at the second post, sliding it into the bottom corner. Daniel Paul had no chance. Really good. And after a really promising opening 7 minutes, it'll be disappointing for Kent to concede, but they need to look at the positives of it, that it's a goal on transition rather than them being cut open.
And credit to Loughborough for that transition, because it was a really well-worked counter-attack.
Yeah. Clinical, and that sometimes in these games, that's what you need, doesn't it? Just to settle things down and to prove that to yourselves as much as anything that what you're doing is the right thing.
Santos. Nice parallel if he keep it in, which he has done. It's broken back for Ruben Santos. Aidin. Huxter for Loughborough. Tries to spin on it, good challenge. Kent so far, though, certainly seems to be working as more of a team, but a chance! And there's two. And right on cue, Darius Rui doubles Loughborough's lead. Was just saying how Kent were working better as a unit. There they were cut open. And Rui gives Loughborough the 2-goal lead.
And just like that, this game has turned, hasn't it? And there's the quality of this Loughborough students team, and that's why they're in the position that they're in this season. For Kent, it's a real tough one to take, but they've just got to keep going and keep working hard. Let's not let this game creep away from them too quickly.
It's Rui's first goal of the season. He's on the score sheet for the Loughborough students side.
It's not a million miles away either, unfortunate. Really clever one. Nice little movement from Santos, and he find himself free at the second post.
Yeah, on the replay, just bouncing across the penalty area. Opens up nicely, great finish. Kent weren't out quickly. Jamie Huxter finds the bottom corner, and just like that, it's 3-0.
Really good strike as well. Lovely set piece, opened up, and he's taken that incredibly well. Really good finish from Hunter.
So often we see those efforts from the set back from the corner. He blazed over the top of the crossbar, but not that time. It was a controlled finish right into the bottom corner past the Kent goalkeeper, Paul. Nothing he could do to stop that one. And Loughborough really now stamping their authority on this game, it's fair to say.
Yeah, and they're looking to press hard and press high, aren't they? Really trying to build and almost win this game as quickly as possible, I believe. Foul down in the corner, perhaps, here?
I believe that's what the referee's given, yes, so a foul against Kent. The first of the game, I think. Santos is after it. Just too much pace on the ball.
Yeah, too much pace and on his wrong side, wasn't it? It's almost like just got to swing a leg at that almost. It didn't quite work, but
Timeout called here then by Kent and their head coach Nuno Teixeira. It was a really promising start for them, Matt. They had opportunities to take the lead. Since then, the one goal went in for Loughborough, and then perhaps heads dropped slightly, and before they know it, they find themselves 3 down.
Yeah, and his message is probably similar to the timeout that he would have had at this time in the last game. It's keep your heads, keep doing the things we were doing well so far. Don't worry too much about what Loughborough are doing, because in theory, and with all due respect, they weren't expecting to get anything from this game. It's a learning opportunity for them, isn't it? How can we make things better? How can we avoid making the same mistakes that have cost us goals? For Loughborough, I think they're going to play with that intensity. They're going to look to press as high and as hard as possible to win that ball back and like I say, get this game over and done with as soon as possible, because for them now, it's a real good opportunity to take themselves into the top 2.
Yeah, I think that will totally match the messages of João Almeida, the Loughborough coach there. His team talk in this timeout. It is Kent's restart then from the goal clearance. 8.5 played and 3 goals for Loughborough. Back underway. Heard across to Aaron Reid. Intelligent play from Ruben Santos.
He was got to be strong there, and he was. Reid's been really impressive actually in these early stages. Started the game really brightly. He's not someone I've seen a lot of so far this season either, so it looks a useful addition for Kent.
Heard. See there, Charlie Das just trying to take that on his favoured right foot when perhaps the ball to him was more set for a left-footed effort.
Clever, really clever.
Ruben Santos from range.
Lovely little piece of technique, wasn't it, from Santos? And then once he gets into that area, really good left-footed shot.
Lofted ball back, and it's not too far off target. Cole made a good connection with it. Sikiwai. Touch off Reid. Over on the near side, it's gone out for Loughborough's kick. Alec Reid stepping into the opposition half, and it wasn't too bad a pass either, you know. Right idea with the diagonal.
Yeah, you could see what he was trying to do, couldn't you? And he's almost found that second post area, and he's just a little bit unfortunate that Marshall Hale was slightly ahead of the ball.
Sikiwai. Sikiwai still there for Kent, and Loughborough got bodies back on the line. Heard. Reid. In search of Sikiwai. Timing on it was wrong though.
João Almeida there as Loughborough turn over that possession, and he was desperately disappointed with his team for a real sloppy piece of play, and it's something that I think they will look to improve on as this game goes on, because they won't want to give so much possession away. Ultimately, you get away with it a little bit in a game like this, but there'll be other games where you won't they?
Chance here for Kent, it's Heard.
It's Hurt as well.
Good save from the keeper. Yeah,
brave.
Scott Heard went clattering into the goalkeeper and subsequently the advertising boards as well.
Yeah, brave goalkeeping as we take another look at it there, but it's a real big smash, and both of them, they've both done well to get up from that. Committed, I think, is what we could say.
Reed. Touch off the keeper. Took it onto the outside of the post.
He's been bright, hasn't he, though, Reed? Looks useful and dangerous in these situations.
Yeah, 100%, and something that I think Kent know they have at their disposal as well, with resetting up from positions like this often. That time's back to Hurd.
I think what they've probably got to now build into their game is, okay, we found that we have a weapon. How do we differentiate that? How do we not do the same things over and over again? Because it becomes quite easy to read. So if they can mix things up and they can try and change things about, it will make it more of a weapon for them, because it will become something they can utilise almost with those false movements.
Kick in for Loughborough. Over on the far side on halfway. McCarthy. Holm. Holm again. Both sides appeal for it. It's a kick in for Loughborough. Set back for McCarthy. Keeper's ball. It's been a promising response though for Kent, and a chance here for Sikiwai. Big save. Great stop from Alec Reed to deny Sikiwai.
What a save that is. You know, he's been called on a couple of times early on, but we see lovely breakaway, nice little ball round the corner off the pivot, and Sikawari's running through. It's an excellent save, isn't it? Really good from Kent, keeping Loughborough on their toes.
Yeah, I was just going to say, it's been a great response since going 3 behind. They haven't conceded since then, of course, and have come back and created opportunities for themselves on a number of occasions now. It's not the first time that the Loughborough keeper's been called into action, which is another promising sign for them. And chance here again. Dast. Fired towards goal.
Wow, so close to finding that bottom corner. Again, Loughborough causing themselves problems, but Kent more than willing to plough forward when they get the opportunity. And you sense that a goal would lift the roof off this place, don't you?
Certainly, with the spectators here to support this struggling Kent United side today. It has been a promising half for them, despite the scoreline.
Again, slightly loose touch from Jan Myveld there. Not something you're used to seeing from him. Something we've seen a few times in this first half. Maybe just a sign of that lapse of concentration in this Loughborough team, that they need to lift again. That'll be the message from Joe Almeida at half-time, I believe. It's a foul. Again, just dangling a foot. No need to make that challenge.
Yeah, needless foul to give away, really.
And it's mistakes that they're making, isn't it? They're a couple of fouls that they've given away, loose possession, mistakes they're making on court. They're all things that they'll want to tidy up, and the coaching staff will expect more from their players.
Thiago Santos. Myval. Rotations off the ball are good. It's parallel for Myveld. Just got underneath it. Reed for Kents. Hurd. Good spin out of pressure there. He's given the ball away though. And Loughborough come again, wave after wave of attack now. Sikiwai.
Really good challenge from Jan Myveld there, isn't it? That's him at his very best, covering as the last man, putting his body on the line for his team. Just another look at it, really important. He makes the decision to go to ground early and times it to perfection.
It's Trevor Biney, the number 11 on for Kent. He was the man after that through ball, resulted in that significant challenge. Just over 5 to play. Loughborough lead 3-0. 3 goals that came in quick succession around the midpoint of this first half. After that, they threatened to run away with the game, really, but it hasn't turned out like that. Kent have responded well. Dast. Paul rolls short. Kent looking to build, but Biney's pass was just ahead of Reed, who was wrong-footed. It was momentum taking him back the other way. Flurry of changes there for Loughborough as they look to keep things fresh.
Yeah, I think keeping things fresh, getting people plenty of court time. Really, just like I say, they're trying for me to find a formula that will win them this game in this half. I would imagine they will want to use the second half very much like a training session, with all respect to Kent, something that they can put the work in and they can build from for games moving forwards. That one's gone a long way.
Yeah, high over the top of Paul's crossbar. We restart with a new ball. Oriola. Handball given against Ruben Santos. It was close proximity, but the arm away from his body. Hurd. Oriola. Those two exchange passes once more. Reed. In search of Hurd. They've lost it on halfway though and need to get bodies back now. Loughborough happy to retain possession. Trying to control the gap. Hurd comes away with it. It's a 3v2 here for Kent if they can work it right. Just slowed down a little bit. It's back to the 4. Hurd who stretches. And it's a good challenge.
Yeah, just not quite running for them, is it, in those situations? Yes, you make your own look, but equally, it's a good, solid pivot play from him, though. Really recovers, because I felt like he probably will be disappointed in his touch on the last move, and yeah, unfortunate. Probably wasted a good free kick opportunity as well. Just a bit too over-eager.
Yeah, I was going to say exactly that, Matt. I think perhaps just their lack of futsal experience. Most of the sides in this league would set up a pre-prepared free kick there. They just try to take it quickly and, well, perhaps catch Loughborough off guard, but wasted in the end.
But in that position there, you've got to be looking to get a shot in on goal, haven't you? And they've tried to go quickly and, yeah, wasted a really good opportunity. Even without a pre-prepared one, just put a shot at goal. Sometimes it's as good as anything, isn't it?
Yeah, just shift the angle and shoot. It's simple but effective on so many occasions. Forward for McCarthy. Just couldn't stretch enough.
Yeah, smallest player on the court, trying to stretch to reach a lovely little parallel ball, and yeah, just drifted away from him, didn't it? Timeout called by Loughborough.
Yeah, it's the second timeout of the half. Loughborough taking the opportunity to again come together for a team talk, and of course they'll be happy with the scoreline. They're 3 goals to the good, but for the performance for Loughborough, they know that they'll face tougher tasks in weeks to come. Things to work on for sure, and things that they'll be wanting to perfect going into the second half, and really give more distance between them and the opposition in the scoreline, and then, as you say, perhaps take the second half to work on things.
Yeah, definitely. I think there's a lot they can work on. There's a lot they can improve, and they'll be wanting to show that they can put them into motion in this game, because, yeah, like you touched on, there will be tougher games for them. There'll be games where some of the mistakes we've seen today will go punished, and that's why they've got a bit of a free hit now, haven't they? This game, the longer this game goes on like this, the more likely it is that Loughborough will win. And I think in this position now, they'd be extremely disappointed if they didn't. So for them, it's about making sure that they put things right. It's about making sure that they keep doing the right things and the things that are going to benefit them in the weeks to come.
Yeah, keeping the standards high and playing to the level that's required in weeks to come, and maintaining those standards.
Yeah, and they do have really high standards as well. As a club and an institution and everything that's going on around their programme. I mean, rightly so as well. They have a lot of contact time with their players on court. They're training 4 or 5 times a week, which is stuff that the rest of us can only dream of. But yeah, they're in a position where they need to demand those standards because of that.
Yeah, it's a relentless nature to the league. The series as it's formed this year. Daniel Paul going long. Overcooked for Bayona. Loughborough in possession through Lawson McCarthy. Ruben Santos. Holm tries to pick out Santos, and he just couldn't quite get the ball under his spell.
Yeah, he almost tried to improvise to control it, didn't he? But couldn't quite get there.
Oriola.
Again, promising move for Kent. Pass very nearly came off, and they'd have had a 2v1 at the second post, so good moments.
Sakawai. Skewed wide by Bayona on that occasion. Rui. Final 30 seconds of the first half then. Kent enjoying some possession here and giving away right at that very moment. Nice exchange, brilliant play. Good save as well, could so easily have been 4. 3 it stays.
Yeah, really, really good start. He was exceptional from Loughborough there. Kent gave away the ball sloppily, and then as they come through, they carve them open, and really good opportunity.
Yeah, it was a give and go. Ruben Santos creating the opportunity on his favoured left foot, denied by Paul. So that is half-time then. The referee's whistle to signal that. Promising signs in the first half for Kent United, that's for sure. But they do still find themselves rock bottom of the pile in the league, struggling. And at half-time, it's Kent United 0, Loughborough 3. Welcome back for the final half of futsal action in the FA National Futsal Series on this match day 5 here from the Crystal Palace National Sports Centre. It's been a great day of action, really entertaining first 3 games. This one, slightly different dynamic to it. Let's not beat around the bush, but Kent United have shown improvements from their previous performances, and 3-0 to Loughborough is the scoreline at half-time. Matt, it's been an opportunity for Kent to get in at the break, talk about the things that have gone right, but I guess crucially try to adjust and better themselves for this second half.
Yeah, definitely. It's all learning. We spoke about it first half as well. It's all learning for them. Every half that they play is more minutes, more halves in their legs, and they're going to be better for it, aren't they? And that is the nature of this season for them. It's a tough one, but that is how they've got to approach it, and they've got to stay as positive as they can and keep learning as much as they can, because in the end they will be better for it. This now, for me, for Loughborough, is a really crucial half, because if they can put right, there's a few things that were quite sloppy in the first half. If they can put that right in this half, they could really push on from here, and they've got a couple of really crucial games coming up.
Yeah, Loughborough face Birmingham next week, who will go into that game off the back of their impressive victory over Bloomsbury in the first game today. And a chance straight away here for Loughborough. Myveld pokes wide. Ruben Santos. Still in play on the near side as near side official awards the free kick the way of Loughborough. Just a like push into the chest off the ball there as the ball had gone.
Yeah, it's a very, very easy free kick to give, and a very sloppy one, but also a very common one from Kent. Realising you beat 1v1, just push him over. Push him over, get him out of the way. Stops the attack, doesn't it?
To the second post, and coming in strong was Marshall Hale. Well, he got the first goal for Loughborough. That time he was just slightly behind that diagonal to the second post. Ruben Santos up against Sikawai. Switches the play over onto the left. Huckster. Cross towards the second post again, and well, Santos ended up in the net and the ball didn't.
No, desperately unlucky from him. Really nice passage of play from Loughborough. We just get another look at it. Myveld out to this side to Marshall Hale. And he's, yeah, literally inches from making that 4. If that had been ice hockey, I think he'd have set the goal buzzer off, but nice
parallel onto Myveld's left foot.
You can see the sort of level and the pace that Loughborough are looking to play out here, can't you? And what they're going to look to do in this half. They're going to try and win this game as quickly as possible, playing with a real intensity, and then really work on things in the last few moments, I would imagine. Change of goalkeeper at half-time for Loughborough as well. Joe Bickerstaff coming in, so their normal number 1 on court. So someone who, at some stage in this, I would expect to see them maybe utilise that fly and try and perfect things, but using Joe in that role.
Santos. Good run. Not quite the finish to match. It's gone all the way through here. This is a chance for Kent and Sikiwai. They're on the score sheet.
Wow. Wow.
Harry Sikiwai for Kent United. It was played across to him, laid on a plate, and he couldn't miss from there. Kent score, it's 3-1.
Massive moment, isn't it? Mistake from Joe Hookster as that ball comes across, and then as soon as it's played into Sikiwari, you knew it was going to be a goal, and you saw how much it meant to these Kent United players.
Yeah, it's just their third goal this season, and Sikiwai's first of the campaign.
He deserves that just for some of his performances over the last couple of weeks. He's really growing as a player and a real highlight of some of the things that they're trying to do and a real positives that they can take.
Sikiwai to ground. Yellow card is going to be brandished here for Jan Myvold. He seems to just come through the back of Sikiwai, who got to the ball first, but...
Have another look at it. It's a silly, silly challenge. As he bounces free, just don't make those challenges.
Yeah, needless.
Needless challenge to give away. It's a yellow card and it's a foul on the board, isn't it? As you probably tell Isaac through the day, it's my pet hate is when players make silly decisions in those kind of areas.
For sure, I'm in total agreement. When there's no need to make the foul, then, you know, we've got the foul count in futsal, and you're making needless fouls. It's putting your team in danger of that foul count. Kicking short for Lawson McCarthy. Bickerstaff momentarily there just stepped across onto the near side. A first sign that Loughborough might try to utilise the fly tactic.
Yeah, the goals upset them a little bit. The way they made a few mistakes since then. We've seen that yellow card, we've seen a few loose passes, just not quite making the right decisions. Even there, maybe got away with one there a little bit. They're a little bit sloppy, and they're very close to Darius Rui giving away a handball, which just putting a little bit of pressure on themselves. Take it.
You can see there those Kent players on a completely different wavelength, and that's, I guess, where the improvement comes with time, with playing with each other and just knowing the set-piece routine, because
yeah,
for a moment it became really awkward.
Well, it did, and it's almost, you can see it running, and you might have heard it in my voice a little bit. It was almost like just pleading with him, just realise what's happening, take it. The goalkeeper was on, there was a pass to Daniel Paul, and Loughborough really not happy about a few things, and it's these situations you've got to keep your cool.
Yeah, it's not going their way in this second half so far. And in fairness to Kent, they have really started the second half in the way that they started the first as well. Just got the goal to show for it. They've started really well.
They have, and they deserve their goal, and they've deserved their goal last week. They deserved their goal in the first half, and it's nice to see them get one, because they're putting a lot of work in on court. It's not like they're turning up and rolling over. They're trying to put the work in, they're trying to learn, and they're trying to improve. That's all you can ask, isn't it, as a coach or as people around it.
Ball forward,
what a goal.
And the 3-goal advantage is restored. Great goal, Loughborough, all credit where it's due. Loughborough will be really happy with that one. It's 4-1.
Yeah, really clever finish. Ball round the corner, and Rui leaves Paul with no chance. Just sloppy defending from Ken is something where they've just switched off a little bit. Probably feel like they were on top in the game, and just forgetting their responsibilities and the other side of things.
Rui with his second of this match. Important goal, though, you feel back for Loughborough, just to regain control of proceedings, and that straight from the kick-in, rebounded back off the post. Of course, wouldn't have counted had it gone straight in from the kick-in, but I guess the rebound from it could have gone anywhere.
Yeah. That goal just settled them back down, hasn't it? That's what that goal will do for them more than anything, is just give them a little bit more breathing space. They can relax again. They've got that 3-goal advantage. They've got almost cancelled out Sikawari's strike, and yeah, you're in a position where they can settle back down and start playing their stuff again, rather than winding themselves up with little things.
Across the face of goal.
Close. Rui on a hat-trick as well. Wasn't a million miles away from that.
Yeah, plenty of time left in this game for Marius Rui in search of that hat-trick. Without a goal before today's game, but twice on the score sheet so far. Loughborough corner. Cleared away with 2 purple shirts bearing down on him. And here we see Loughborough beginning to use Bickerstaff as a fly.
Another loose pass, just trying to force it, trying to play forward too quickly, just keep that ball moving. Another learning opportunity maybe for Kent here as the kicking gets turned over. Just either the ball rolling or not quite on the line.
Yeah, and now the pressure's piled back on themselves. Bickerstaff for McCarthy. McCarthy inside. Great way to pass over to the left side, and it's Jamie Hunter already on the score sheet once. Wasn't too far away from a second.
Yeah, execution not quite there, was it? Brilliant from McCarthy. And here he is again.
McCarthy again, gives it right. Across for Hunter, who goes down. There's certainly contact there, right on the edge of the yellow penalty area. Cynical foul.
Yeah, really cynical one, and just sloppy defending, and it's a real good opportunity for Loughborough to work something here with some really talented players on court.
Good save by Paul. Denies Hunter. All changed now for Loughborough, and referee Peter Nurse is counting, but the ball's not there. Well, Loughborough tried to change the 4, and Peter Nurse was aware to the plan. It was on their corner, and the count came in. There was no ball there as McCarthy tried to take the corner. They do have a corner now, though.
Yeah, it's a disappointing one from Loughborough's perspective, but you can see what the referee's trying to do. It's just needless, almost time wasting, isn't it, in that situation? Just keeping control and keeping their game moving and wanting to keep the game flowing rather than people be stood round.
Loughborough kicking. Wide left. 12.5 minutes remain to conclude today's Series 1 action as it's flicked towards goal by Morgan. Inventive. Peter Nurse has given the corner. Not quite sure who the touch came off there. I thought he had gone straight out off Morgan, but referee's no doubt better position, so on we go with referee Nurse's decision. Good challenge and 2v1 situation now for Loughborough as they look to work it back across. Perhaps could have shot at goal, Marshall Hale there.
Yeah, you can see what he was trying to do, couldn't you? He's in a really good position to shoot, but he's looking to almost play that perfect pass and find Morgan at that second post. And yeah, if the wall pass comes off, it's an excellent goal, but it's one of them where when it doesn't, you ask questions. But
Paul parries away that time and ultimately starts the Kent counter. A brilliant recovery challenge though, timed perfectly.
Really good challenge from Marshall Hale. You have to time them right, don't you? And he's in, he's strong in that tackle and makes it count.
Myvold. First touch takes him towards goal. Slightly heavy, but Marshall Hale still has it. Holm across and back towards Holm. Good interception, important. Charlie Das positioned perfectly. Still the same gap between the teams as it was at half-time. Then Kent having got a goal back, but Loughborough adding a fourth.
Yeah, they've worked really hard, haven't they, Ken? A lot of the time, having a lot of time in this game out of possession, just trying to keep doing the right things, keep working to try and win that ball back, and then when they do get it, looking to break quickly.
Important challenge there from Marshall Hale with the net empty.
It's just not quite running for Kent in terms of chances on goal, but they'll be more than pleased with the overall performance, especially defensively, against what is, let's be honest, a really, really strong Loughborough team.
Myvold in search of Hale. Just too much on the pass.
Yeah, not quite running in those situations, is it? We've seen them 3v2 a couple of times and the pass just isn't quite there. They're the kind of things that they'll be wanting to perfect as this game moves on.
Free kick Loughborough's way. Foul on Hale.
Yeah, lazy, tired foul. And then starting to ramp up now. There's 3. Just have another look at it. Just dangling a leg, and Hale far too quick for that.
Yeah, Egid Aydin. Lazy challenge. Loughborough from the playbook. Shift the angle twice, and the opportunity to shoot opened up with the player Marshall Hale over at the second post. He was left all alone. Myvold, 3v1 here for Loughborough, across to the second post. It's put behind. Really should have taken advantage of that.
Yeah, they'd be disappointed as we have another look at it here. Myvold does really well to keep the ball in, attacks with pace down this right hand side, and it's a really good ball to the second post, and Morgan's got to be finishing there, hasn't he? Be really disappointed in himself, especially a player of his experience.
Yeah, Neil Morgan without a goal so far this season. He won't get a better opportunity than that one. Into the final quarter of this game, in which Loughborough lead by 4 goals to 1. McCarthy takes short as Loughborough using the flight in Bickerstaff. Again, another error there though for Loughborough. Bickerstaff couldn't have the ball back inside his own half, and the pass was directed towards him. So those errors that they ultimately will get away with in this game, but as you mentioned, in weeks moving forward, they might be punished for.
Yeah, and they're the ones that they will want to put right, aren't they? I mean, sloppy decision-making, sloppy passes. They can't afford to be doing that in any game, let alone just because it's this one. And that's very much, you can see that sort of body language from Almeida on their bench. He disappointed in those moments.
Santos, great goal. Brilliant goal from Ruben Santos. Went down the line on his right foot and past Daniel Paul to make it 5.
That is individual quality from Santos. Lovely shuffle, beats his man, and as soon as he sees half a yard, he gets the toe poke finish into the bottom corner. Really good goal.
On his weaker right foot, right into the corner. McCarthy. Shot towards goal. Thiago Santos trying to add his name to the score sheet. Ruben wins it for his brother Thiago. Again, his efforts off target.
A little bit of, I don't know what, something gone on between Bayona and Huxted a moment ago, and there's a few little things being said and comments being made from the benches as well, so one to keep an eye on. It would be a bit silly with 8 minutes to go at 5-1, but I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, I believe Huxter did signal to the near side referee that he thought maybe had an elbow to the face, whether accidental or not. I didn't see the actual incident, but I think that might be the incident that sparked that. Under 8 minutes to play. McCarthy. Bickerstaff's fly. Huxter. Tripped off the ball, was he? Loughborough still had it.
Those two again.
Yeah, those same two players. As you rightly pointed out, Matt. Loughborough asking for the rolling foul, it wasn't forthcoming. Take it to Reed. Straight at Bickerstaff. Huxter. In search of the diagonal for McCarthy. Reed plays to Aidin. Good challenge by Ruben Santos. Fired in, and it's gone in as well. It's the first time this season that Kent has scored 2. And it's the number 4, Aaron Reed, who deserves a goal as well. It's 5-2.
Yeah, he does, and he struck that very, very well. As we take another look at it, it ricochets back to him, and he smashes it at the post. And Bickerstaff unlucky as it comes back off the post for it to hit on his back. May go down as an own goal, you know, but it'd be incredibly harsh on Reed if it did.
Yeah, one to look back at for sure. It had come off the post and then back off Joe Bickerstaff. I think there'd be an inquest, though, from a defensive point of view as to how that...
Yeah. It was just one where they were on their heels, they weren't alive, and
sure,
they've been punished for it, which ultimately is what we've been saying all half, isn't it? That's where they were getting away with things, and in other games they'd be punished. They can't afford to do it in this. So in some ways, Almeida will probably be pleased they have been punished, because it highlights what his message will be.
Bickerstaff over halfway. Myvold across to the left, and it's still there. It's laid back. Brilliant goal.
That's a goal.
Brilliant futsal goal. An epitomisation of why we love the game.
And for everything we've said that they've done poorly, they've scored some excellent goals in this, haven't they? Really good link-up play, and Hunter at that second post to tap in. He'll be really pleased with that one.
2 goals today for Jamie Hunter.
He's been impressive as well. He's had a really good performance.
Loughborough flying again. Bickerstaff. The right ball down to the corner of the court, and then perhaps just rushed. I think Hunter had more time than he knew. 5.5 to go. By knee. High foot. It's an indirect free kick. Doesn't get added as a foul on the foul count for an indirect, or shouldn't at least. Myvold. For Bickerstaff, who's dispossessed. Cries of shoot as Trevor Biney tries to. There was a player back on the line, so it would have been difficult to sneak it in from that distance. This is Myvold. Good save, Paul.
Really good.
Was down
save.
really quickly to his right-hand side.
Yeah, excellent save. He's watched that all the way, hasn't he? And been stood tall, and then got a really firm hand on it. Really, really powerful running forward from Jan Myvold there.
Hunter. He's on a hat-trick now as well.
Yeah, it'll be a little bit of a competition between him and Rui, won't there, in this one, and see who can get there first, I'd imagine. But
yeah, it's an incentive to add to the scoreline for those two. Change of the quartet on court for Loughborough. Oxter. Ruben Santos. It's been impressive as ever for this Loughborough side.
yeah, he's played very well. He's got real nice style to the way that he plays. When he's on that left foot, he's always looking to create something. He could go 1v1 if he wants to, but he's really clever clever player and makes good decisions as well, which at a young age is a real positive to his game.
Huckster. Good defending. Played up as well to Viney. Viney with an option to the left. Great tackle. Huckster. Paul saves.
I wonder how many times we've said that in this game, but that's another really good save, isn't it? As they flood forward and Huckster's got a really good strike at that near post, done everything right, shot high into the only bit of the goal he can see, really. And Paul stands firm.
Delivery on that corner was just too heavy. Has to be spot on, really, for that option of the volley.
Yeah, loose one, wasn't it?
Huckster. From range, the effort from Marshall Hale. Takes a nick on its way through and goes behind. Loughborough corner. Lofted again as they try the volley for Santos. It's still there though for Huckster. Bickerstaff offering. Instead it goes to Huckster. Cuts inside onto his right, well blocked.
Twice there, Joe Huckster has maybe shot in areas where the pass might be the better option. Perhaps just looking for that goal himself, but yeah. At 6-2, you can't really complain too much, can you? But that's a great ball.
Hale. Final 2 minutes. Santos. For Huckster again. Goes out for a kick in.
Yeah, and that was a really clever run from Neil Morgan to the second post there as well, that Joe Huckster was looking for.
Timeout here called by Kent with just over 90 seconds left to go. Kent taking the opportunity to just talk through some things with their coach Nuno Teixeira. Gives you a chance, Matt, to think of a man of the match. I'll come to you for that in a minute or so.
Yeah, it'll be interesting time out this one, just making sure that in these last couple of minutes they don't sort of drift away from what they've been doing so well in the game, and they'll be looking to keep working hard, keep doing the right things, and try and keep this scoreline at a very respectable 6-2, if not better, if they can. Can they maybe go and nick one is what the message will be. For Loughborough, it just gives them an opportunity to just talk through the last 90 seconds and how they can maybe press on, doesn't it? I think for me, man of the match, Isaac, it's one of two, the two that have got a couple of goals, and I think while it's incredibly harsh on Darius Rui, who's been really good, I'm going to give it to Jamie Hunter because his all-round play, defensively, the way he's used the ball as well as his goals has been exceptional.
Chance here for Kent, and there they could have had their third.
That is almost a dream timeout, isn't it? They've broke straight through, got the opportunity, and it's what they'd have been wanting, is if we get one more opportunity, let's make sure we take it. And unfortunately, just wrong side of the post. But yeah, going back to it, I think Jamie Hunter been a really solid performance from Loughborough's number 4, and in possession, out of possession, real key cog in everything that they've done well today. And he's got 2 goals off the back of it. Yeah, 2 goals to show for his excellent on-court display.
Man of the match is Jamie Hunter. And what will be another 3 points on the board for Loughborough.
It's a good ball.
Chance here though for Kent if they can add to their 2 goals. They've had opportunities, you know. You can make quite the compilation of opportunities that they've had in this game.
Yeah, again, Flint there coming in at that second post. It's one of them where they, on another day, they go in, don't they? And this could be a lot closer. They'll be really pleased with their performance today.
Huckster across to Myveld. Final 30 seconds in what's been a good day at the office for Loughborough. Played across and they're nearly out to the scoreline.
Wow, another good save, Daniel Paul. Textbook K save as such. And
yeah, great stop. Instincts from such close range. Corner from the far side. Loughborough looking to add a 7th goal. Lofted for Thiago Santos, who tries on the right what his brother had tried on the left, and broke for McCarthy, couldn't convert.
Sikawari did really well just to read the danger, and as the ball did break, he just steps in and gets an important foot in.
Played into Thiago Santos. So close to 7. Towards the far stick, and Josh Flint keeps taking up these promising positions. But there is the referee's whistle to signal full time. It brings to an end today's FA National Futsal Series 1 action. A game in which signs of improvement were there for Kent United. They scored 2 goals for the first time this fresh campaign, but ultimately it's Loughborough who run out as deserved victors. Loughborough with another 3 points on the board. It finishes Kent United 2, Loughborough 6. So to wrap up today's games then, first up we saw Birmingham WLV with an excellent victory over Bloomsbury, their first win of the season, and then a draw with the points shared between Manchester and Worcester, 3-3 in what was a really exciting game. As was the next one, Bolton 2, London Helvetia 3. It finished those 3 really close games to get the day off and underway, and then the final game, Loughborough got the job done, if you like. They are 6-2 winners in the last game. So that's how the league table stands then. London Helvetia back to the top of the table. Birmingham move on to 4 points. Kent United still rooted at the bottom, but very much still all to play for in the race for the top 4. I'll be at the Sir Tom Finney Sports Centre next weekend for Bolton's host events. It's been a really exciting day, a really entertaining day's action. And until next time, from me, Isaac Barrington, and Matt Hardy alongside me, it's goodbye.